trying to solve. The biggest issue that we're actually trying to solve is the asset liability mismatch that we have in our markets. The asset liability mismatch is common with financial institutions, which are deposit funded, because deposits are short term. Now, when you put that in long-term assets like housing finance, then you run into a mismatch risk. And that mismatch risk usually prevents financial institutions from lending possibly to housing at scale. They can only apply a certain quantum of funds for longer term assets. That means in their risk appetite, they can only take so much of risk on the mismatch. So what KMRC has come to do then is to actually remove that mismatch risk. So the blending extends the tenor of funds, right? And then it also reduces the cost, that is the interest rate. And that's why KMRC is lending in single digits. Any KMRC supported funds or home loans or mortgages in the market are actually in single digits, and they're even longer term. The other key thing we addressed was the variability of rates. So we also then started locking rates so that they are fixed rate. And the way we did that is we actually locked the financing, both the concessional and the capital, that's capital markets funds. That's why you see our bond is fixed rate, right? It's fixed for the tenor, because we want to move the market to fixed rate home loans, and that actually addresses the risk of defaults, which happen from time to time. When markets change, the rates change.
So let's talk about the gap between tranche 1 and tranche 2. There was a whole 4 years. I'm sure there are so many lessons in between that you learned, and I'm sure even in tranche 2 you came well equipped with that. So anything that you may want to raise in terms of how you learned managing a capital markets program alongside an affordable housing mandate?
Thank you. So the difference on the duration between tranche 1 and tranche 2 was mainly just driven by macroeconomic conditions of the market. So and the lesson we learned there is market timing is critical. It's very, very essential to obviously ensure that you time the market. At the time, 2023 to 2025, inflation rates were high. Interest rates obviously tend to go up. The policy rates equally. The central bank, of course, was trying to manage inflation, and therefore they tended to address their policy rates in that regard. And that just made it difficult for us to get to the market. We are we have sensitivities on costs. So cost of funds to us is some very sensitive issue that we actually had to address. So there was no way we can go to the market and issue a bond of 15%, for example, or 16%, based on the condition of the market at that time, because that significantly affects the cost at which we are going to extend financing to the market, and that creates an affordability issue. So we have to keep timing the market. The right time was actually now when we went to the market. We could have gone to the market. I think we had actually earmarked to go to the market in 2024. We again changed. We said, okay, we will go in 2025. But when we assessed the market, we were not ready to issue at the kind of cost of funds that we were going to attract at that time.
Let's talk about tranche 2. It's structured around sustainability, which is quite an interesting phenomenon to some people in the country who are getting to learn about this, but also in the corporate field, this has been the trend of looking at how sustainable is what is being offered. And you talked about on a fixed rate note, not just any conventional corporate bonds that we see. Maybe you could shed some light on that. Why sustainability label and what it stands to the market?
We have a sustainability framework, which we actually put together since 2024. Now, our target is actually to shift markets or home ownership to shift into environmental friendly situations. Now, when we develop a sustainability finance framework, which we did last year, we had to ensure that the sustainable finance framework is aligned with the International Capital Markets Association green bond standards or principles, the social bond principles, and even the sustainability bond guidelines.
Okay.
Now, we got a third or a second party who actually did the review. We got an institution in the US called ISS Corporate, which did a review of our sustainability finance framework to make sure that it's actually aligned with the international standards that we are talking about.
Yeah.
And they confirmed that it's aligned.
Okay.
Now, so the arrangement here, or the focus that we have, is actually to shift the market to green affordable housing. We want to reduce the carbon, or at least to facilitate the market or people to reduce the carbon footprints, which are, of course, usually comes out of housing. We want the market to start focusing primarily on generating mortgages that meet certain standards, as environmental standards, like for example, reduction of carbon, energy efficiency, water conservation, So those are the areas that we want the market to address. And that's exactly the strategy we have. We want to shift the market to go green, green affordable housing, which is essentially what we want to support. And it's a wider perspective of, addressing climate mitigation measures within our country.
Let's get deeper into that. There are some terms you've used there: eligible green home loans and eligible social home loans. Maybe you could help us to distinguish between that and what exactly qualifies a mortgage under each category.
Yeah. So a green home loan is an arrangement or pool of home loans or mortgages that will consider mainly at least a 20% increase or reduction in energy, for example. Potentially have some form of water conservation, and it will certainly be meeting certain standards. Like, for example, you can have the IFC Edge certification as one of the measures that we'll be looking at. So when an institution originates a pool of mortgages, we have an eligibility criteria under the Sustainable Finance Framework. And those are the measures that are used to define what a green mortgage will look like. And of course, the application of funds, because that's the primary issue around why we have a sustainability bond, is mainly on the application of funds. 100% of the funds will be applied on those mortgages that meet the green and the social framework. Now, the social part is even more interesting. So it's mainly predicated on affordability. So how do we define affordability? We have income thresholds, for example. So we say an income threshold of up to 4 million will be considered lower income socioeconomic empowerment, right? So we then are saying we are pushing financing down market, and that is achieving a social objective of socioeconomic empowerment. And that's why we put a cap of 4%, 4 million and below. The other consideration we look at is just social diversification. Like, for example, we are saying how much of the funding we provide go into women-led households. So we are talking about...
Delegates, thank you for joining us. We shall be starting in a short while, probably in another 5 minutes. So just get ready, and we shall be on course. Apologies, we are a bit 15 minutes late, but we'll be on track very soon. So karibuni sana. Thank you.
social part of ESG?
That's part of ESG,
okay,
exactly.
I see what you're saying.
You know,
Okay.
exactly. That's part of the ESG. So we are meeting ESG standards.
Okay.
And so we are saying, as part of the social part,
Okay.
we'll be evaluating the number of home loans that are originated that actually go to women-led households. And that is part of the application of funds under the social category. So it's social empowerment, it's women-led households, it's lower income, you know, the lower income people who obviously usually have a disadvantage because their incomes are very low.
Okay.
And they're actually even considered high risk. And that's why we are pushing that agenda down that way.
No, I love that. So you've raised 4.4 billion against a program ceiling of 10.5 billion. So you still have about 6.1 to go and for your headroom. So what is the pipeline of future issuances and how many tranches probably over the horizon?
Yeah. So we have a significant pipeline that is coming up because we moved into lending beyond the shareholders.
Okay.
We opened up our lending framework, I think, in 2024. Initially, we were only lending to the 20 shareholders that we had.
Okay.
Now we diversified a lot and opened it up to the entire market, which anyone who is offering mortgages, both banks and SACCOs, can originate a mortgage and get refinancing from KMRC. So that's leading to a more significant increase on the portfolio of mortgages available for us to refinance. With that kind of arrangement, we are seeing us going back to the markets sooner. Next year is an election year. Perhaps it may not be the right time to do that because the market timing is still a good thing to do. But we are likely to go back to the market in 2028. Now, we have an option, but that, of course, will be dependent or driven by our funding gap at that time. So that's why we'll at least issue one tranche, at least. That means we can do two. Right? But that will certainly be the maximum tranches that we'll be issuing. But we usually assess the pipeline of mortgages that we have, or demand for that matter. We look at the concessional funding we have, and then we equally look at, so how much market funding do we need? And when we identify the gap, that's actually when we come in to seal that gap. Because the issue here is that the concessional funds have to be slightly higher than the market funds, so that when you blend them, the average comes down. And so we have to keep managing that. We have a blending model that we actually use for that purpose.
Are you happy, first of all, with this fest?
We are very happy.
Yeah. Just checking.
An oversubscription of 300 is excellent.
It's very good. It's very good, And finally, and I love the fact that you've talked about the huge number of SACCOs coming in, even at the banks as well, which probably would broaden the reach in terms of the informal sector.
That's right.
Which are the majority in the country, may not have a pay slip to just show you up. So what are you doing to ensure that as well, there's people who as well make their living can also be part and parcel of this success? We are doing something more interesting, which is actually amazing. We have developed what we call a Kenya Mortgage Guarantee Fund. An institution that is separate from KMRC, but of course is run by KMRC, which we call a risk-sharing facility. The idea is to de-risk homeowners on the lower income, who are actually the majority. 84% plus of income earners in Kenya are actually people who do not have a regular payslip. They don't have a regular income. It could be a taxi driver, a guy who owns a shop, a guy who, running a little business, an MSME. And the greatest challenge is that they're actually considered by financial institutions as very high risk. And therefore, they don't even give them an opportunity to demonstrate their ability to pay a mortgage, because that's the most important thing, your ability to pay a loan that you can be granted. And the reason why they don't get that opportunity is that of informality. They don't have documents that demonstrate their credit worthiness, their credit history, which is so important for a financial institution to do an assessment. Now, so what we are doing is that when we created this Kenya Mortgage Guarantee Trust, which is the RSF or the risk sharing facility,
we expect this, and it's already actually ongoing, to de-risk those lower income households. The banks will now start seeing them as an attractive lot because we are guaranteeing their loans 40% on a first loss basis. So we are saying, if you generate a mortgage of 1,000, if this person defaults, we are going to pay 400 of that 1,000, which is 40%. The rest remains, of course, as a credit risk to the financial institution to enable them to originate a good mortgage. So if you cover 100%, then why will a financial institution sit and start reviewing that person?
They will not.
I'm guaranteed 100%. I can recover all my money whenever. So we wanted them to have a stake, which sometimes is called in jargon skin in the game.
Yes.
So they need to have that for them to help us in that process.
You're right.
So we are going down market. We are going to ensure that these financial institutions go there. And part of the funding we are mobilizing is also intentioned to go down that route and encourage them to apply to the Kenya Mortgage Guarantee Trust for them to get a cover on the credit risk.
I'm sure most would even be pushing to a higher percentage, like a 50% of the like. But before we close, viewers are watching and they see you, they hear this name, they're thinking a home. So can they go to your website? Is there a place they can go and they can know the institutions where they can go to, or probably even check the circles they can go to? Is that something they can do?
Absolutely.
Yes.
So apart from the institutions that work with KMRC, and even there's even a loan calculator so that you can know your status immediately before you even go there. You just look at your income, punch in some numbers on your income, and it generates for you how much loan you can qualify for before you go to a financial institution. Apart from that, we actually even have a listing of some properties based on credible information we obtained from people who are building. We cannot attest that they're actually, good for you or anything. We're just putting information out there so that if you want a home, then that's a reference point you check, and then that takes you now to where the property exactly is, and you go and check. And obviously now start thinking whether that's the kind of property you want to buy or something like that. So our website has a lot more information, and so we ask viewers, please go, and you should be able to get a lot of assistance. We are also even available on phone, on social media, I think, all form of social media. And we can be reached and we can support whenever someone needs help.
So there could be someone who says, I have a plot and I would like to put up something. Does KMRC, through its partners, support this kind of process?
Yes. We call it buy to build.
Buy to build.
You can actually take a loan, you buy a plot, and then you take a loan and do the construction. Part of that is actually known as incremental home development, because you buy the land, then you start construction, you go up. And KMRC supports that as well. So you can go to a financial institution, get all that, and KMRC will refinance the plot, home, construction that you're doing. Yes.
That's very good news. I have someone who has a plot and wants to do that.
They can be able to get that doing.
Thank you so much for your time. There you have it. It's all about owning your own particular home, or probably even helping others do the same thing. And we want to appreciate what the Kenya Mortgage Refinance Company is doing. There has been a conversation with the CEO, and he's very optimistic about really even making homes green. I mean, looking at matter sustainability and touching to the fabric of the social and really all matters ESG. Thank you so much for your time. I'll leave you now with the markets.
Good morning. We are now ready to begin. We are waiting for our keynote speakers just to get into the hall, and they'll be here any minute now. For those who are further back, just a kind request that you come a little bit to the front tables so that we can have a better conversation when we are seeing one another and talking to each other. So for now, we can leave the last two tables empty, then we can use the others. Otherwise, thank you so much for making it this to the 5th Kenya Affordable Housing Conference. And
So we are at the Kenya Mortgage Refinance Company. Tranche 1 of the medium-term note was very successful, and they just did another tranche 2, which this time around was based around sustainability. What are the plans around it? And even what did they do over that period of time with the first funds that they got? I'm here to have that chat with the CEO. Welcome to the Trading Bell. Joe, welcome to the show.
Thank you. Very nice to see you again.
Same to here. And first of all, let's start with the congratulations.
Thank you.
So your maiden bond in 2022 raised 1.4 billion shillings and was oversubscribed by 480%. Could you walk us through what the proceeds were deployed to and where did the money go?
So the 480% of our subscription was our inaugural bond.
Yeah.
In 2022.
Mm-hmm.
We got a very good reception from the market, which was actually amazing. It was a little bit of a surprise to us, but it was a pleasant one.
Okay.
And that's because it was our first time in the market. We didn't have a track record. We didn't have any form of guarantee or credit enhancement for that matter. But look, everyone trusted us that we have a model that works, and indeed it actually does. And we are offering an essential service.
Okay.
Now, we got funds that we utilized, and we actually fully disbursed within 1.5 years. Wow. But the way we do it is that we...
which is actually a very good thing for people to understand.
Yes.
Lest they come to your office.
Yes. The way we do it is we actually, of course, you know what we do, refinance mortgages.
Absolutely.
We are in the wholesale market as opposed to the retail, which is usually the financial institutions.
Yeah.
But we blend the funds. So we raise capital markets funds, which of course are not cheap.
Yeah.
And we blend with concessional funds. So before we issued the bond, we had already mobilized about 35 billion Kenyan shillings ahead of time, which is essentially the resources that we sought to blend with the capital markets funding. Yeah. And usually when you do that, you reduce the weighted average cost of funds, because here we're dealing with affordability, which is actually the biggest concern anyone will have in a market like Kenya.
Wow, that's very good. So maybe someone would ask, how would you rate it in terms of the deployment of the cash from since you did it till now when you felt you needed to come back again? How would you say the success rate was?
The success was excellent. I mean, the fact that we quickly got the kind of funds we needed only about 1.4 billion. We got over 8 billion. We started getting feedback from the market that, you know what, you should have had a green shoe option, and then you take all the money. But we really didn't want to do that because we have an issue that we needed to address, which is affordability. And so our first bond was actually a market tester. The full deployment of funds is an indication that the market is actually very receptive on the affordable housing part. We build a pipeline of mortgages or home loans that we refinanced, and the uptake has been extremely good.
Wow, lovely. You know, it has always been a case where we used to say that mortgages in the country have always been a very low percentage, and we appreciate the effort to bring it at very good costs. I've also seen some of the institutions you partner with giving it at single digits, and that's amazing.
That's right.
Now, let's move on a little bit. There's a word you've used there, blending, commercial blending, commercial bonds proceeds with concessional funds like DFIs. What does that blending look like in practice, and why is it critical to keep these rates affordable?
Yeah, so we have an issue of affordability, and that is mainly because of the kind of incomes we have in the country, particularly on the lower end of the market, which is essentially where the biggest challenge is. Now, we have concessional funds, but what we're really looking at is sustainability. How sustainable are the funds we have? Now, our sustainability strategy is actually predicated on local currency fundraisers. You know, that's why we go to the capital markets to raise funds locally, because that's sustainable. Concessional funds are good, but of course it's not sustainable. I mean, you can dry out whenever, anytime. So the blending we are talking about here is essentially getting a pot of lower cost funds, and we get a pot of higher cost funds. The lower cost funds is the concessional funds I'm talking about, which is the 35 or so billion that we had raised from the World Bank and the African Development Bank. Then we have the higher cost funds, which are usually capital markets funds, because of course they are higher cost. Now you put the two in a pot and you blend. I mean, that's the simplest way of saying it. Now, what you get is a lower weighted average cost of funds. So when you look at the higher cost funds, it was 12.5%. The lower cost funds we had was about 4%. Now we blended the two and we got a weighted average cost of about 5%. And that's how we then lend to the market. But what were we actually trying to solve? The biggest issue that we're actually trying to solve is the asset liability mismatch that we have in our markets. The asset liability mismatch is common with financial institutions, which are deposit funded, because deposits are short term. Now, when you put that in long-term assets like housing finance, then you run into a mismatch risk. And that mismatch risk usually prevents financial institutions from lending possibly to housing at scale. You know, they can only apply a certain quantum of funds for longer term assets. That means in their risk appetite, they can only take so much of risk on the mismatch. So what KMRC has come to do then is to actually remove that mismatch risk. So the blending extends the tenor of funds, right? And then it also reduces the cost, that is the interest rate. And that's why KMRC is lending in single digits. Any KMRC supported funds or home loans or mortgages in the market are actually in single digits, and they are even longer term. The other key thing we addressed was the variability of rates. So we also then started locking rates so that they are fixed rate. And the way we did that is we actually locked the financing, both the concessional and the that's capital markets funds. That's why you see our bond is fixed rate, right? It's fixed for the tenor, because we want to move the market to fixed rate home loans, and that actually addresses the risk of defaults, which happen from time to time. When markets change, the rates change.
So let's talk about the gap between tranche 1 and tranche 2. There was a whole 4 years. I'm sure there are so many lessons in between that you learned. And I'm sure even in tranche 2, you came well equipped with that. So anything that you may want to raise in terms of how you learned managing a capital markets program alongside an affordable housing mandate?
Yeah, thank you. So the difference on the duration between tranche 1 and tranche 2 was mainly just driven by macroeconomic conditions of the market. So and the lesson we learned there is market timing is critical. It's very, very essential to obviously ensure that you time the market. At the time, 2023 to 2025, inflation rates were high. Interest rates obviously tend to go up. The policy rates equally. Well, I mean, the central bank, of course, was trying to manage inflation, and therefore they tended to address their policy rates in that regard. And that just made it difficult for us to get to the market. We are we have sensitivities on costs. So cost of funds to us is some very sensitive issue that we actually had to address. So there was no way we can go to the market and issue a bond of 15%, for example, or 16%, based on the condition of the market at that time, because that significantly affects the cost at which we are going to extend financing to the market, and that creates an affordability issue. So we have to keep timing the market.
Get yourselves ready to
the right time was
to begin
actually
the program.
now when we went to the market.
Thank you very much for finding time.
I think we had actually earmarked
today
the market in
and tomorrow
2024.
to join us.
We again changed.
To
We said,
have
okay, we will go in
conversations
2025.
about
but when we assessed the market, we were not ready
policy
to
matters,
the
practical
kind of cost of
solutions
funds that we are going to attract at that
towards
time.
enabling every Kenyan in their home ownership journey. So, delegates, thank you very much for showing up. Please, we could appreciate our guests as they come in. They are walking through the door now. We could clap for our speakers and our keynote guests as they walk in. Thank you very much for being here and joining us for the 5th Kenya Affordable Housing Conference. We are here to interact, have conversations as stakeholders, and as we join one another in providing solutions to our home ownership journey. I will be your MC together with my co-host. I'm Olive Gitao, a staff at Kenya Mortgage Refinance Company, and it is such an honor for us to host you today for the next 2 days for this conference.
And my name is Deborah Masara. I also work at the Kenya Mortgage Refinance Company, and we are happy to host you today. We hope to have insightful conversations and, enjoy the facility as well.
And without much ado, we would like to be upstanding for our national anthem and the East African anthem so that we could be able to officially begin.
Afrika Mashariki, tuwezeshe kuishi kwa amani, tutimize na malengo yetu. Jumuiya yetu sote tuilinde, tuajibike, tuimarike, umoja wetu ni nguzo yetu, idumu jumuiya yetu.
and we appreciate you this morning. We will now go to the housekeeping rules to help us stay safe and be comfortable even as we interact at the Lake Naivasha Resort.
We would like to invite the hotel staff. Please come to the stage so they can tell us if we meet a kiboko, what do we do out there? So welcome, ladies.
Okay, good morning. Welcome to Lake Naivasha Resort, Superior Hotels Kenya, redefining hospitality. My name is Mary Chelangat, under Security Department. I will only take you through housekeeping department. First of all, when you exit the door, on your left, we have the washrooms on this side. When you exit the next door, we have our washroom next outside there, around the swimming pool. All our washrooms are usable to everybody. In case of anything, if you encounter any problem when using our washroom, please don't hesitate to call. We will leave our numbers. Anything you find it's not going on well, you will just get to inform us. I'm here with my colleague, the Department for Health and Safety. He will take you through. Thank you.
Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. Welcome to Lake Naivasha Resort, Superior Hotels Kenya, redefining hospitality. We are proud and glad to host you. We hope that your stay here will create memories that will last for you to come back once again. I'll start for the safety of wildlife animal, given that Lake Naivasha Resort is a resort that is situated within Naivasha in a wildlife conservance zone. Here, we live next to the lake. We have water hazard and the wildlife animal hazard. Kindly, when moving along the lake, be very careful. Follow the rules and regulations that will be given to you by the security officer deployed at that area. When you're going to the hippo feeding point, kindly ensure that we have one of our staffs there. Is either a coxswain or a security officer. Before you start taking your photos or going next to where they are when they are having their meals. Their meals are being served at 10:30 a.m. to around 11:30, and in the afternoon they get fed from 1 p.m. to around 2 p.m., and in the evening it starts from around 3:30 to 5 p.m. So when going there, you are allowed to take your pictures, but be cautious because they are wildlife and they have no friends. When going to take pictures at the chat, please don't go in a huge crowd. Make sure that you go in a manageable number so that you are able to do your photo shoot and come back safely. We don't want anybody of you to fall into the waters because you might not be having the life jackets. If you are using the boats to go to the highland or in the waters, ensure that you have your life jackets on. Make sure that your boat only carries not more than 7 people. If you add an extra person, should be the coxswain, making that boat to be carrying 8 people. When moving around within the premises, and maybe you are here, and God forbid, an emergency happens. When you exit using that side, the 2 exit points, immediately the field there serves as our fire assembling point. So our fire assembling point is there. You can also use this as an emergency exit. When you exit, just turn left, proceed to the other side. You find yourself at the fire assembling point. The nearest first aid kit when you are here, one is at the Acacia Restaurant reception. You will find one there. And we have another one at the pool area. Those are the nearest first aid kits that we have. If you want to use the swimming pool, kindly ensure that you follow the rules and regulations that are being given by the lifeguards at that point. If you are in accommodation with us, ensure that you use the safes that are in your room for the proper keeping of your valuables. Make sure that your password is so private, none other than you yourself knows it. When you are coming in at the gate, you did what we call registration. kindly, I'm here to assure you that your details are safe with us. Nobody else is going to access those details apart from the security department. The reason why we check those security details, they will help us in case we have an incident at the parking area, it is involving your car. It will be part of the details that we will use to assist you before the person who may be accidentally damaged your car, or if your vehicle has a flat tire, and we will be able to assist you. So what happens if you are feeling unwell and you are within our facility? Kindly make sure that you liaise with the reception, your coordinator, of the numbers that we will give you. Call for help. Somebody will come to assist you. We have partnered with Nairobi Hospital, Nairobi Women's Hospital, Aga Khan Hospital, Naivasha District Hospital, and Kichabe Mission Hospital. We'll be able to transport you to the nearest medical facility of your choice for you to get any medical agency that you may be needing. Any question? Whenever you feel like there's something you wanted to know and we haven't touched on it. The premises is very safe. Your room is very safe. Ensure that when you are going out or you have seen somebody inside, they don't have a badge that has a superior logo. That is not our staff. You have a right to raise a concern. If you see somebody who is not putting on a tag that you have been given by your team, please raise a concern. That is not your participant. There is a need for us to question that person. But your belongings inside here are very much safe. Enjoy your stay with us. The numbers that you can call in case you have an emergency: 0790 152 796. 0790 152 796. 0710 555 780. 0710 555 780. Thank you so much. Enjoy your stay with us.
Wow, let us give a round of applause for that. That was very comprehensive. Wonderful. Just for another set of housekeeping, please, for your comfort, keep your mobile phone on silent. Please wear your badge at all times, just like the security has told us, so that we're able to identify you. And then during question and answer, please keep your question short and concise so that we're able to read it out. For the sake of question and answer, we will be able to use the app, and we'll also take some from the floor. So as much as possible, go to the session on your app. There's a Q&A button there. Type your questions there, and we'll be able to go through them during the sessions. So just a quick one. We want to promote this event on our socials. And remember, this is a digital world. We want our presence to also be felt out there. So quickly take a selfie with your neighbor.
Yes.
Kindly.
Please
as you say
get out
hello
your phones.
and know each other. Take out your phones. Take a quick selfie.
This
Hashtag
is
Kenya
a one
Affordable Housing
time.
Conference 2026. KAHC 2026.
That's it.
Please make sure to tag Kenya Mortgage Refinance Company. I can see you're doing that very well. The view from here is wonderful. We are also doing it. So make sure to tag Kenya Mortgage Refinance Company, and there will be goodies for those ones who will repost and post. And we will give you something later in the day.
Yes, the most active social media delegate here, you shall get an award at the end of the day. So this is the one time we are allowing you to use your phones in the room. We will request that you keep your phones on silent. I know many of us are approvers, or you're waiting to get a report on a project. So we understand that work needs to continue. So just keep your phones on silent, and you're free to pick your calls in between the sessions as you walk outside. So thank you very much. We invite you to network, exchange contacts. I noted we all sat with people we are familiar with, but we will give you an assignment. By the end of the day, there will be another award. The person who will have made the most number of new contacts today, and you will come here in front and name them. So we have to verify. You will get an award for the most active networking delegate. So that is your assignment as we begin this. So to help us also break ice, we've done that with the selfie. I'd like you to ask a question to your neighbor. We are here for conversation. If you could solve one housing challenge in Kenya today, just one, what would it be? In 30 seconds. Don't make a concept note. No. Not a paragraph. Just one thing. If it's a problem you want to solve, what would it be? 30 seconds. Counting down. 25. 20. 15. There are tables, I can't see people talking to their neighbors. 10. 5. Okay, 30 seconds are over. So, okay, let's come back. Thank you. I can see people are very enthusiastic in their conversations. We can come back to the conference and listen to the MC in front. Thank you for being very enthusiastic and just speaking to one another. So, tell me, in your conversations, how many had the word finance mentioned? And? Okay, there was finance. How many had the word land mentioned? Yes, very good. So we have finance, we have land. How many had title deeds? Okay, I can see we have similar ideas coming up. So, and that is why we are here today, is to have conversations about those problems that we want to provide practical solutions. Because housing is not just about buildings, it's about dignity, finance, access, land, sustainability, security, and even opportunity. Over to you.
Right, so to formally welcome us to this conference, I would like to welcome Mr. Johnston Oltetia, who is our the KMRC's Chief Executive Officer and Managing Director, to deliver the welcome remarks and to take over the official protocol role. Ladies and gentlemen, please let us give a round of applause for Mr. J.O.
Thank you, ladies. It was a fun session to start with. I'm trying to think about a joke. But I've realized housing is no joke, so let's just be serious. His Excellency, Mr. David Kones, Deputy Governor of Nakuru County, who is representing the governor of this beautiful county today. The Principal Secretary, State Department for Housing and Urban Development, Mr. Charles Hinga, who is joining us virtually. Distinguished speakers, and please allow me to mention a few who are traveling from far, representing the Japan Housing Finance Agency, we have Mr. Yuji Date. Mr. Yuji Date is also the chairman of an association called ISMA, International Secondary Mortgage Markets Association. Institutions like MRC have an association, and he is the chairman of the World Housing Finance Association. We also have our counterpart from TMRC, Tanzania Mortgage Refinance Company, Mr. Eli Bariki, who is the CEO of TMRC. We have someone from APSA South Africa. I don't know whether she's here, but I think she is. Oh yeah, very well. We have a delegation from Namibia who are benchmarking with us this week. They will be with KMRC after this. And then of course we have other speakers who are with us here from our local institutions. We certainly recognize you. We have development partners, particularly represented here by Shelter Afrique Development Bank. My friend Habib, CEO, is here. I think there is a lady from the World Bank, Elizabeth Kibaki. Thank you very much. Investors, housing practitioners, innovators, and delegates from across Africa. I certainly also want to recognize our gold sponsors, KCB and Stanbic. KCB is represented by the Director of Mortgages, Wanjeri, you here. And Stanbic, I think, is represented by Abraham Ogenge, who is here with us. Thank you very much. So ladies and gentlemen, good morning. Welcome to the 5th Kenya Affordable Housing Conference. 5 years ago, we started this conference with a simple but an ambitious conviction that affordable housing cannot be solved by any single institution, sector, or government agency. It requires a platform where policymakers, financiers, developers, regulators, investors, technologies, and communities come together to challenge assumptions, share solutions, and drive action. That platform is the Kenya Affordable Housing Conference. Today, as we gather under the theme Scaling the Base, Creating Inclusive and Sustainable Housing Solutions, we are not meeting to discuss a future possibility. We are meeting to accelerate a transformation that is already underway. The true measure of a conference is not the quality of speeches delivered, but the impact created after the microphones are switched off. Over the last 5 editions, this conference has helped shape critical conversations that have translated into tangible outcomes. We have seen stronger public-private partnership, deeper engagements between government and the financial sector, growing adoption of green finance or green affordable finance, and climate resilient housing practices, increased focus on housing finance innovation, and stronger regional collaboration around affordable housing solutions. More importantly, affordable housing has moved from being a social aspiration to becoming a mainstream economic and development priority. We have witnessed the emergence of new financing models, the expansion of mortgage and housing finance products across the country, growing investor interest in the sector, and a national commitment to increasing housing supply at scale. These are not theoretical discussions. They are real developments that are changing lives, creating jobs, and strengthening our economy. Yet, we must be honest with ourselves. The housing deficit remains significant. Millions of families aspire to own access and decent housing. Financing remains out of reach for many households. Construction, particularly construction costs, remain high. Urbanization continues to outpace housing supply. Climate change is demanding that we rethink how we design, finance, and build our cities. This is why the 5th conference is perhaps our most important yet. The question before us is no longer whether affordable housing is important. That debate is settled. The question is, how do we scale faster? How do we move from pilots to mass delivery? How do we unlock more private capital? How do we make housing finance work for low and middle income households? And how do we ensure that every shilling, every euro, every dollar, every yen is invested delivers measurable impact for Kenyan families? Over the next 2 days, I challenge all of us to move beyond diagnosing problems. We know the challenges. We have discussed many of them before. What we need now are commitments, partnerships, investments, innovations, and policies that can be implemented immediately and scaled rapidly. What do we expect from us from KMRC? By the end of this conference, we would like to see 4 outcomes. Number 1, clear, actionable solutions for expanding affordable housing finance, particularly for underserved households. Second, stronger partnerships between government, financiers, developers, investors, and development partners to accelerate housing delivery. Number 3, practical pathways for scaling green, resilient, and sustainable housing without increasing the cost burden on home owners. And number 4, a renewed commitment to measurable action with each stakeholder leaving this conference knowing exactly what contribution they will make before we meet again next year. Ladies and gentlemen, the decisions we make here over the next 2 days have the potential to shape how millions of families live, work, and prosper for generations to come. Let this conference be remembered not for the conversations we've had, but for the actions we inspired, the partnerships we forged, and the homes that will ultimately be built because of what begins here today. With that, I warmly welcome you again to the 5th Kenya Affordable Housing Conference and wish all of us fruitful deliberations. Thank you. Before I leave the stage, I would like to invite our partner, friend, and actually shareholder, the CEO of Shelter Afrique Development Bank, to give his remarks.
Thank you, sir. Thank you. Please give a sound round of applause to my good brother, Johnston Oltetia, CEO and Managing Director of KMRC, the Kenyan Mortgage Refinance Company. Dear Director David Kones, representing the Governor of Nakuru County, Mrs. Susan Kihika, my dear brother, Principal Secretary of Housing and Urban Development, Charles Hinga, who is online with us today. Pleasure to have you. And development partners, especially the ones coming from very far. We have our Japanese colleagues and partners that are in the room as well as some of our other institutions that we also invested in, TMRC, Tanzania Mortgage Refinance Company, and I see many other financial institutions in the room. Welcome to all of you. Captains of industries in the room as well, distinguished delegates, ladies and gentlemen, all protocols observed. I think I normally have a background PowerPoint that should be running while I'm speaking. So today we are very happy to be here because, first of all, KMRC, has been cooked in the kitchen to basically take us to where we are today. And we are very proud to see that KMRC is taking the charge to run this Kenya Affordable Housing Conference, and it's been going on for the 5th year. So again, round of applause, congratulations to KMRC, the leadership and management team. We are very proud. When I got into this country in 2016, I was still with the IFC, the International Finance Corporation, and the World Bank Group. I was told we had only 25,000 mortgages in the country. There's no zero missing. 25,000 mortgages in a country of more than, 50 million? More than 54 million people? So I wondered myself, I said, what is wrong? 54 million people, 25,000 mortgages. And then I started to drive around Nairobi, and I saw developments everywhere. Houses being built, buildings coming up. And my question was, so how are they financing these homes? How are people financing these? We only have 25,000 mortgages. Then I discovered basically that Kenya, as always, has been at the forefront of innovation. Kenya has the most energetic and buoyant credit cooperative market, SACCOs. So we discovered the SACCOs, and we realized actually SACCOs are financing a lot of the housing developments in the country. So we said, look, how can we now scale up and help those institutions like SACCOs and the banks address the housing gap, which we all know in Kenya is 2 million and plus housing gap, which is growing by 200,000 every year. So 200,000 homes are needed every single year without accounting for the backlog, which is about 2 million. So you can see the size of the challenge. And we all know most of the market is actually at the lower income side of the market, right? So 80% of the market is actually informal, earning informal income. And this is across the continent. It's not just in Kenya. And the continent, just to give you some perspective, has more than 50 million housing deficits also. And the mortgage penetration rate, which is below 3%. And this is actually very generous because most countries is below 1%. the mortgage penetration rate. So the model that has been built over the years hasn't been adequate and appropriate to the African market, in particular Kenya. So when I talked about the SACCOs earlier, you know, these are savings and credit cooperatives, and we have a lot of international representations in the room. So it's important to understand that such institutions in Kenya have been financing the economy and financing housing for years. So this time we said, you know, the way we've been setting up and financing mortgage refinancing companies globally, not just in Africa, we need to change our way of thinking. We need to readapt the way of thinking. So we said, you know, KMRC needs to have banks, yes, but also SACCOs. The savings and credit cooperatives need to be part of it. So today we are very happy and proud to see that it's happening. 11 SACCOs, 10 banks, and KMRC is actually having impact. So this is a great achievement for KMRC, and we're very happy about that. But now, we need to look at the realities of our markets, right? Prior slide, please. You know, our economies, you know, are very informal. Prior slide, if you can go back to the prior slide. Yes, please. So, as I said, the conventional finance market is more formal, is documented employment, you know, reliable land records, long-term funding, etc. But at the African markets, we have exactly a different environment, right? Incomes are informal, mostly. Land titling, most of the time, is not there. It's not, you know, formal land titling. You have other type of sort of land documentations that are there. Short-term liquidity on bank balance sheets, and high cost of financing. So how do we address this mismatch, right, in terms of the reality in the market? Next slide now, please. So we need to think about the new housing finance architecture. You see, today everybody talks about the new African financial architecture for development, NAFAD, which has been developed by the African Development Bank, which is our anchor shareholder as well at Shelter Afrique and the founding institution of Shelter Afrique. But for us in the housing space, we need to think about the new housing finance architecture. And for that, we need to think outside of the box, be more creative, and think about innovations. So how can we drive this housing agenda? We need to address blended finance, because we just looked at it earlier. Cost of financing is very high in our economies. And this is not the fault of the housing sector. It's the nature of the economies we're in. The macro is not helping the housing sector. Interest rates are very high in our markets. Inflation rates are very high. So all those are given sort of data and given realities that all of us in this room have to deal with. Okay? So because of that, we need to find smart ways of identifying cheaper cost of funding that we can come and blend with our most expensive local source of funding. Then alternative underwriting criteria need to be developed, right? We need to think outside of the box. How do we underwrite mortgages beyond looking at it from a traditional perspective where you have formal income? I just talked about 80% of the population earning informal income. So we cannot underwrite those people the same way we underwrite somebody who has a paycheck, okay? And that's where the masses are. That's where the biggest chunk of the 2 million housing deficit is sitting. So if we don't address that, we're not addressing the elephant in the room. You know, historically, the way banks used to lend to, the private sector was just focusing on big corporates. Because big corporates had a balance sheet, income statement, etc. It was easy to address. And then over the years, we saw that actually SMEs were the ones developing the countries and the economies. So the question was how to lend to SMEs. And a lot of these SMEs did not even have a balance sheet. They didn't have income statement. So this is also maybe giving a little credit here for my prior employer, IFC, the International Finance Corporation, now started to work with local banks across the globe to say you cannot be underwriting loans to the SMEs the same way you're underwriting loans for big corporates. So you have to adapt your product to the SMEs. So that's where now we started to work with the banks to develop the SME underwriting criteria, helping SMEs build their own balance sheet and build income statement, etc., on the basis of which now you can lend as banks to those SMEs. So the same reality, the same situation is happening today in the housing sector. The way we've been lending to the formal sector has to be different now with the way we're going to lend to the informal income earners. And some of the countries like India has been very successful at that. Now they're underwriting low-income, informal income earners differently. They have credit scoring matrices that are very different and that are very adapted to the informal income earners. They will go and find the lady who's selling her milk in the village, assess how much she's earning, and then based on that, determine how much she can pay and how much she can borrow and lend to her for home ownership. She doesn't have any paycheck, any pay slip. She's earning informal income. So these are the sort of innovations that we need to bring to our markets. Alternative underwriting, capital market development. I'm not going to go into that in more details because KMRC has been issuing bonds, green bonds, etc. And some of the discussion we've been having with our Japanese colleagues also is going into international markets and issuing, foreign currency bonds in those markets, which assumes now international rating and all of that. So this we can do in some of the markets where you have lower interest rates and bring into our African context here. And then green housing obviously can help us get access to cheaper funding with some of those global green funds. Digital transformation is key for us to really address the housing challenges, especially in remote areas where you need to get access to technology to underwrite mortgages, for instance. Strategic partnerships, we cannot do it alone. We have to do it all together. So, the next slide. So the way we address it at Shelter Africa Development Bank is through the 4 pillars of our strategy. We finance financial institutions, banks in the room, are clients of ours. We finance developers through our project finance group, addressing the supply side of the business. We finance PPPs with governments, sovereign at the national level, but at the state and county levels as well. By the way, I'm accompanied by a team here in the room. Monsurat, our head of fund management, head of project finance group, if you can raise your hand. So Monsurat is heading our project finance group as well. And she comes from Nigeria, where they have developed with family homes funds, lending to the states, right? Different governments within the country. These are some of the things that we can replicate with the counties in Kenya. And urban regeneration would also fall under that, where we can really also do urban retrofitting of some of the developments. Finally, fund management group, where we have thematic areas, which are impact areas in terms of green climate resilience, SME trade, housing finance, value chain financing, migrants and refugees, diaspora funding. So some of those innovative areas where we can mobilize funding in that area. And finally, we leverage our viral model to address the housing constraints across the value chain. So viral stands for vision, institutions, regulations, actors, and local initiatives. And we have other tools like the municipality housing toolkit, which can be applied to the counties as well. The project preparation facilities, we have signed with some of our Alliance of African Multilateral Financial Institutions to generate about $2 billion of housing projects through PPF. That's something that we are developing as we speak. Next slide, please. So we really want to commend again, and I covered this, what Kenya is doing. This is the home of M-Pesa. When I came to Kenya the first time, I was so impressed that M-Pesa was working so well for financial inclusion. everybody got in place M-Pesa. You know, so I think the same way Kenya has been at the forefront at the digital payment area, we can do the same thing in the housing space. And that's exactly what has started with the housing sector, with KMRC and the Kenya Affordable Housing Program, with all these things that I have highlighted here. You know, domestic resource mobilized, housing positioned as both social priority and growth driver, and most importantly, job creation. We understand that 300,000 jobs have been or in the process of being created already. So beyond just having shelter, we're creating jobs, and that's very key. So in terms of KMRC, you know, where Shelter Africa is a proud shareholder today with 11% shares, we are very happy to see that KMRC, beyond financing, is also being really a market enabler, really playing the role of the Mortgage Bankers Association in other countries. Next slide, please. So, as I said, we have in the room the Japan Housing Finance Agency, with whom we are working on a partnership for the continent, the National Housing Bank in India, to basically bring the technology of underwriting informal income. Is something we are pushing for the continent, the digital mortgage systems as well, all that for financial inclusion. Next slide, please. Next slide. Yeah, so this is basically how we think we can drive this program through all the stakeholders, governments, financial institutions, developers, and development partners. And what is really key for us is to partner with all of those stakeholders, you know, to de-risk investment and crowd in private capital to scale up affordable housing at the base. Next slide. So the shift in mindset also has to go from financing single projects to systems, more scalable projects. And this is working with the counties and the state governments. Traditional lending, moving from that to innovative financing, as I mentioned earlier, and then going from fragmented interventions into more integrated approach, bringing both supply and demand together. And one of the things that, you know, we've been working on also is to develop financing schemes for different sort of trade groups, right? Or even cooperative groups to allow basically scaling, you know, for instance, housing for teachers, for doctors, like we've done in Mombasa, where Shelter Africa has a great development called KMA. This is for the Kenya Medical Association, which really, I was impressed a couple of weeks ago. I was there visiting the University of Mombasa, and I visited the site of our project, where you had some doctors who were basically testifying that thanks to that development, they actually moved to Mombasa and serving in Mombasa. So this means that you are bringing, you know, professionals into the counties thanks to the housing projects that you're developing. So that's key for development. Next slide. That's all for me. And I would like to thank you again so much for your attention, and looking forward for an exciting 2 days of deliberations, and looking forward to more partnership before we leave this, this conference. Thank you so much.
Let's appreciate Habib again. So moving on, we go to the delivery equation, and to help paint a picture of how that equation is being solved, we invite the person who is carrying the load on affordable housing in Kenya, the position that I keep telling my team that I don't envy. The PS, State Department for Housing and Urban Development, Mr. Charles Hinga, who is joining us virtually. PS, you're welcome to make your address. Is he on? Can anyone see? It's very interesting to see something you don't see.
Joe, can you hear me?
Yes, we can hear you very well, PS. Please proceed.
And you can see me too, or you don't need to see me, you can, whichever works better.
You are very loud. Go on.
Okay, I'm not sure very loud is very good, but let me get started.
And we can see you.
Okay, can I proceed?
Please do.
Thank you. The Deputy Governor of Nakuru County, the CEO of KMRC, our representative from the National Treasury and other ministries, our development partners, leaders of financial institutions, housing developers and investors, representative of county government who are our partners in this journey, members of the professional fraternity, distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, good morning. It is a pleasure to join you at the Kenya Affordable Housing Conference 2026 for a conversation that goes to the heart of Kenya's development agenda. I commend KMRC and all partners converging in this important conference, which is both timely and appropriate. Kenya does not simply need more houses. It needs more affordable homes, more home ownership opportunities, more housing finance, more jobs, more cohesive communities, and a housing sector that is capable of delivering at scale. This is the delivery equation we must address. The affordable housing pillar under the government's bottom-up economic transformation agenda has moved beyond being a policy proposition. We now have over 280,000 housing units under construction countrywide, with a contract value of approximately 731.5 billion Kenya shillings. I have on my desk another almost 300 billion worth of new contracts, meaning that we are going to go beyond the 1 trillion shilling mark in terms of the contract that will be under construction. This has generated well over 640,000 direct and indirect jobs, thereby impacting communities. When we build a housing project, we are not only constructing apartments, we are creating demand for cement, steel, timber. We have got doors, windows, electric fittings, plumbing, transport, professional services, fabrication, landscaping, furniture, and a wide range of local goods and services. Let me give you a little bit of context for you to be able to understand what that means. As we sit right now, the new financial year has just come into play. And on my desk right now, I have got certificates of over 8 billion Kenya shillings that I am processing as we speak. That is 8 billion Kenya shillings that is going to be injected into the economy in just 1 month. Just think of that scale. And that is what the economists, when they say that we need to focus on the economies of housing rather than the four walls and the roof, that is exactly what they meant. It is because of the huge multiplier effect investing in housing, it means that money is circulating at the lowest level of our society. I have had a chance to have debates, whether it's on my high school WhatsApp group, university WhatsApp group, and I know the kind of discourse that is going on out there about this housing program. Of course, it is not a very popular program at the moment because what everybody looks at is the pay slip. And I understand that. And I have a lot of respect for every Kenyan who is contributing towards this particular agenda. But the conversation that we're having here today, when you listen to the protagonists, most of them, they say that, when CBK or National Treasury talks about the macroeconomics of a country, and we say that the macroeconomics of our country are sound, they say that the most important economics is what translates into money in the pocket. And I can understand why. But ladies and gentlemen, it is important that we pause and ask ourselves a very fundamental question. And I think in this room, personally, I'm not an economist. I did Economics 101, 102, 201, and 202 when I was at the university. And we learned about all these different economic models and so on and so forth. But today we need to talk about what we call common sense economics. What does common sense economics say? The most topical question today in our country is about creation of jobs. Unemployment has reached unprecedented levels. We have got huge levels of poverty in our country. We have an economy that has systematic challenges. And let me cite one or two of those challenges. One, and those are our realities, and we must live within our realities. The first one is, and when you listen to even some of the leading opposition candidates, they talking of, oh no, we don't need more housing. When you listen to them, they're saying that Kenya doesn't have a housing problem, Kenya has an income problem. And on that note, I agree with them. We have an income problem. But do we have a silver bullet of fixing that income problem when the dichotomy of our economy right now is such that 85% of the jobs that are being created by our own economy today are informal. Only 15% of all working class people are formal. How then do you wake up and change that? Because that is a systemic issue. We are a low-wage society. That is also a fact. But there is no any amount of prophesying and speaking in tongues or laying hands or any other thing that you can do to the economy that is going to double the wage rates. So it is important to contextualize that whatever challenges that we have, they need to be solved within that ecosystem. So we don't have a quick fix to the 85-15 ratio of informal to formal jobs. We don't have it. We don't have a quick fix to the fact that every year we have got 800,000 young people that are joining job market every year. And when they join the job market, what do they find? They find the 85-15. We have 500,000 people who are moving from rural areas to urban areas in search of a high quality of life. That is another fact. And when they come to the urban areas, what do they find? They find a place where rents are very expensive. They find where wages are very low. And they find where there is not enough supply of housing stock. And as they move in, they form the next informal settlement and the next informal settlement. So, ladies and gentlemen, we can disagree, and that is fair enough. We can disagree on how to fix our problems. You may have better ideas. You may have a different approach. And that is why conferences like this ones are important, because it is probably the largest amalgamation of brain power that is solely focused on housing meets every year. And we want to listen to better ideas. We want to, I have listened to my brother Habib talk about partners from Japan. We have others from India and from all over the world. I think one of his directors is from Nigeria. We need to look at all these solutions, what everybody else has done. But at the end of the day, we need to solve it within our own realities. So, ladies and gentlemen, the way to fix that kind of an economy is, the jury is out there. In terms of this government, we have put forth a plan, and a plan that we believe is working. Because for the first time, we have a government that has a real plan on how to create jobs or how to stimulate jobs that are being created. As we speak right now, we have said that we have almost between 640 and 1 million young people that are already making a living from this housing program. As I address you this morning, I have just awarded, listen to this, I have just awarded for 9 items, including lifts, sanitary ware. We have got solar street lighting. We have got all these mechanical plumbing items, 9 of them, to a value of 1.2 trillion Kenya shillings over the next 10 years. And this time around, the award for these finishes is not just about supply. It's not going to get the best price from China or from India and bring lifts to Kenya. No. Because of the huge scale, the large economies of scale that this affordable housing program has created, our total demand of lifts, if I may use that as an example, at the moment, our annual demand of lifts in the entire country is 750 pieces, 750 every year. Under the affordable housing program, the next 10 years, we will need 58,000 lifts. And we went to the market and we asked the lift market, what is it that we need to do for you to start manufacturing certain components of lifts here in Kenya? What is it that we need to do for you to start assembling some of the components here, right here in Kenya? And they told us, if you can be able to have a predictable scale, we will come and invest. Now, that was when we were doing our roadshows. Then we went out on tender. And in my tender, for not just supply, but it is for setting up to manufacture, and because I need to guarantee an order book. I put a ceiling of 7 companies. So the maximum companies I want to entice to come and set up here in Kenya was 7. I had 29 big companies from all over the world, from Korea to China to India, South Africa, that bid for this work. I have already awarded the 7. And ladies and gentlemen, the next chapter of creating high quality jobs has begun. That is how to solve an economy. Instead of just talking down on it, you must have a plan. You must work towards actualizing that plan. And this is how this program is now going to create for all our engineers, whether they are mechanical, electrical, who today, some of them can't find a job. Today, with this program, they will not only find a job, but it is going to be a well-paying job. We are going to get the skills transferred here. So ladies and gentlemen, that is why the economists tell us that if you want to disrupt the market, if you want to do something on your economy, housing is a good place to invest, but it has got to be at scale. So, ladies and gentlemen, we are not just delivery units, and that is not how we want to measure ourselves by just the number of units. The real test is whether those units now can be occupied. And that is why my good friend Joe knows I have a lot of time for him. And even now, when I'm on leave, I could have said, look, let me ask my Secretary Housing to come and read this speech on my behalf. But I wanted to be here. And it's a pity that I'm not there with you, because it is an important conversation that you're having. This is not just about another conference. I am so invested in this program. I'm invested in it emotionally. My whole life, I just breathe and live housing. And I believe that we have started to turn the tide. And we'll get to that shortly. But for us to be able to address those issues, there are key things that we must be able to address. Of course, we must address the issues of land. We must address the issues of the cost of construction. We must address the issues of finance. We must address the issues of affordability. And we must then address the issue of ownership. If we build houses that people cannot afford, we have not solved the housing problem. If we provide financing without sufficient housing supply, okay, we have still not solved the problem. If we build houses without infrastructure, without water, without electricity, without accessibility, and now, in our case, we have got 2 new utilities. Beyond the first 3 utilities of water and sanitation, electricity and access, in our program, we have added fixed high-speed broadband connectivity as a utility. We have also added clean cooking in form of gas as a utility. Those are minimum requirements in terms of the aspirational housing that we are putting. And every development that we are making as well, it must be accompanied by social infrastructure, because this is about lives. It's about how our people live. Our aspiration is to ensure that people can walk to school. That is why every development that we are putting up, there is an ECD, and we're investing in increasing the number of classrooms around the development, or we are building new schools. We are investing in hospital infrastructure, because we don't want people to have to take another public transport, whether it is matatu, boda boda, for you to go and access healthcare. That is why when you visit our development at Mukuru, you'll be able to see that they have a level 4 hospital. You can deliver there, you can be admitted there. You know, we have a fire station within that particular settlement. We have CCTV camera. We have playing facilities. You have recreational facilities like a basketball court. We are now putting 2 soccer 6-a-side pitches. You know, this is what we are talking about. It is high quality of living, but it must still be affordable. So we are not we as government are looking at affordable housing program, not merely as a construction program. We are looking at it as an economic transformation instrument. For me, the housing equation, if we have to solve it, I know our good friends from the World Bank are there, and I every time I have a meeting with them, and I want to say that the World Bank, you have been true partners in this journey. You know, you have put your money where your mouths are, and that is the World Bank Group. You know, but it began with a plan that you put together. And I want to challenge you at the World Bank to go and review a paper that you put in the year 2017. It was titled Unaffordable and Unavailable. And you highlighted about 8 areas that either at a policy level that needs to be addressed, at a delivery level, you would say that as long as we don't address those issues, we will not be able to attain the dream of affordable housing. And we've taken those 8, we've collapsed them into 5 must do. 1, we have said, is that land is the main factor. And we need to make sure that it is well located, it is properly planned, and it is well serviced. That is why, as a government, we have looked at land as one of the major interventions, because land in Kenya is very expensive. And we have made land available at no cost to the homeowner. We are taking public land which we are holding in trust for you. We are developing it, and we are not factoring the cost of land to the cost of the unit. We must also then address the issue of building at scale. Because, ladies and gentlemen, as my good friend Habib has said, when there is a disconnect, because our numbers show that we have less than 30,000 bank finance mortgages. But when you walk around Nairobi, you can see developments coming up, and we do definitely have more than 30,000 homeowners. We have a unique, we have a unique housing market. But for us to be able to address, for example, the fact that 70% of all our urban dwellers today live in an informal settlement, and others live in tenements, and that those that live in decent housing are only just about 3%. It means that whatever we do, it has to be at scale. That is why you have a development like Mukuru, which is over 13,000 units. You have Soweto, Kibera, phase 2, 4,500, and now we are doing phase 3, which is going to be another 15,000 in Southland, another 15,000 in Mathare Valley. We are doing another. In Nairobi alone, we are doing over 100,000 units of the 280 that I mentioned are being done in Nairobi. So we need to do them at scale. And scale is important because I have mentioned about, I've given the example of the lifts. But again, I had a chance, or again through the World Bank, I traveled to Korea. And it was a study tour that I went for. And I met people in Korea, manufacturers who are making what is called aluminium formwork. And it means you can be able to build at scale and faster. And I asked them the question, what will it take you for you to come and set up in Kenya? And they told me that At the moment, they had 2 offices, one in Vietnam and another one in India for their factories. Obviously, the economic conditions need to be good. You need to have access to labor, but they need to have access to market. At the moment, the Kenyan market is being served from India or from Vietnam. And so is the whole of African program. When I showed them the kind of scale that we're doing, and I managed to get a few developers to go to Korea. Right now, I have got about 8 developments that are using aluminum formwork or another form of formwork technology for us to be able to build at scale. Again, the conversation now is we are hitting good scale. They want to start looking at setting up here in Kenya. And if they set up in Kenya, it means that we can be able to supply the whole of Africa. As I said, we need to reduce the cost of construction. We need to reduce shorten the delivery time. That's why we need technology. And of course, we need to have affordable financing. This word affordability, ladies and gentlemen, is not just another nice word. It is the most important word in this conference. And it needs to be defined from the perspective of a household. We have to agree that our objectives must be aligned to develop housing products and financing models that reflect the actual incomes and circumstances of Kenyan households, so that what the conversation we're having, that Kenya does not have a housing problem, we have an income problem. Can we be able to solve those two? Can we be able to solve the housing problem in Kenya within our confines? That, to me, I think is the big question I want to pose to all of us here. We have proven that we can be able to do that. When you go and take a lady like Jerushka, who is what we call owner number 1 at Mukuru housing program, where she came from an informal settlement. Where she was paying 3,000 shillings per month for a tin or iron sheet dilapidated, shack that rains. When there is a rain, it leaks in the house. You have got you're jumping over sewer lines and so on and so forth. Today, she's paying the same amount of money, but she has a house where she has running water. She has her own toilet. She used to share a toilet with 40 other people. She now has the dignity of her own toilet and bathroom. She has got her own clean cooking gas at the same price that she was paying for a shack. Ladies and gentlemen, that is the transformational power of this particular program. So the question is not about that we have an income problem. It is true we have an income problem. But can we be able to solve our housing challenges within the confines of our income challenges? And we have proven that that can be done. But that ambition requires a fundamental transformation in our housing finance ecosystem. For us to be able to give Jerushka a house where she's only paying 3,000 Kenya shillings a month, we have had to address 2 fundamental issues on the demand side financing. One is the interest rate. For Jerushka to afford her house at 3,000, the mortgage or the interest rate needs to be at 3%. Ladies and gentlemen, you live in this country, you know where our market is at the moment. We also needed to make sure that she has a long period of time to be able to pay. And that's why we have given her 30 years. Ladies and gentlemen, that is what this housing levy has enabled us to do. It has allowed us to create a long-term mortgage that is fixed and at low interest rate of 3%. When KMRC brings us together here today, what they have done in the market was the first step towards fixing the broken mortgage market. But KMRC mortgage is somewhere between 9 and 9.5. It's still a single-digit mortgage. What we need to address in this conference is that while we celebrate that achievement, and then I'm sure Kenyans today, if you have a Kenyan who has a KMRC-funded mortgage and a normal mortgage, in the period of 2023, 2024, when the interest rates, some of them went up as high as 20%, and a lot of people lost their homes. The person who had a KMRC-funded house paid the same amount of money. That is the power of transformation. But we need to do more. We need to ask ourselves, with KMRC, with the Affordable Housing Board, with our development partners, how then can we be able to move the interest rate so that we're able to get households that can only afford 3,000 Kenya shillings, and we can be able to do it at 3%. That is the challenge that I'm going to pose to you. And I hope that, Joe, that in this conference, if you talk to my good friend Habib, he'll tell you that every time they have an annual meeting, they normally have a declaration. So I hope, Joe, that you're going to have a declaration, an Naivasha declaration this year. And part of that declaration is that we must aspire to do much more and try to see how then we move from 9% to the person who is at 3%. Where do we need to go? Who do we need to crowd in? How do we use the housing levy to cover some of that gap? And so that you can come up with what Habib had in his presentation, a blended form of finance. I need to move to now discussing some rather more interesting conversation with and a hard-working young man that I believe is really going to take this program to the next level. So, ladies and gentlemen, you will get a chance to interact with Joe and his team. We're building, as we speak right now, we are building a very strong team that will be able now to take this program to the next level. Now, I have a couple of things I want to throw to you as homework. So, Joe, I hope you have a pen and paper, and everybody in the room has a pen and paper, because I want, at the end of this conference, for you to come back to me with some very tangible solutions. Number one, between now and December, we at Affordable Housing Board are going to deliver 45,000 units that will be completed. 45,000. Between now and December, 45,000 units will be completed. Now, let me give you some interesting numbers. 45,000 units is a value of 52 billion Kenya shillings. 52 billion shillings. So between now and December, we want 52 billion Kenya shillings. That is the amount of money that is going to be available for the banks that are here. Wanjeri Had is there. I know my friends from HF are there. ABSA, everybody that is in that room. Now, what does 52 billion mean? 52 billion, if you're a bank, it means that there is an opportunity for you to earn 1.5 billion Kenya shillings in origination fees. Now, my good friend Wanjeri and everybody else who is running mortgages in your various institutions, that 1.5 billion is as close to the bottom line that you will have as a bank, because it is almost effortless. You have a Boma Yangu platform where we have got 1.2 million Kenyan people that have registered themselves. There is over almost 200,000 that have paid a deposit. All they need is for you to have a small team that is going to go and convert those people that are going to Boma Yangu, and maybe they find it a bit difficult to navigate and move around, and buy a home. I want to challenge you as banks, and forget about the interest rate, because that one we are addressing. Forget about the tenure, because that we are addressing. What I am challenging you is, can you go and originate these 45,000 new homeowners at a value of 52 billion Kenya shillings, and we will pay you 1.5 billion in origination fees. In this room, I know we have pension funds, we have insurance companies, we CMA, we have all those partners. We have been having a conversation at the Affordable Housing Board, and we've been looking at the likes of Fannie Mae in the US and saying, what is it that Fannie Mae got right? And by the way, Fannie Mae is not perfect I'm not saying that Fannie Mae is perfect, okay? But you know, this is an institution that at the moment has quite a huge amount of investment that they are holding. What is it that they were able to do? What they were able to do in the US was to create what we are calling a transmission machine. And Joe, this is assignment number one, is that what we want to do together with KMRC and the partners is, can we be able to create a transmission machine? Joe, on one end, is going to infuse 45,000 units into the market. 45,000 new homeowners. Those 45,000, home ownership products, they need what we call a warehousing facility. And this is why I'm talking to KCB, I'm talking to ABSA, HF, every other bank Stanbic that is in here today. CDN, all of them, all of you that are in this place. We are looking for a warehousing. Now, how does that warehousing look like? First of all, we are not asking you to do anything that you don't do when you wake up every day. Every day you wake up, you sell financial products. All we are asking is, whatever name you want to call it, mortgage, TPS, home loan, whatever you want to call it, go create that product. Number two, before you even go to your customers, yourselves, your employers, okay? Your employers. As an employer, you have a responsibility to house your staff. Some of you have got a huge complement of staff. Why don't you start there? It costs you nothing to send a group WhatsApp with a list of these 45,000 units, which Joe is going to circulate at this conference. Take that and send it to your teams and encourage them to buy. We will give you, obviously, the collateral, the material that you can be able to circulate. The marketing material is there. So we can tell you in this unit, number of units that are there, there's an ECD, there's a swimming pool, there's a clubhouse, there's all those things we will do as a board. You can add on your side, but the point is, at very little cost to you, you can go and make sure that your staff can own these homes. That will cost you almost nothing. But then you have your own distribution machine. Some of you have got customer base of 20 million 20 million people. Some of you, I know it. We're talking of 45,000. Surely, out of your 20 million customer base, you should be able to get 45,000 customers that you can be able to go sell to, and effortless, you can be able to earn 1.5 billion in origination fees. So that is the first thing that we want you to do, is become our warehouse, become our distribution channel, become our distribution partners. Okay? Right. Then now, number two, which is now bringing Joe and all the good friends in the capital market. We are working very hard as we speak to ensure that we convert, these housing units into investment instruments, because the investor at the capital market is not necessarily looking at the housing unit. What they are looking for are instruments that are investable, instruments that are liquid, instruments that are de-risked, that are the credit profile is good. That is what the market is looking for. That is the market that I want us to create because it exists. The reason why Fannie Mae is successful in the US is because they are able to bring to the market investment grade, well de-risked instruments every time. And there is always a buyer for those type of instruments. What Fannie Mae does is it provides some credit guarantees and they're forever in the market. Ladies and gentlemen, that is where the solution for the long-term financing lies. The pension funds, the insurance companies. The pension funds are looking for long-term assets so that they can have they can do a matching of their liability asset profile. Insurance companies. This is right down your alley. So what I want us to do, and we are not talking about that you go invest at sub a market rates. No. We want to issue this instrument at the yields. So if the investment yield at the moment is 12.5%, that is what we want to make sure we are able to issue them at. Of course, there will be a gap. There will be a gap. And that is why we have partners in the room, the development partners. We have the Affordable Housing Board. We have philanthropists. We have got all these actors that now we can be able to sit down and say, the person who is purchasing or the institution that is purchasing this instrument in the market, they really don't care whether it is social housing, whether it's affordable housing, it has got to be investment grade. So with our partners at KMRC, who have now already demonstrated their ability to mobilize long-term capital, with our Affordable Housing Board, we want to sit down and make sure that at the end of this conference, we come out with a program that is able to offload to the market. And of course, we understand that for this to be investment grade, there is what we call a seasoning period, and that is fine. And we at the Affordable Housing Board are happy to hold that sale, that unit, that homeowner for a period of time, whatever that seasoning period is, whether it's 6 months, whether it is 1 year, that is fine. But that is part of the structure we want you to build. So let me reiterate what I'm saying. I have 45,000 units, worth 52 billion Kenya shillings, that will be ready by December. We want our partners, the banks, and SACCOs, because we have SACCOs in the room. We are looking at you as our key partners in what we are calling the distribution channel. You are the warehouse, okay? Go and originate. And at the point where you originate, whether it is a SACCO, you take it to your SACCO members, as long as you originate, we shall pay you 3% fee for origination. Then we will hold it because you're originating it on our behalf. We will hold that instrument or that mortgage or TPS, whatever form it is going to be in, for the seasoning period. Then, working with KMRC, working with the capital market, working with the long-term financiers, working with our development partners, we want them to offload through either an asset-backed securitization or a mortgage-backed securitization. That is what we are looking for. It is so specific. It is as clear request that I am asking that at the end of this conference, please, whether you have breakout session, how are we going to assimilate the 45,000 new homeowners seamlessly? Let's look at the pool of money that is available, and if it is de-risking money, the Affordable Housing Board is ready to invest in de-risking instruments. If it is first loss, we can do it. If it is partial guarantee, which I know KMRC has also developed something, we can co-invest and co-create that particular instrument. If it is Shelter Africa, you can go and mobilize money from the other development partners, and you become part of that warehousing. This is very specific request. In the near term, that portfolio is going to move from 52 billion to 200 billion. That is in the near term. Okay, and near term, I'm talking about within the next 12 months. So the 45,000 units is the first lot that goes to the market between now and December. Between December and June to next year, December, there is another lot that is going to be coming in. What we want to do is to create that funneling process. We want to create that distribution channel, or what I call the transmission machine, from the Affordable Housing Board, who is the developer, to the market, KMRC, pension funds, capital market, development partners. Create that funneling, and let's test it, and let's solve for where there is a shortfall. If the shortfall is on de-risking instruments, we come back and say, for this to work, we need A, B, C, D. Ladies and gentlemen, that is really my main challenge to you this morning. It's a pity that I'm not there with you, but I do believe in this conference. I do believe in the ideals of KMRC. I do believe that we are going to walk this journey. And as you can see, ladies and gentlemen, the noise is dissipating. Why? Because under this program, unlike other pillars, for example, one of the other pillars is GDP, contribution to GDP. We want the GDP, to grow by X digits. And that one, all it does, it just generates a lot of debates. And you hear people saying, oh, people don't need GDP. Others are saying, oh, the GDP that matters is the GDP in the pocket. You can bring different people, they will analyze and say, no, the GDP grew organically, and others will say, no, it will have grown better. Was it not for straight or goose? There is a debate around a conversation around, say, a pillar like the economic growth. But in our sector, we have a target. If you have eyes, you can see. The units are being constructed. They're coming up in every part of the country. They are beautifully done. People are already living in them. And so the noise is reducing. We have put in very serious governance. That's why you don't hear scandals about this particular program. We have gone and fixed the ceiling of the cost of construction for this particular unit. That is why not everybody will be running to the affordable house, because there's not too much. We don't have too many of those. What do you call them? There is not a lot of money that normally get wasted when you have this type of program. So, ladies and gentlemen, as I conclude, we have said we have a practical agenda before us. This program is capital intensive. It calls for participation of all partners. Please, you're not small. If you're a partner in the housing ecosystem, we need you. We need capital that is long-term, that is scalable, that is matched to the risk characteristic of the housing. We also need a market in which private capital increasingly sees affordable housing not merely as a social obligation, but as a viable investment opportunity. This shift, ladies and gentlemen, will not happen through just exhortation, like the way I am challenging you. It will happen when we have built the instruments, the standards, and the systems that make it rational. So I encourage this conference to focus on those practical solutions. Please specify the standard, the standard affordable housing, mortgage, or homeowner product that the whole industry can originate, not one party. We want something that the whole industry, the whole home ownership ecosystem can originate. To design a pre-qualification protocol so that as a potential homeowner, can we have a standard pre-qualification protocol? KMRC, I know you can be able to do that. Joe, I know we have had that conversation. You even brought some partners from India who are willing to help us with this. Now we have a substantive CEO, very progressive like yourself, and both of you share a name, Joe. So please, the two Joes, sit together and take us to the next level. Otherwise, I want to thank you very much for listening to me. I know I went beyond the time that I had been allocated. God bless you. I'm very passionate about this. I will be staying on this call, so I'm not just delivering the speech and I run away, because I want to also make sure that I track the homework that I've given you to make sure that also is actualized. Thank you very much. God bless you. God bless our beautiful country, Kenya, and all the actors in this affordable housing program. Thank you. Joe, back to you.
Thank you very much. I hope you can hear the loud applause from the audience. And we know very much that you live, eat, sleep, work, housing. That passion is very, very clear. Let's give him another round of applause. That's really useful. And now to conclude the this official session, from devolution to delivery, how counties are shaping the affordable housing agenda. We are very privileged to have the Deputy Governor of this great county of Nakuru, His Excellency David Kones, who is going to give his address now. Deputy Governor.
Now, though he's not here with us, but he was here with us, the PS, Housing and Urban Development, Charles Hinga, CEO, KMRC, that is Johnston Oltetia, I hope it's correct spelling, CEOs of various institutions present, distinguished speakers and delegates, ladies and gentlemen, good morning. Good morning once more. Now, I want to first take this opportunity to welcome you to Nakuru County on behalf of Her Excellency, the Governor Susan Kihika, who sent me to be with you in this very important conference. So, both within Kenya, within Nakuru County, Africa and outside Africa, feel more welcome to Nakuru County. Nakuru County is a very unique county in the whole of our republic. It is the only county with 6 lakes. There is no other county with many lakes as Nakuru County. And these 6 lakes are very fantastic. You are attracted, if you go to lake like what we have here, you will feel like staying here. You will feel like having a home here in Naivasha. You also go to Lake Nakuru, flamingos, and quite a number of bird species you can also view there. There are quite a number of lakes within Nakuru again, where you can, if you get time, and I'm requesting you to get time to go and see. Nakuru County again is very unique. It is the only county where most of the leaders are ladies. We have the governor, our governor, Her Excellency Susan Kihiga. We have got the senator, women rep, MB Bahati, MB Njoro, MB Naivasha, MB Kilgil, and so many others I don't want to enumerate now. And so we embrace really the gender, we are gender sensitive, and we are proud to have women as leaders in our county. So you are welcome. In other words, I'm trying to market our county. Karibuni sana. So, ladies and gentlemen, I want to read the speech of Her Excellency Susan Kihiga, EGH, Governor of Nakuru County, during this 50th Kenya Affordable Housing Conference. So, allow me now, we'll take some few minutes to read her speech because she was supposed to be here, but I'm going to read the speech on her behalf. Once again, good morning. First, let me take this opportunity on behalf of the people and the county government of Nakuru to warmly welcome you all to Nakuru. It's both a pleasure and a privilege to host you in our county. I wish to commend the Kenya Mortgage Refinance Company for inviting me to deliver the keynote address at the 50th Kenya Affordable Housing Conference. I particularly extend a warm welcome to our international guests joining us from across the East African community and from further afield, including Namibia, South Africa, and Japan. Karibuni sana Kenya. Karibuni Nakuru, the county of unlimited opportunities. You have come to a county of extraordinary diversity, and here in Naivasha, to one of its most remarkable places. I invite you, beyond the deliberations of this conference, to experience the serenity of Lake Naivasha, the dramatic landscapes of Hell's Gate, our remarkable wildlife and natural heritage, and the vibrant horticulture, floriculture, tourism, and geothermal industries that have made this region one of the Kenya's most distinctive economic and ecological landscapes. I must commend KMRC for deliberately choosing not to confine this conversation to one city or one region. It has taken the conference across our counties, bringing the affordable housing dialogue closer to the places where housing is actually planned, approved, serviced, built, financed, and occupied. I understand the fourth conference was hosted in Kisumu. Today, the fifth comes to Nakuru. This is more than a change of venue. It is a statement of principle that Kenya's affordable housing agenda must be national in ambition, but local in execution. I therefore applaud KMRC for recognizing county governments not merely as a host of development, but as indispensable partners in developing it. Devolution brought government closer to the people. The next task is to ensure that the development follows. Few sectors demonstrate that imperative more clearly than housing. Ladies and gentlemen, this year's theme, Scaling the Base, Unlocking Inclusive and Sustainable Housing Solutions, is closely aligned with the subject of my remarks today. From devolution to delivery, how counties are shaping an affordable housing agenda. It speaks to the urgent need to rethink how we move from programs to people, from plans to places, and from national ambition to homes that families can actually afford. At the heart of that transition lies the county government. Because housing is ultimately delivered somewhere, it occupies land, it requires roads, it consumes water, it depends on sanitation, transport, schools, health facilities, jobs, and functioning communities. All these realities have a local address. Here in Nakuru County, we see affordable housing not simply as a shelter, but as a powerful instrument for social inclusion, equity, dignity, job creation, urban transformation, and economic revitalization. A home is where the social promise of development becomes personal. It is where security is built, families take root, children grow, assets are accumulated, and communities are formed. That is why housing policy cannot be reduced to the number of units constructed. It must ultimately be judged by the quality of lives and communities it creates. Ladies and gentlemen, devolution places counties at the center of that process through spatial planning, land administration, infrastructure provision, development control, investment facilitation, and the creation of enabling environment for public and private investment. In a rapidly growing economically diverse county such as Nakuru, these functions are fundamental to ensuring that housing development is properly integrated with infrastructure, livelihoods, mobility, environmental sustainability, and the wider transformation of our towns and urban centers. Our responsibility, therefore, is not simply to accommodate growth, but to shape it, not simply to approve buildings, but to build communities, not simply to provide land, but to ensure that land becomes the foundation for productive, connected, and dignified urban life. That is how devolution becomes delivery. And that is how counties contributes meaningfully to the bottom-up economic transformation agenda and to Kenya's broader ambition of expanding access to decent and affordable housing. Ladies and gentlemen, the question before us is no longer whether counties have a role in affordable housing. The debate has been settled by our constitution, by our laws, and by the practical realities of housing delivery. The real question is whether we are using the instruments of devolution boldly and effectively enough to translate the constitutional promise of accessible and adequate housing under Article 43(1)(b) into homes, neighborhoods, and opportunities for our people. For us in Nakuru, this means using the instruments that devolution has placed in our hands deliberately and coherently. We must identify and unlock appropriately located land, integrate housing into our spatial and urban development plans, accelerate development approvals, invest in roads, water, sanitation, and other bulk infrastructure, and create a predictable environment in which developers and financiers can invest with confidence. Here in Nakuru County, we can already see what becomes possible when policy, partnership, and implementation begin to converge. The affordable housing units delivered at Bondeni in Nakuru East provide one tangible example. We are also strengthening the institutional foundations on which future delivery depends, including spatial planning, land information systems, and geospatial data to support better decisions on where and how our urban centers should grow. Sustainable delivery is rarely the product of a single project. It depends on institutions that work, information that is reliable, approvals that are predictable, infrastructure that keeps pace with development, and planning that looks beyond the next building to the future of the entire city. That is the discipline required to move from one devolution to delivery. Yet, ladies and gentlemen, if we succeed in expanding the supply of affordable homes, our work remains incomplete if ordinary households cannot finance their purchase. The housing challenges has two sides. On one side is supply, land, infrastructure, approvals, construction, and the production of homes. In the other hand is demand, whether households can obtain financing on terms that make those homes genuinely affordable. We cannot solve one side and neglect the other. It is in this regard that I wish to particularly commend the Kenya Mortgage Refinance Company. KMRC occupies a critical place on the demand side of the housing ecosystem by providing long-term funding to mortgage lenders, thereby supporting the extension of longer tenure and more affordable housing finance to Kenyan households. Government may facilitate the land, infrastructure, and construction of homes, but a completed house only becomes a home when a household can afford to acquire it. KMRC helps build that bridge between housing supply and effective demand. This complementarity is fundamental. The supply side intervention is being undertaken by government seek to increase the availability of affordable housing. KMRC, working through participating financial institutions, strengthens the financing architecture that enables households to purchase those homes. One expands the stock, the other expands the ability to own. One addresses what is built, the other addresses who can buy. When these two sides move together, affordable housing ceases to be simply a construction program and becomes a pathway to affordable home ownership. As we look to the next phase of Kenya's affordable housing journey, we must therefore transform cooperation from goodwill into architecture and partnership from aspiration into practice. We need joint planning from the outset, clearer allocation of responsibilities, aligned infrastructure investment, faster and more predictable approvals, shared monitoring of projects, and stronger partnerships with financiers, developers, cooperatives, and communities. In the end, history will not judge this agenda by the elegance of our policies, the size of our budgets, or even the number of conferences we convene. It will be judged by whether an ordinary Kenyan family can access a decent home in a functioning community at a cost they can reasonably afford. The challenge I pose to you today is that let us move beyond discussing affordability to making homes affordable. Let us move beyond counting units to building communities. Let us move beyond institutional boundaries to shared responsibility. And let us move with purpose and urgency from devolution to delivery. I wish you productive deliberations over the next 2 days and look forward to the ideas, partnerships, and practical solutions that will emerge from this gathering. It is, I want to conclude by saying asanteni sana, and once again karibuni sana Nakuru County, the county of unlimited opportunities. That is the speech from Her Excellency Susan Kihiga. Allow me to give you just a highlight of the affordable housing program by East Sub-County Nakuru. Like in Naivasha, we have got 3 projects, that is in Karakita Airstrip, says Buffalo Mall Phase 1. We have got 3 projects, 2,833 housing units. In Gilgil, we have in Lanet, Gilgil, that is, we have got the 2 projects, 3,803 housing units. Nakuru East, we have got in Bondeni, we have got in Nakuru Town Social Hall, those are also 3 units. Housing units, those are 3 projects. Housing units, 3,903 again. And then we have got in Nakuru West, Soilo, London Prison. We have got the 2 projects, 5,600 housing units. And then we have in Bahati, we have got the 2, the number of projects are 2. And then we have got 1,387 housing units. Then we have in Rongai, we have got 1 with housing units 500. We have in Njoro, we have got 1 project, 500 housing units. Then we have in Molo 3 projects, 3,400 housing units. And then we have in Kuresoi North 1 project, that is 120 housing units. And then Kuresoi South, one project, that is about 100 housing units, a total of 22,146 housing units in Nakuru County so far. Asanteni sana, may God bless you all. And karibu tena Nakuru.
For the next 2 days. In the interest of time, we will not take questions. So I would like to invite the chief guests. Please come in front for a photo moment. As we prepare to take a break, please come to the stage for a photo. And then you shall proceed outside for a media interview, and also taking a look at our exhibition center. The media team, are you ready? All right. All right, we may proceed for a media interview. All right, ladies and gentlemen, we have earned our tea break. We have about 10 minutes to take our tea break, and we come back 5 minutes to noon so that we can continue with this insightful session. For those who have not completed their registration, please
my distinct pleasure to welcome you all to the 4th Kenya Affordable Housing Conference. This conference is more than a meeting of minds. It's a call to action. Together, we have the opportunity to reimagine the future of housing finance in Kenya, to address persistent challenges, and to unlock solutions for making affordable housing accessible for all.
Therefore, what has the government done or sought to do? So this particular administration seeks to build 200,000 houses per year. And we're doing pretty well, and I'll explain that in the status. How does it do that? First of all, it has intervened in terms of zero rating the cost of land, zero rating taxations that are there, and removing bureaucratic in terms of developers and contractors.
Distinguished ladies and gentlemen, the theme of this year's conference, Revolutionizing Housing, Innovation Meets Sustainability, is not only visionary, but also timely. It speaks to the urgent need to rethink how we deliver the affordable housing agenda. Here in Kisumu, we look at affordable housing not just in terms of shelter, but as a powerful instrument for equality, dignity, and economic revitalization. As we nurture and remain committed to the socioeconomic growth and well-being of our people, and by extension, the wananchi of Kenya. Today, we talk about housing beyond the aspect of shelter. We are advancing the provisions of Article 43(1)(b) of the Constitution of the Republic of Kenya. The right to affordable, accessible, adequate housing and reasonable standards of sanitation. That is the article.
Each housing unit is a symbol of progress. Each site is a source of employment and dignity. Each home opens the door to improved health, education, economics, and wealth creation. The Affordable Housing Program is Kenya's most ambitious socio and economic empowerment tool, and we are determined to deliver it with scale, speed, and integrity.
KMRC has further undertaken countrywide financial literacy initiatives and capacity building programs targeted to the primary lenders and other stakeholders. As a result, this has continued to support awareness and uptake of affordable home loans. Ladies and gentlemen, to scale up and maintain the momentum on the demand side of the affordable housing, I am committing to mobilize additional concessional funding to KMRC from the World Bank. These resources will enable KMRC to deepen its refinancing capacity and expand access to affordable housing finance across the country. I also wish to reaffirm the National Treasury commitment in supporting Kenya Mortgage Refinance Company operations to facilitate the delivery of the affordable housing agenda with scale, speed, and sustainability.
It's my distinct pleasure to welcome you all to the 4th Kenya Affordable Housing Conference. This conference is more than a meeting of minds. It's a call to action. Together, we have the opportunity to reimagine the future of housing finance in Kenya, to address persistent challenges, and to unlock solutions for making affordable housing accessible for all.
Therefore, what has the government done or sought to do? So this particular administration seeks to build 200,000 houses per year. and we're doing pretty well, and I'll explain that in the status. How does it do that? First of all, it has intervened in terms of zero rating the cost of land, zero rating taxations that are there, and removing bureaucratic in terms of developers and contractors.
Distinguished ladies and gentlemen, the theme of this year's conference, Revolutionizing Housing, Innovation Meets Sustainability, is not only visionary, but also timely. It speaks to the urgent need to rethink how we deliver the affordable housing agenda. Here in Kisumu, we look at affordable housing not just in terms of shelter, but as a powerful instrument for equality, dignity, and economic revitalization, as we nurture and remain committed to the socioeconomic growth and well-being of our people, and by extension, the wananchi of Kenya. Today, we talk about housing beyond the aspect of shelter. We are advancing the provisions of Article 43(1)(b) of the Constitution of the Republic of Kenya. The right to affordable, accessible, adequate housing and reasonable standards of sanitation. That is the article.
Each housing unit is a symbol of progress. Each site is a source of employment and dignity. Each home opens the door to improved health, education, economics, and wealth creation. The Affordable Housing Program is Kenya's most ambitious socio and economic empowerment tool, and we are determined to deliver it with scale, speed, and integrity.
KMRC has further undertaken countrywide financial literacy initiatives and capacity building programs targeted to the primary lenders and other stakeholders. As a result, this has continued to support awareness and uptake of affordable home loans. Ladies and gentlemen, to scale up and maintain the momentum on the demand side of the affordable housing, I am committing to mobilize additional concessional funding to KMRC from the World Bank. These resources will enable KMRC to deepen its refinancing capacity and expand access to affordable housing finance across the country. I also wish to reaffirm the National Treasury commitment in supporting Kenya Mortgage Refinance Company operations to facilitate the delivery of the affordable housing agenda with scale, speed, and sustainability.
My name is Johnson Oltetia, CEO of the Kenya Mortgage Refinance Company. I warmly welcome you to the 5th Kenya Affordable Housing Conference under the theme, Scaling the Base, Unlocking Inclusive and Sustainable Housing Solutions.
We are building on the successes of the 2025 conference, which we held in Kisumu last year, where over 250 delegates attended from within the country and outside the country. This year's conference, we are looking forward to even having a bigger audience of 250 people.
This year's theme challenges us to address the barriers that inhibit affordable housing provision in Kenya and develop solutions that can enable more people to get homes. We must go beyond FOMO and get down to the base of the pyramid where the housing need is greatest.
When you look at a majority of Kenyans, 85% are actually in the informal sector. And this represents the majority of Kenyans whom we target to access housing finance affordably. This year's Kenya Affordable Housing Conference is about driving affordability and inclusivity in home ownership. We have already been doing that through distributing the Kenya Mortgage Refinance Company product, which ensures that Kenyans are able to access home ownership at affordable rates.
Some of the topics that we'll be tackling at the conference include affordability and inclusivity.
Secondly, women have a significant contribution to make to this market. 49.2% of the refinancing that we have done has actually gone towards women-headed households, because we know when a woman benefits from a home, a whole generation is empowered. Thirdly, sustainability.
Join industry leaders, financiers, developers, and policymakers, and other practitioners to explore practical solutions and forge meaningful and impactful partnerships. Together, let's turn ambition into action and build a more inclusive housing future for Kenya.
Karibuni nyote Kenya Affordable Housing Conference 2026.
We are looking forward to all participation. This is the place to network. This is the place to build partnerships. This is the place to build businesses. Download our KMRC app, register, and let's meet on 20th and 21st of August
at Lake Naivasha Resort, Naivasha.
Tujenge kesho leo. I extend a warm welcome to all of us gathered here this morning. We made this deliberate effort at KMRC to bring all the stakeholders together who are in the housing value chain to have conversations and discuss key issues, challenges, and opportunities that can be optimized to enhance access to decent and affordable housing in our country. The conversations and connections made during this conference will pave the way for actionable solutions and inspire us to redouble our efforts in tackling this pressing national issue.
It gives me great pleasure to attend the 3rd annual Affordable Housing Conference organized by Kenya Mortgage Refinancing Company. Ladies and gentlemen, as we gather here to discuss the current state and future of affordable housing in our country, I'm reminded of the profound impact our decisions can have on the landscape of our nation. The choices we make today will shape the communities of tomorrow.
So, ladies and gentlemen, the micro, small, and medium enterprises are the backbone of Kenya's socio-economic development. This sector is a key driver of employment growth and considerably contributes to the country's GDP. My ministry will therefore continue to work closely with the stakeholders to address challenges that affect MSME sector, particularly those that make it difficult for them to access decent and affordable housing.
The fiscal policy will drive, say, the interest rates. It will drive the exchange rates of the Kenya shillings against major international currencies.
National Housing Corporation is at the heart of implementing AHP as conceptualized.
And so discussions that are being held to see how TPS and rent to own within the KMRC structure, that how we can incorporate that to push forward the development within the affordable housing.
So we are at the Kenya Mortgage Refinance Company. Tranche 1 of the medium-term note was very successful, and they just did another tranche 2, which this time around was based around sustainability. What are the plans around it, and even what did they do over that period of time with the first funds that they got? I'm here to have that chat with the CEO. Welcome to the Trading Bell. Joe, welcome to the show.
Thank you. Very nice to see you again.
Same to here. And first of all, let's start with the congratulations.
Thank you.
So your maiden bond in 2022 raised 1.4 billion shillings and was oversubscribed by 480%. Could you walk us through what the proceeds were deployed to and where did the money go?
So the 480% of our subscription was our inaugural bond in 2022.
Mm-hmm.
We got a very good reception from the market, which was actually amazing.
Mm-hmm.
It was a little bit of a surprise to us, but it was a pleasant one.
Okay.
And that's because it was our first time in the market.
Mm-hmm.
We didn't have a track record.
Mm-hmm.
We didn't have any form of guarantee or credit enhancement for that matter.
Mm-hmm.
But look, everyone trusted us that we have a model that works, and indeed it actually does. And we are offering an essential service.
Okay.
Now, we got funds that we utilized, and we actually fully disbursed within 1.5 years.
Wow.
But the way we do it is that we...
which is actually a very good thing for people to understand.
Yes.
Lest they come to your office.
Yes. The way we do it is we actually, of course, you know what we do, refinance mortgages.
Absolutely.
We are in the wholesale market as opposed to the retail, which is usually the financial institutions.
Yeah.
But we blend the funds. So we raise capital markets funds, which of course are not cheap.
Yeah.
And we blend with concessional funds. So before we issued the bond, we had already mobilized about 35 billion Kenyan shillings ahead of time, which is essentially the resources that we sought to blend with the capital markets funding.
Yeah.
And usually when you do that, you reduce the weighted average cost of funds, because here we're dealing with affordability, which is actually the biggest concern anyone will have in a market like Kenya.
Wow, that's very good. So maybe someone would ask, how would you rate it in terms of the deployment of the cash from since you did it till now when you felt you needed to come back again? How would you say the success rate was?
The success was excellent. I mean, the fact that we quickly got the kind of funds we needed only about 1.4 billion. We got over 8 billion. We started getting feedback from the market that, you should have had a green shoe option and then you take all the money. But we really didn't want to do that because we have an issue that we needed to address, which is affordability. And so our first bond was actually a market tester. The full deployment of funds is an indication that the market is actually very receptive on the affordable housing part. We build a pipeline of mortgages or home loans that we refinanced, and the uptake has been extremely good.
Wow, lovely. It has always been a case where we used to say that mortgages in the country have always been a very low percentage, and we appreciate the effort to bring it at very good costs. I've also seen some of the institutions you partner with giving it at single digits, and that's amazing.
That's right.
Now, let's move on a little bit. There's a word you've used there, blending, commercial blending, commercial bonds proceeds with concessional funds like DFIs. What does that blending look like in practice, and why is it critical to keep these rates affordable?
Yeah, so we have an issue of affordability, and that is mainly because of the kind of incomes we have in the country, particularly on the lower end of the market, which is essentially where the biggest challenge is. Now, we have concessional funds, but what we're really looking at is sustainability. How sustainable are the funds we have? Now, our sustainability strategy is actually predicated on local currency fundraisers. That's why we go to the capital markets to raise funds locally, because that's sustainable. Concessional funds are good, but of course it's not sustainable. I mean, you can dry out whenever, anytime. So the blending we are talking about here is essentially getting a pot of lower cost funds, and we get a pot of higher cost funds. The lower cost funds is the concessional funds I'm talking about, which is the 35 or so billion that we had raised from the World Bank and the African Development Bank. Then we have the higher cost funds, which are usually capital markets funds, because of course they are higher cost. Now you put the two in a pot and you blend. I mean, that's the simplest way of saying it. Now what you get is a lower weighted average cost of funds. So when you look at the higher cost funds, it was 12.5%. The lower cost funds we had was about 4%. Now we blended the two and we got a weighted average cost of about 5%. And that's how we then lend to the market. But what were we actually trying to solve? The biggest issue that we're actually trying to solve is the asset liability mismatch that we have in our markets. The asset liability mismatch is common with financial institutions, which are deposit funded, because deposits are short term. Now, when you put that in long-term assets like housing finance, then you run into a mismatch risk. And that mismatch risk usually prevents financial institutions from lending possibly to housing at scale. They can only apply a certain quantum of funds for longer-term assets. That means in their risk appetite, they can only take so much of risk on the mismatch. So what KMRC has come to do then is to actually remove that mismatch risk. So the blending extends the tenor of funds, right? And then it also reduces the cost, that is the interest rate. And that's why KMRC is lending in single digits. Any KMRC supported funds or home loans or mortgages in the market are actually in single digits, and they're even longer term. The other key thing we addressed was the variability of rates. So we also then started locking rates so that they are fixed rate. And the way we did that is we actually locked the financing, both the concessional and the capital, that's capital markets funds. That's why you see our bond is fixed rate, right? It's fixed for the tenor, because we want to move the market to fixed rate home loans, and that actually addresses the risk of defaults, which happen from time to time. When markets change, the rates change.
So let's talk about the gap between tranche 1 and tranche 2. There was a whole 4 years. I'm sure there are so many lessons in between that you learned, and I'm sure even in tranche 2 you came well equipped with that. So anything that you may want to raise in terms of how you learned managing a capital markets program alongside an affordable housing mandate?
Thank you. So the difference on the duration between tranche 1 and tranche 2 was mainly just driven by macroeconomic conditions of the market. So and the lesson we learned there is market timing is critical. It's very, very essential to obviously ensure that you time the market. At the time, 2023 to 2025, inflation rates were high. Interest rates obviously tend to go up. The policy rates equally. Well, I mean, the central bank, of course, was trying to manage inflation, and therefore they tended to address their policy rates in that regard. And that just made it difficult for us to get to the market. We are we have sensitivities on costs. So cost of funds to us is some very sensitive issue that we actually had to address. So there was no way we can go to the market and issue a bond of 15%, for example, or 16%, based on the condition of the market at that time, because that significantly affects the cost at which we are going to extend financing to the market, and that creates an affordability issue. So we have to keep timing the market. The right time was actually now, when we went to the market. We could have gone to the market. I think we had actually earmarked to go to the market in 2024. We again changed. We said, okay, we will go in 2025. But when we assessed the market, we were not ready to issue at the kind of cost of funds that we are going to attract at that time.
Let's talk about tranche 2. It's structured around sustainability, which is quite an interesting phenomenon to some people in the country who are getting to learn about this, but also in the corporate field, this has been the trend of looking at how sustainable is what is being offered. And you talked about on a fixed rate note, not just any conventional corporate bonds that we see.
Yeah.
Maybe you could shed some light on that. Why sustainability label and what it stands to the market?
Yeah, we have a sustainability framework, which we actually put together since 2024. Now, our target is actually to shift markets or home ownership to shift into environmental friendly situations.
Okay.
Now, when we develop a sustainability finance framework, which we did last year, we had to ensure that the sustainable finance framework is aligned with the International Capital Markets Association Green Bond standards or principles, the social bond principles, and even the sustainability bond guidelines.
Okay.
Now, we got a second party who actually did a review. We got an institution in the US called ISS Corporate, which did a review of our sustainability finance framework to make sure that it's actually aligned with the international standards that we are talking about.
Yeah.
And they confirmed that it's aligned.
Okay.
Now, so the arrangement here, or the focus that we have, is actually to shift the market to green, affordable housing. We want to reduce the carbon, or at least to facilitate the market or people to reduce the carbon footprints, which are, of course, usually comes out of housing. We want the market to start focusing primarily on generating mortgages that meet certain standards, that's environmental standards. Like, for example, reduction of carbon, energy efficiency, water conservation, So those are the areas that we want the market to address. And that's exactly the strategy we have. We want to shift the market to go green, green affordable housing, which is essentially what we want to support. And it's a wider perspective of, addressing climate mitigation measures within our country.
Let's get deeper into that. There are sometimes your views there. Eligible green home loans and eligible social home loans, Maybe you could help us to distinguish between that and what exactly qualifies a mortgage under each category.
Yeah. So a green home loan is an arrangement or a pool of home loans or mortgages that will consider mainly at least a 20% increase or reduction in energy, for example. Potentially have some form of water conservation, and it will certainly be meeting certain standards. Like, for example, you can have the IFC EDGE certification as one of the measures that we'll be looking at. So when an institution originates a pool of mortgages, we have an eligibility criteria under the Sustainable Finance Framework. And those are the measures that are used to define what a green mortgage will look like. And of course, the application of funds, because that's the primary issue around why we have a sustainability bond, is mainly on the application of funds. 100% of the funds will be applied on those mortgages that meet the green and the social framework.
Okay.
Now, the social part is even more interesting. So it is, it's mainly predicated on affordability. So how do we define affordability? We have income thresholds, for example. So we say an income threshold of up to 4 million will be considered lower income socioeconomic empowerment, right? So we then are saying we are pushing financing down market, and that is achieving a social objective of socioeconomic empowerment. And that's why we put a cap of 4%, 4 million and below.
Okay.
The other consideration we look at is just social diversification. Like, for example, we are saying how much of the funding we provide go into women-led households. So we are talking about.
Is this a social part of ESG?
That's part of ESG, exactly.
I see what you're saying.
Exactly. That's part of the ESG. So we are meeting ESG standards.
Okay.
And so we are saying as part of the social part, we'll be evaluating the number of home loans that originated that actually go to women-led households. And that is part of the application of funds under the social category. So it's social empowerment, it's women-led households, it's lower income, the lower income people who obviously usually have a disadvantage because their incomes are very low. And they're actually even considered high.
That we have seen so far with the morning session that was setting the pace and for us for the next 2 days. And what we can clearly see based on the conversations we have had and the outcomes that we desire at the end of the day tomorrow is sustainable home ownership is definitely an equation. An equation that weaves in different aspects, different value actors, and different policy issues and solutions. And so some of the equations or the parameters in the equation that we can see is, of course, innovative finance that was spoken to by CEO Shaf DB. Housing supply, of which we know our PS is very passionate about. Of course, local infrastructure, jobs and incomes, affordable long-term finance. Now, under jobs and incomes, we know, we've talked about the informal. We have about 20% within the formal and the other 80 to 85% within the informal. And that is the conversation we would like to have through the presentation we shall have next. From Nyale Yanga. We will proceed even as the others are coming in, otherwise we'll not be able to catch up as we progress. So what you will find is that across Africa, the largest unmet housing demand sits among low and middle income households. Yet serving this segment often comes with perceived risks for lenders. In our midst, of course, we have very many partners, a majority of whom are our financial institutions, the banks, the SACCOs, and this is an equation that speaks to them directly. The real opportunity lies in finding ways to responsibly reduce those risks while expanding access. So we have to address both spectrums, risk and access at the same time. This session explores how financial institutions can increase inclusion while maintaining sound lending practices. So to guide us through this, we shall invite Nyale Yanga from KMRC to present on de-risking housing finance, inclusivity for the bottom of the pyramid. Karibu sana Nyale. We can give him a round of applause as he comes through. Thank you, thank you. You're a good crowd. Thank you.
Thank you so much and good morning, everyone. Oh, it's afternoon, okay. Thank you, sorry. Thank you. Maybe you can put up the slides. So as the slides are coming up, I think if you look at the discussions that we've had the better part of the morning, it's not that we are all aware about the problem that we need to solve. And I think as the PS was highlighting, it's not just about the ability, the availability of houses, but availability of affordable houses that we must all crack our heads and solve. On the financing side, we are looking at not just about availability of finance, but availability of affordable finance. So when KMRC started in the last 5-6 years, we're able to at least have one of the solutions on the financing side, and have been able to ensure that homes can now be bought at fair rates below single digits, and that has get a bigger impact in our housing ecosystem. But what we have also realized over time is that there's still a segment of the market that is in the very informal sector, which is still underserved in terms of finance. And of course, we are all coming from the financial sector. We understand that this is a sector which has a very thin file, the bankers may call that, or no file at all. People with no documented income, people whose income levels are cyclical in nature, not every month they're guaranteed a certain amount of income. People who sometimes their incomes are seasonal in nature, and so you find that somebody probably works in the hotel industry, and so they are in the job for 6 months, and after that they are not working for another period of time, then they come back to work again. So how then do we cater for this category of the population to ensure also that they are also financially included, and we are also uplifting their dignity through housing? The next slide. So the next slide just indicates, if you look at the whole ecosystem, both from the financiers as well as from at the household, there are certain constraints that we are aware of. For example, if you look at the household side, in terms of accessing affordable housing finance, one is their income volatility. Of course, as I indicated, these are people in the formal sector, and as such, then they don't have certainty on how much they make every month. If you look at their savings, either they have no savings or they have very little savings, and that makes a challenge for them to be able even to raise the down payments for them to even start that home ownership journey through a mortgage, or even be able to close some of those initial costs for them to acquire a mortgage. Also, they may have no credit history completely or very limited credit history. That also makes credit scoring a challenge for them. If you look at this sector of the population also, there's a lot of lack of financial knowledge, and information is also lacking. There's a very big gap in financial education for this sector of the economy, and so even the decisions that they make sometimes would not make a lot of financial sense, even for somebody who is exposed to the financial world. And also the lack of documentation, which is very prevalent in this sector of the economy. If you look at the lender side, in terms of the constraints for them to provide housing finance to this sector, one, of course, as a lender, it's not necessarily that they have the money. The money also belongs to the depositors, and the shareholders are also keen to ensure those funds are applied in the right way. So rightful so, there's also an element of risk aversion. So they would want to invest in areas where they're sure the risk is mitigated, and where there is a perceived high rate of default, lenders would not really also shy away from lending to that category of the population. Then we also have the funding constraints, limited access of funding, or higher cost of funds, which we are all aware of. If you look at this sector again, the higher administration costs. So instead of closing one mortgage or two mortgages worth X number of millions, you may have to consolidate quite a number for you to reach a mass scale. So quite a high administrative cost also becomes a constraint for lenders to advance financing to this sector. And then lastly, you look at competing investments. So the treasuries of a SACCO or a bank will be looking at, if I bond you this sector, it's a high risk, and there are high chances of default, perceived high chances of default. But at the same time, the government is always in the market and is giving returns of 7, 8%, sometimes 10%. So those competing needs also make it difficult, or rather contribute to the constraints to this sector. Next. So how then do we deal with this sector? I think there are quite a number of solutions. There is no one size fits all. We can't say we have one silver bullet to have everything and sort it out. But of course, there are quite a number. Of course, use of alternative credit scoring, accepting alternative forms of collateral, like what the SACCOs have done in terms of using social security, and which has worked very well. Verification through additional channels like the mobile money statements, and also continuously providing financial education to ensure that then these people continue to understand and enhance their understanding in financial products. And also one of those solutions will be a partial mortgage guarantee to minimize the lender's risks, so that as they lend to this sector of the economy, in the event there is a loss, then that loss is to some extent mitigated, or at least there's another party who takes part of the loss. So one of the solutions that we have zeroed in and tried also to promote as Kenya Mortgage Refinance Company is the use of partial mortgage guarantee. Next, to the next slide, which as KMRC we have then been able to develop, and we'll see in the next few slides in terms of where we are. So a partial mortgage guarantee is just a risk-sharing mechanism where a third-party institution partially guarantees the mortgage loans. So if Bank X or Sacco X generates mortgages from this sector of the economy, and the event this person services for some time and there's an ultimate loss, then this entity which you have created takes a percentage of that particular loss. And in doing so, then we're able to entice the banks and SACCOs to go down market and lend to the informal sector, which has been financially excluded over a period of time. And so the guarantor then covers a predetermined percentage of the losses in case of a borrower defaults, and this encourages the primary lenders to lend to this lower income category of the population. They're already doing it. We can't say that they're not doing it completely. They're already doing it, but then how do we ensure then the lending to this sector of the population is also done at scale? Next. So if you look at how this aligns with the overall policy objectives of the country, number one, we want to help ownership of home loans to the lower income category and informal sector of the population as well, so that they're also financially included, and we can also uphold their dignity through housing. Reduces the lender's risk. As we indicated, there's that perceived high risk to this sector of the economy, and so the partial mortgage guarantee then comes in to reduce that lender's risk, and by reducing this lender's risk, we believe that then it's able to entice them to lend to the sector of the economy. You also see that it transfers part of that risk outside the formal banking system. So if a part of that has been taken out of a financial institution, for example, then the residual risk of that mortgages generated from that sector of the economy then is minimized. And in doing so, then we hope and believe that then more funds can be channeled toward this sector of the economy. Then of course, stimulating economic growth, enhancing financial inclusion, as I've indicated, which are some of the objectives of the mortgage guarantee product. Next. If you can go to the next slide. Yeah, sure. So we have developed a mortgage guarantee product, and this is how it looks. So KMRC business continues to run as a mortgage refinancing business, but we have set out a separate legal entity, that is Kenya Mortgage Guarantee Trust, where KMRC is just the trustee of it. And within it, then, it will be able to give a partial guarantee, loan loss, to the primary mortgage lenders, and the primary mortgage lenders are able then to pay a small guarantee premium to it. And the KMGT then invests the premium received plus the seed capital that it already has into income generating activities, and then this is supposed to sustain the business of KMGT, so that it's totally separate from KMRC. And on the other side, it gives the partial guarantees to the primary mortgage lenders. Of course, the other leg is the normal refinancing business, and the PMLs do the refinancing back to KMRC. Next. Yeah, so in terms of the structure of this, as I indicated, it's already ongoing on course. It's already a product that we already launched early this year, and I'll just shortly share where we are. The target market, of course, I indicated is the informal sector, people with uneven sources of income, periodic income, people with short-term contracts, where the predictability of that income over a long period of time is not possible. We are looking at targeting the size of the loan to be below 4 million Kenya shillings, and that is purpose to ensure that then we are able to drive down funding to the very low income bracket of the economic pyramid. In terms of the premium, through a lot of consultations with the market, of course, we saw 1.25% of the guaranteed amount to be a bit optimal for now. Of course, lenders would require a much lower rate of premium, but of course, after simulations, we had to arrive at a percentage which makes sense to both the primary mortgage lenders as well as for the sustainability of the Kenya Mortgage Guarantee Trust itself, so that it can also be an entity that progresses into the future. In terms of the guarantee cover ratio, again, through benchmarkings and engagements with the market, the KMGT guarantees 40% of the loss once it crystallizes, and the primary mortgage lenders takes the 60%. And this is primarily also to ensure that there is no moral hazard, so that as the primary mortgage lender offloads some of that risk to a third entity, they still have a responsibility to ensure that the loan is well serviced, and any issues to be done to follow up to ensure that the borrower pays are done, and also they have a stake in that particular mortgage. We are looking at a lock-in period of 12 months, definition of default failure to meet 3 consecutive cycles of investments, or may have been defined in the respective loan agreements, and also in line with whatever prudential guidelines we may be having with the Central Bank of Kenya and with SASRA for the SACCOs. Then we look at the guarantee effective date, when we receive the premium, the KMGT. Next. So, these are the continuation of the features. We're looking at a guarantee claim period of 8 years, and why we look at 8 years is that as the borrower continues to service their loans, their equity in that investment then increases, and also the value of the house increases. So over a period of time, around year 8, year 9, you find that even if there was a total default and there's a foreclosure process, probably there is no big loss that will crystallize, because the proceeds of selling the house may also almost be equal to get back the loss that is there. We're looking at a proportion, the guarantee to be paid upon default is a full guaranteed amount. Of course, the eligibility of those primary mortgage lenders who can participate in this, the same eligibility criteria for them to participate in the normal refinancing product, as well as the criteria is the same in terms of sustainability, the exclusion list. It has to meet all the criteria for refinancing purposes. And then submission of claims quarterly basis, just for administrative efficiency, so that then you can batch them up, have a portfolio and submit. But of course, as we proceed, we can be flexible and do what fits everyone. And then of course the issues of data protection, and we ensure that then both the Kenya Mortgage Guarantee Trust as well as the primary mortgage lenders, as they enter into these guarantee arrangements, they comply with the Data Protection Act as already provided under the laws of Kenya. Next. So in terms of governance, as I indicated, it's a separate legal entity, and so it has its own governance structures. Already we have a trust officer who is running the day-to-day operations of the trust. There's a trust committee which oversees the operation activities of the trust, and also to approve any loans, to approve any guarantee amounts, approve any investments of the trust, and recommend changes to the guarantee premium or any product that may come up as we roll out this particular product. And then above it will be a board of trustees which are in the process of being appointed as well. Next. So in terms of where we are, as I indicated, this was already launched early this year. It was already capitalized to the tune of around 610 million Kenya shillings, and that amount is being invested as the business starts to come in. We already have put in place the operational documents, the ones being the master mortgage guarantee agreements, which have been discussed with the industry and adopted to be documents that we can use. And currently, we're also happy to report that we already have primary mortgage lenders who have already executed the MMGs, who have already executed the master mortgage guarantee agreements with ourselves. The documents have been executed. They have also been stamped at the Ministry of Lands. And so the primary mortgage lenders who have already taken that step are in the process of generating mortgages from actually this section of the market, so then we can proceed to start the guaranteeing product. I think so far we already have 2 executed MMGAs. I know we have 2 banks who are almost executing, and I think 1 SACCO, which we should be finalizing the execution in the next 1 or 2 weeks or so. So it's already as one of the solutions to ensure that then finances, housing finance goes down market, and we're really looking forward to the primary mortgage lenders to see how best we can also go through this solution to ensure then we uplift the dignity of the people who have been financially excluded over a period of time. Next. Yeah, I think that's the last slide. Thank you so much. Over to you back, MC.
Thank you so much, Nyale. I would like you to just stay on. You can just sit there for 5 minutes to answer any question, just in case there's a question. We'll just have 1 question. We'll allow 1 question in the interest of time. If there's a question from the delegates, any question? Or we are still processing? Yes, there's a question at the back. Thank you, Nyale, for that presentation and taking us through that.
Thank you. My question is, kindly define what you mean by informal sector. Could it be, I just have irregular income, or what's your definition of somebody in the informal sector?
Okay, thank you. So if you look at that definition of informal sector or informality, of course, different bodies will define it differently. But for the purposes of Kenya Mortgage Guaranteed Trust, we are looking at the sector which has does not have a constant source of income. People whose, for example, work in contract basis, 2-3 months it's off, and then after 2-3 months they are on and off and back. We are looking at people who don't have, their income is not documented. You cannot say somebody has a payslip, for example. You cannot say they have proper structured balance sheet and income statements. So that's the definition. Of course, we can go details into each and all of them, but on a high level, those are the people we're looking at. And if you look at the loan amounts, we are looking at the people who their needs will be accommodated within a home loan of 4 million and above. So you may be in the informal sector, but you are a big SME, MSME, with proper structures. I mean, you are well banked and you are in big business, though you will not fall here. So we're also looking at both that categorization and also people who would fall within a 4 million and below household.
Thank you, Nyale, for that, and we appreciate. Can we give a better clap? Thank you. Yeah. As KMRC is very intentional to try and resolve some of, provide practical solutions as we progress. There are quite a number of questions that were asked on the app for the previous session. Some we may not be able to address because we are not able to answer the questions that were directed to the PS, but it is something we shall forward to his office, and hopefully at the end, as long as you have the app, we'll be able to provide some of those answers on the app. There is a question about the partners that KMRC works with currently, and I think that was mentioned. We have 11 SACCOs and 9 banks that we are currently working with. Those are the shareholders, but we have additional whom we have onboarded. So those who have currently already gotten funding from KMRC are 19 institutions, both banks and SACCOs. When you go to our platform website, you'll be able to get more details on that. The program itself also has a lot of details about our partners currently, and because I know we have delegates who have joined us who are from other institutions and would like to understand how we operate. But more information you can get from our booth, because as we progress, we may not be able to address all the questions. There's a question on efficient systems and climate resiliency. Tomorrow we have a session on smart homes, and that question will be answered during that session. So with that, I would like us to go to, I'd like us to appreciate our presenter, Nyale, and just a gifting session. I will ask Gideon, please provide Nyale a gift for taking us through the de-risking framework and showing what the KMRC is doing to support the market. Clap, thank you. Thank you so much, Nyale. Thank you. I know you are one of us, but we still have to appreciate you for the effort you've taken. So for the next session, we will move swiftly to the panel discussion session on mortgages for whom? Expanding access beyond formal sector. Our next conversation asks bold and necessary question. This is a relatable question, and why is that? Because many Kenyans earn, save, build, trade, farm, consult. They have all sorts of businesses that support their families on a day-to-day basis. But their financial lives may not always fit neatly into the payslip structure. I believe this is the same in many African economies. And we are here with our friends from other African countries, where a significant proportion of people earn incomes outside formal employment structures. And sometimes the informal sector is only, quote unquote, informal on paper. But otherwise, how many people here know someone who does not have a pay slip but is able to meet all their payments on a monthly basis very well? Many of us do. Even the young people, the Gen Zs, you see them. I mean, their nature of income earning is not formal, as you would say, but they are able to sustain themselves very well. So join me in welcoming Nondumiso. I hope I have pronounced it well. I will not try the second one. The second one, you will pronounce it for us. It has that. Yes, that one for the South Africans, who is a managing executive, Home Loans, ABSA South Africa, who will set the scene for us for this discussion and moderate the session. She'll introduce the panelists as well. Welcome, Nondumiso, for this session. A lot of applause.
The surname is Nga. Nga. We'll practice together this afternoon. Good afternoon to our distinguished guests, captains of industry, governors, various ministries, banks and CEOs that have joined us today. It's certainly a privilege for me and an honor to be here in beautiful Kenya. I come from South Africa, and I wish I had more time. I think next time I'll plan it very well to spend more days in this beautiful place. I'm actually looking forward to the conversation today. We have a couple of panelists that I'm going to call by name to come up, and they will sit to my left as we prepare to have a reflective conversation around the underserved market. I'm going to ask Elibariki Ndosi to come forward on stage. He is the Chief Executive Officer of the Tanzania Mortgage Refinance Company. He brings 18 years of experience in financial services across corporate and investment banking, capital markets, and structured financing. The second panelist is Caroline Wanjeri. I just want to see if Caroline is here today. I'm checking. Or George. Oh, okay. George Laboso, the executive of KCB. If you can come forward, thank you for joining us. George comes with experience in banking and heads up the mortgage portfolio and has extensive experience in running mortgage sales as well. The third panelist is Frida Mitei. If you can come forward. Thank you, Frida. Frida is the head of mortgage at Cooperative Bank of Kenya, and she's a seasoned banker and professional in housing finance with extensive experience in mortgage lending, retail banking, business development, and strategic leadership. Thank you for joining us. The last panel member is Kennedy Karinga. Kennedy Karinga. Kennedy Karinga is the Chief Manager of Product and Innovation at SACCO, Unitas SACCO. He's got extensive experience in corporate and retail businesses and working with new market development and direct sales. Thank you, Kennedy, for joining us. Thank you. I thought I'd create a bit of context very quickly. Our MC was very eloquent and clear around the different markets that are represented today in this particular panel. But also coming from South Africa, I wanted to paint a reality picture that we sit with, that we also sit with the same challenges and complexity. We have about 18 million households in the country in South Africa, with over 7 million formal properties that are worth 7.3 trillion rands. But the real story is that whilst the industry has advanced in real estate with financial propositions and access through digital advancement to unlock value and access for many South Africans, we are still leaving behind many households, in fact 10 million households that do not own the home that they live in. Some are renting, some are living in rural land or tribal land, informal settlements. And in addition to that, we have about 1.2 million of households that remain without a registered title deed. So I want to bring the title deed conversation in here. And this highlights the scale of administrative backlog that sits behind the title deed issue. And what it actually means is that beneficiaries cannot realize full home ownership, transfer property, or access credit markets. The issue stems from also the unresolved township establishment gaps that we also have, and delays in conveyancing. In fact, I want to give you another stat, because we always look at this as a bank within South Africa. The segment that we are absolutely passionate and focused on is the first-time buyer segment, of which affordable housing sits in that segment. In 2025, that segment saw 51 billion in value of transactions. In fact, the industry receives more than half of its applications from this market segment, but we're simply not able to serve all customers in this segment because we're not geared for the underserved market, which is why it's such an important topic for us to discuss today. And the issues we sit with is irregular income, lack of affordability, lack of savings and deposits. There's a gap market that sits in our space. Whilst government gives us a subsidy, there's still a gap market that simply doesn't earn enough to get into the traditional market and cannot get into social housing. We also sit with poor credit records as an issue. Construction costs on the supply side, insufficient development approvals, lack of well-located and serviced land. And I wanna highlight this for the underserved market. In fact, there's a phrase that Professor Francois Viruli actually coined, the 40-40-40. And what he meant is that we have those that live in very small 40 square meter dwellings, 40 kilometers outside of the economic hub, and 40% of what they earn is spent on transport. And that is a special issue that also sits in this market that we need to solve for. We need to shift this together. We cannot do it alone. And that is why I am deeply appreciative to be part of the conversation today, to reflect, collaborate, and find solutions that are sitting in other markets that we can learn from, so that we can expand home ownership. So with that setting, I'm going to then start with Eli Bariki as the first question. Microfinance is such an interesting space. And having seen the work that TMRC has done, perhaps take us through what is this proposition and how does it fundamentally solve the question that we sit with today in this particular panel? And has it transformed anything at this point in time? I'm going to ask the speakers to then switch on their mics. There, thank you.
Thank you very much. Good afternoon, everyone. I think first off, congrats to the KMRC team and management for organizing such a wonderful conference, but also for the invite, but more importantly, for the work you do for your people, because I think it's very, very important. So thank you very much, and I'm glad to be part of this conversation. Just allow me to maybe share the context from a Tanzanian perspective. I think I got the opportunity to hear the context from a Kenyan perspective, where I think the gap, the legacy gap, is 2 million units. Back home, based on the latest report from UN Habitat, the affordable housing gap is about 4 million units. I think the annual demand for Kenya, if I heard correctly, it's about 200,000 units. Back home, it's about 391,000 units every single year. We can round it off to 400,000. I usually prefer to do a very basic arithmetic. If you just divide that by 360 or 365, we need to deliver more than 1,000 units every single day. But we all know that that's not happening, right? And if we rely on mortgages alone without supplementing or complementing with other solutions, obviously we're not going to get there. The largest real estate developer in Tanzania, on a good year, they would deliver probably about 1,000 units in a year. But the daily demand is more than 1,000 units. So with that context in mind, we wouldn't be where we are with housing microfinancing within TMRC if it wasn't for the partnership we had with Habitat for Humanity International. I think when Habib was sharing his briefing opening remarks earlier today, partnerships were one of the key attributes to that. So we went into an MOU with Habitat for Humanity International in 2022. And I think it was a very pragmatic approach that Habitat for Humanity International decided to do. Instead of just pushing or forcing lenders and financial institutions to craft a basic retail product, was to say, if we are saying that the informal sector is maybe 70–80%, which means if we push the housing finance solution through mortgages only, we're only catering for a very minute segment of the population. Why don't we follow how people actually build? Because many of us are aware, we've got family, we've got friends, relatives, they tend to build incrementally. You know, you do some savings, you know, you buy land, do some savings, you do your foundation, do additional savings, you put all the way to the roof, do additional savings, and then you're able to do finishing, or you want to modernize your house, connect essential services, water, electricity, etc. And they're not doing that using traditional products, and that's the largest segment of the population. So to simply put it, the framework is very simple. One, start with research, right? So they did a research for almost 2 years. Based on the research, then you get into piloting, and piloting embedded with technical assistance. And then post-piloting, then scaling. post-scaling, then you're moving into market adoption. So post the research, we did piloting last year with 2 institutions. One was a microfinance bank, the other was a traditional systemic bank. The pilot went very successfully, 0 NPL, because I think these 2 institutions started with the portfolio where they can try and establish, because the solution itself is income linked, so it's not charity, but it's income linked and investable. One institution looked at their Greek portfolio where they are already helping farmers, small-scale farmers, and there is a system or mechanism where they sell their proceeds, and then when they receive those proceeds, then the specific housing microfinance loans deductions would happen. So pretty much within 1 season, if it goes well, all the repayments are done. The second microfinance institution essentially focused their portfolio, which was pretty much embedded under the MSME, right? So they have a bit of a track record. The income is not fixed, it's volatile. They have a bit of a risk profile. And then they extend housing microfinance to these small-scale traders to just say, look, in addition to borrowing to further your commercial activities, you can also borrow towards financing your house. So post that piloting, March this year, we formally launched housing microfinance as a product, but on the wholesale side, because our mandate is on the wholesale side. So we do secondary, wholesale side liquidity provision. And then these specific institutions will do the retail product. So the product was launched in March this year. We decided to do phase 2 of piloting, where we added 3 through a very transparent process where I think about 7 institutions did bid, because this co-creation process of crafting the product comes with the technical assistance, and we need to demonstrate that these institutions are actually committed on their part to invest in resources to craft products that actually work for them and work for the market. So it's not a one-size-fits-all. So we've added 3 additional systemic institutions. They're now going through the phase 2 of piloting. These are proper systemic banks. They've got presence across the country. They've got access to platforms, access to many more. Potentially they have access to many more underserved communities. So that's the framework with which we worked with Habitat for Humanity International. I think the question was around how is this fundamentally transformed or changed. I'll probably summarize it into 3 ways. Obviously, first, it did recognize housing microfinance as an asset class in itself within the formal housing finance ecosystem. So it's not just an informal or charitable activity. They can actually be used to attract private capital. Second, it did solve the supply side liquidity constraint by allowing the participating financial institutions to refinance eligible housing microfinance portfolios. And then thirdly, created a platform to scale, because you're moving from piloting to scale. So it created a platform to scale. So once the product underwriting approach, monitoring framework, regulatory comfort are there and they're established, additional institutions are now coming on board. Thanks.
Thank you so much, Elibariki. And I think it's quite an innovation that has come into the market. And we would be keen to know, as the audience and as the moderator, what was the biggest lesson you learned through this process as you were designing this product coming into market?
Thanks. Of course, a couple of lessons. I think one of the key lessons is that a one-size-fits-all approach doesn't work. And also the realization that if we only depend on solving through mortgages, we are leaving out 70–80% of the market. Yeah, and I think the realization that inclusive housing finance cannot be delivered by product innovation alone. It requires a full ecosystem approach, similar to what we are trying to achieve with Habitat for Humanity. We would need, obviously, there's an element of capital, There's an element of regulation because we did get a nod or a green light from the central bank back home. We need buy-in from financial institutions, and with financial institutions, you get into a process of co-creating these solutions so that it fits the internal governance requirements, but at the same time delivering for the market. There's an element of technical assistance to sort of handhold through the product design phase. Of course, we needed data, so there was an element of research ahead of coming up with that solution, but also a bit of improvement or enhancement of household trusts into the financial system, so that at least they know it's not predatory lending. They can actually get this assistance through the formal housing finance ecosystem. So yeah, I think that if I can just sum part of the key learnings was that.
Deeply appreciative and absolutely love the use of the term housing finance so that it opens up the different solutions that are key for serving this underserved and very important segment of our economy. I'm going to turn to George, my guest to my left, if you can switch on your mic. And I'm going to check by show of hands in the audience, how many have heard of the Pata Kwako campaign? I believe it's a campaign, correct?
Yes,
that you're driving. Let's see how many actually know about the Pata Kwako campaign. Okay, we've got a couple of hands.
Thank you.
And I guess this campaign was launched recently and designed to change what home ownership looks like in Kenya. So very, very interested to understand, George, how did KCB partner to bring to market a proposition that unlocks this opportunity? And of course, in it, we'll always ask the question because it's a complex area that we're dealing, the irregular income, does it solve for that? How do you actually assess it? Maybe give us a bit of color on the campaign and then also the proposition. Thanks.
Thank you, Ndomiso. Just before I answer the question, I think it's good to give a bit of background. I saw very few hands up about the Pata Kwako campaign, but also just to give a bit of background about KCB. I believe you know KCB is the largest bank in Eastern. We are the market leader in terms of mortgage financing in general and affordable housing as well. We've been in this business of home ownership, I think, for the last over 50 years, funding Kenyans to own homes. In terms of KMRC, we are happy with the partnership with KMRC. KCB is the second single largest shareholder after the Kenya government, and we took a very bold step to invest in KMRC when the time came. And we're really happy with the investment that we put on that space. But affordable housing didn't start with KMRC. As KCB, we've been offering mortgage loans for as low as 4% for a very long time to employees of government, civil servants, as well as companies that are willing to support their employees to own homes. We've been giving loans as low as 4%, 5% for a long time. The Pata Kwako campaign is a campaign that we are doing in partnership with KMRC because we believe everybody needs to own a home. And what we've seen from this partnership is that most people are looking to build their own homes. I know for a very long time it was challenging to get houses of below 10.5%, but we've seen a big shift in the market through the developer finance program that we're having. As KCB, we are the biggest bank in terms of offering not mortgages, but developer finance in this market, so that these developers can then be able to avail affordable housing units into the market, which then we can be able to finance on the end user finance side with partnership with KMRC. So the Pata Kwako campaign, it's an initiative that we are doing that pushes for people to own homes at very, very affordable rates. Currently, we are at 8.9%, and we are very happy that this rate is fixed for a period of 25 years. I think for people who've been in Kenya, maybe in the 90s, they saw interest rates soaring up to rates of 27, 28%. With this campaign, those rates are not going to change. Now, when it comes to the informal settlement, again, or informal sector, we've been a leader in that segment by providing loans to people who don't have a payslip. I think the conversation that we're having and the discussion that we are pushing forward is that you don't have to have a payslip for you to own a home. And we've seen people
the mama mbogas, the people who are in the creative economy, the TikTokers, come to us looking for mortgages because they now know that as long as as long as you have income, as long as you're able to demonstrate that you can be able to repay, you don't have to have payslip. In fact, one of the things that we've done is that we've said you don't need to bring books of accounts, because we know in the informal sector, people don't have maybe money properly, they don't have proper records, so they don't have books of accounts that the accountants will prepare for them. We said you don't need to have books of accounts. You can be able to walk in with your M-Pesa statements. You can be able to come with your bank statements. As long as you can be able to prove that there is income that you're getting from your business, we analyze that business and we can be able to then give you an affordable mortgage loan. So finally, still playing in the innovative sector, yesterday we launched our sustainability-linked bond, the biggest in Kenya, I think at 300 billion for the next 5 years. The first tranche of 100 billion is expected within this year. And part of that money we are dedicating to social housing so that we can be able to finance either end users or also developers who want to green their projects, who want to build houses that are sustainable, that are green. They can be able to get financing from KCB. Thank you, and back to you.
Very exciting developments then. Thank you for sharing. I have just probably two questions based on the recent launch of the sustainability bond. How would we make sure that the consumer understands what it actually means to their lives? And what sustainable home ownership through this sustainability bond actually, and how it actually translates into value for them?
So for the consumer, of course, the framework was launched yesterday. So there is a program on how we are going to educate the public. But as you know, we've been financing people to green their homes. For example, we look at water usage, we look at solar, we look at energy efficiency. So those are the things that we are looking at developments, or one of the things that we're requiring for developers who are in that space. They need to be EDGE certified so that we are sure that we are funding projects that can stand the test of time and can stand scrutiny. For the end user as well, there's a lot of education that we're going to do in the next few months. So for people to start learning on how they can then make their homes better. Even for people who already have mortgages at KCB, like I said, we've been doing it since 1972. They can still come back and say, I want to green my home, and we can be able to retrofit their houses.
Sure, the retrofitting is a whole nother topic, but I'll hold it for now and certainly look forward to engaging with yourselves. I've got Frida that I wanted to then ask from the Cooperative Bank of Kenya, and a player in the market that has a fundamental role to play in home ownership. Give us a sense of how the Cooperative Bank of Kenya has expanded home ownership.
Thank you, and thank you for the privilege to talk to you today. And probably I'll just give a brief of Cooperative Bank. Cooperative Bank is the third largest bank in the country right now, and we have a base of the cooperative movement, over 15 million members of the SACCO movement. And also in terms of our ownership, we are owned by 65% of the SACCO movement. And based on that, we've been able to support increased home ownership in the country in different ways, giving them accessibility as well as affordability. One of the ways we've been able to do that is by partnering with KMRC, where we've been able to give single-digit loans over 25 years, which ensures that our customers get affordable facilities over a long period of time. At the same time, in terms of the nature of the customers that we do serve, allow me to switch off my phone. In terms of also some of the barriers that we have seen in the country in terms of accessing mortgages, one of them has always been the deposits that our customers are unable to raise. We've been able to increase that leverage, how much we are able to give our customers, thus expanding the number of mortgages that we've been able to give across the country. Thirdly, we've also been able to support our customers in terms of home construction. Looking at the country and looking at our people, they prefer to actually put up their own homes. And we've been able to offer support in terms of construction where they can be able to build at their own pace and also give affordable units to them. Number 4, we've also been able to give them flexible products. We give them products across different ways. For some of them, they can be able to purchase units, others are able to construct, and others are able to buy and build. And for this, we are also able to do it across all the categories, which include both employed as well as the underserved communities who are under the informal trading sections, who are both SMEs as well as the cooperatives. Thank you.
Frida, that's a very rich proposition. Apologies. I just have a quick question around the support you provide in construction. Maybe give us a sense of what does this look like, because the construction space can be very complex. You want to make sure the builder is registered, are the supplies, is the money being used for the supplies? Give us a sense so that we can understand how you manage this construction or build with consumers.
Thank you. I think for most of our customers who are building, and we have also seen that some of us don't even have the expertise around the construction. We might not even have the know-how of even where to get the materials or even how to get the approvals within the counties. So what we have been able to do is that we have a construction team within the bank that supports to review all professional documents that we receive from our customers. First of all, we advise our customers on who to be able to work with. And once those documents are received within the bank, then we are able to review the same and be able to let you know whether they are admissible or whether they are sufficient for the facility that you want to take. Number 2, we also have a team that walks the journey with you. As you start the construction, we do it in phases, and we ensure that the funds that we release are actually going to the construction of those units. For some of our customers who want to do incremental building, that option is also available for them. If you want to start a building as a 1-bedroom, as a young family, and as you increase, then we are also going to walk the journey with you. But also for our diaspora customers, we also have a partnership that we have entered into with various developers, where we can be able to offer you a buy, build, and construct, and the funds are actually released after the construction is complete, which ensures that whether you have the expertise in terms of construction or you don't, then you'll be able to ensure that your units are complete.
Thank you very much, Frida, for giving us that detail. Kennedy, from a SACCO perspective, I mean, as an important player in this sector, what innovation do you believe has transformed or is transforming home ownership? And maybe talk to us about partnerships, because if you listen as the audience, there's a common theme here around partnerships. Would love to get your perspective on partnerships.
Thank you very much. Good afternoon. Maybe I could start off with a background of who Unitas is. Unitas is a SACCO in the Kenyan market. We've been around for the last 33 years. We serve mostly the people in the bottom of the pyramid and slightly higher. And we have opened the common bond to allow for people, anybody who is working in the Kenyan space, who is doing business, who is trying to bring themselves up. Everybody is welcome to Unitas. Our value proposition, ideally, around the housing space was very interesting, or rather it came up in a very interesting way. For those who are here and you understand how SACCOs operate, the SACCO members who are now the shareholders are still the same customers. So at some point they wear the coat of we are shareholders, and then the next day they are the customers who still walk in through the door. So they would come in and say, we are having a challenge of housing. We need to own homes, we need to buy, we need to build, but then there is a challenge because maybe of the money and all that. And the kind of terms that would fit them. When I talk about the bottom of the pyramid, it also means that it resonates very well with the speaker that spoke earlier before we came. They have constraints. These are people that do not have a pay slip that you just, click, 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 and you're able to tell the person you can actually qualify. But then, these are the people that we love because we're able to walk a journey in their lives, and truly after a period of time, they say that Uniters came in for them. So in terms of innovations, the very first one is around innovating on the credit appraisal, especially the credit scoring, being that they are informal, or rather they do not have a lot of documentation that you can rely on. So we have been forced to bring in the aspect of cash flow analysis. We have been forced to do behavioral analysis. Behavioral analysis could also include things like home visits. We want to interview Ken, for example, with a spouse, so that we see are they also aligned in this journey. We have been able to combine incomes. So Ken is maybe running a small business. The spouse is probably doing something similar, or rather, with my small business, I could not be able to qualify for anything per se. But if you bring the two incomes together, then you start seeing it opens up more opportunity. Then the history of the banking, using statements like, for example, M-Pesa, you can actually be able to build backwards, because some of these people have actually not been banked anywhere. So we are able to use their mobile banking history to be able to come up. Secondly, in terms of the tailored products, as a SACCO, we have allowed incremental construction, which is what has just been elaborated by on this panel. We have also been able to bring in the aspect of the technical team. The technical team inside the banking, or rather at the banking hall, in the sense that, and allow me to use a typical Kenyan language, you will find a guy walks in and says, Ken, what I want is I want my daughter to sleep there, my son here, this is the sitting room, and this is the kitchen and whatever else. Then the next question, natural question would be, so do you have a BQ? And they would say, BQ ni mimi. Like I know what I want, and I know it will cost me 1.5 million or 2 million. So those other things that you're asking may not work. So what we've been forced to do is actually to bring in these professionals into the SACCO to help us develop some of these documents. So you are saying, okay, go to your fundi, or your, what do you call a fundi in English? A foreman. Tell them to write for you the costing of how they intend to build, and then bring it, we give it to our internal QS. Then we are able now to at least come up with a BQ and actually evaluate whether it will be enough. Then on the other aspect of financial education, I know we talked about it. What you realize with this category of customers, the things we take as natural, for them they are not. So when you bring in the element of insurance, they look at it as a cost. So we have to break it down to them in terms of education. We have even been forced to go further, because remember where we started. Ken, who was the customer, is running a very small business. So this business has challenges. So you'll find political challenges, maybe there was a theft or something of that. So apart from Credit Life, we are now going to ensure where we are sourcing the money, okay? Because we want it to be sustainable in that way. And then lastly is on the issue of partnerships. We really value what KMRC has done. It has opened the avenue for people to at least sort out the aspect of housing. Earlier today, there was a comment that housing is an economic priority. If you visit many homes, apart from school fees and food and all that, if they are not in their own house, it is a priority subject, if not today. So with this partnership with KMRC, what it has done, especially in the SACCO sector, we really have tight deposit lines. So when we lend out, then we are able to get refinancing back which unlocks liquidity on our side. And I think that is really a game changer. And secondly, I think KMRC has also done a good job in terms of coming out and telling people that this is actually available. So it's really helping to inform the Kenyan masses that I can actually own a house, I can go to these institutions, and I can talk to them about home ownership. So yeah, in terms of partnership, we value it, and as an institution, that's how we work. We don't do what we are not experts in. So if we need someone to come in, we will bring them in as a partner to bring that value to the customer.
Thank you so much, Kennedy. There's a lot of innovation that we can hear coming through for the sector. I'm going to leave a question as I summarize a couple of points. I'm going to ask for some last reflections from each panel member. And the reflection is, what in your mind remains unresolved? What is not solved? That's the first question. And the last one, what commitment are you making today in front of the audience as a panel member and the organization that you represent? So I'm going to ask that you think about that as we wrap up. I think we've only got 5 minutes. I think for me, just by way of conclusion, and sitting here, I've learned so much, from coming from a different market. And what's very clear is that as industry players, we must support innovation that advances home ownership. We have to stand for that. The second one, we have to support transformation that broadens access and participation, particularly from the underserved market. The third one, we always have to think about sustainability in home ownership that safeguards the future for generations. The fourth one is collaboration that deepens partnerships. And then last but not least, whatever we do has got to meet the standard of excellence as we place society at the center of everything that we do. And thank you very much to all the panel members. And then now we're going to hear very quickly their closing remarks for the last 5 minutes. I'll start with Eli Bariki on my side.
Thanks. I think my quick reflection on what remains unresolved, and I think we are guided today not to dwell on challenges, but I'll just speak on one, and then I'll go to the commitment. I think households need more than a loan, more than a mortgage. They need financial literacy, construction, guidance, assistance to have or rebuild a trust within the formal financial sector, products that respect irregular income cycles, which I think my colleagues have touched on. If we give households products that are technically available, but practically unsuitable, uptake will remain very limited, because that's the largest portion of the population. I think from a commitment perspective, I just did a few notes. From a TMRC perspective, at least I can speak of, is we commit to continue pushing the frontier of housing finance beyond the traditional mortgage borrower or mortgage product. There's a whole lot to do out there. This half of the year, we are planning to launch developer financing. Of course, we will continue to be on the wholesale side, secondary side. We're also thinking of additional products, affordable rental housing, because we do have segments, especially the young population that is coming to the job market now. They may need to start with affordable rental housing, which is also lacking. There is civil servant accommodation. I think in this part of the world, central governments continue to be the largest employers. Solutions specifically for women, solutions specifically for youth, student accommodation. So that's the commitment that I would make on behalf of TMRC. Thanks.
Thanks. One point I didn't probably bring across when I was speaking is one of the innovations that we are very proud of. The partnership that we've had with the government under the rent-to-own model, or the TPS model, and I hope Joe is here. It's been a running journey for us. We've partnered with Affordable Housing Board, and we are able to onboard very many customers under that model at interest rates starting at 3%. And the idea is that these customers, we run with them for a period of 1 to 2 years, and then we transition them to mortgage customers without them having to go through the normal mortgage application process. So it's a very exciting journey, and I'm sure we'll hear a lot more about it later in the day. If I go back to what, from my opinion, what still remains unresolved, what I wish to see in this market is maybe I'll call it online or digital applications. We're still doing processes in a very manual way. And this is not just from the bank's perspective, but also to our partners, the law firms, the valuers, and the government's lands office. So I look forward to a day where we'll be able to register a charge, for example, within a day, or be able to do a mortgage application from approval to disbursement within a week. It's a very ambitious plan, but as KCB, we are happy and to have these conversations, including ourselves and also the other partners, to be able to have quicker turnaround time, because it's been a very long process. It takes sometimes even up to 3 months for you to be able to register a mortgage. What commitments do we make today? As KCB, we've been championing both the demand and the supply side. We'll continue supporting our developers on the supply side. One of the things that we've done is that we've created what we call a developers club, where we put all developers in one room where they can learn from each other. They can also learn from other international players. I remember when we were at the conference in Kisumu, we had somebody from India, National Bank of India, and they told us how they've been able to do 33,000 mortgages. I can't remember whether it was a year or a month. And we've decided we are taking our developers to India to go and learn on how that process can be done, both from the bank perspective and also from the developer side. And we are very, very excited. One of the things that we say from KCB, there's no project that is too small for us. We'll be able to finance people who are mama bogas, and there's no project that is too big for us. So if you have any project and you're looking for a bank to partner with yourselves, we are committing that we'll be here. We'll work with you in this journey together. We have our booth outside there. We can sit down and have those discussions and continue having these discussions and moving it forward. Thank you.
Thank you very much. We'll go to Frida, and then we'll end with Kennedy.
Thank you. I think from my end, what we have seen is that we have tried to box our customers or Kenyans into one box, where we have looked at them in terms of a formal way of reviewing them. Going forward, I believe if we're able to ensure that we give them affordability, accessibility, as well as we collaborate with the different partners that we have, then we'll be able to come up with innovative solutions that will ensure that we actually come up with products that answer to the realities of our Kenyans, rather than trying to box them into a straitjacket. And also in terms of the commitment as a bank, we'd also like to ensure that mortgage remains a bridge, not a barrier. As we have seen in the numbers that have been said here, 25,000, 30,000 against a population of 50 million plus. I think for now we have been a barrier rather than as a bridge. So we are committing to ensure that mortgages are now more accessible to people in different ways. One is by ensuring that we educate our people in terms of how simple it can be to take a mortgage, and also in terms of having the right products for them in the market. Thank you.
All right, thank you. What remains unresolved? I think one of the challenges is we still have a deficit on the supply side. I hope maybe by end of tomorrow, by the next conference, we shall be able to have sorted out the supply side financing under a similar arrangement. The second issue is, this is directed to KMRC, maybe we can consider reviewing the limitation or the cap limit to focus only on the value of the development, because currently it also includes the value of the land. So if I got a plot of 3 acres or 2 acres and the valuation is really high, then I am naturally locked out. Yet, as it sits, someone could call me wealthy, but it is wealth on paper. It is actually not value that I have unlocked. But then I still need support from Uniters to actually come and build my house worth, you know, X amount within the KMRC confines. So at the moment, you're actually locked out. Then thirdly, if we could get more bilateral partners also directing their energy towards SACCOs, and here bringing in financing for matters like energy. A lot of people now are looking at solar, but when they get the quotation, then sometimes they shy off. When they come to us, the term period is actually maybe also a hindrance. These bilateral partners could also come in with developments. For some of these developments, we would want to see sewer, roads, public infrastructure like schools and all that. Well, you could argue that it is also government function, but I think we can actually work also together with them and move the coin forward, the ball forward. Then what commitments are we making? Uniters is about transformation. We transform lives, and our commitment is to continue collaborating with KMRC in terms of creating opportunities for home ownership, providing sustainable credit, and as I said, the people we serve, we have also now been able to serve slightly higher. So anybody who is in this room, to me, is actually a potential discussion. We could discuss. You may have brothers, sisters, relatives, your sons and daughters. You could come at our booth, then you could discuss. And then lastly, we also commit to having very simple processes as Uniters. We don't complicate. We have reduced the English. Kizungu ni kidogo, so that everybody can be able to fit in and work with Uniters. Thank you.
Thank you very much. A round of applause for an incredible panel. I'm just going to see with our MC if we can take a photo at the front. Thank you.
Actually, I wanted to just give the audience just one question because of time. Just one question at the back. The back benchers are very active. Thank you. Thank you for that. There's a question at the back.
Thank you very much, panelists. Those were very good insights. My name is Ruth Wekesa. I'm from the Affordable Housing Board, and my question would be to Kennedy, because from the board we are grappling with that low income category where we are not able to fully verify income, and also the challenge that we have is, you know, ensuring that they're also making the payments, because currently we are running on the tenant purchase scheme. But I did not also hear you talk about the challenges that you're facing, so I'd have 3 that I would want to hear from you. You talked about the professional fees that they pay. So I wanted to know who bears that cost, and how that plays in the whole chain of financing. So do you give more than 100% financing? Because if you're looking at the low income category, then that becomes a challenge for them. Issues of repayment, are you facing any challenges with the repayment, especially for the low income category? Because that is what we are facing at our end. And then for us, we have a challenge where a lot of Kenyans are under declaring their income so that they fit in the low income category because of the prices. The prices are lower for them. Are you facing a challenge where people are over declaring their income so that they get as much loan, or so that they get a high amount of the loan that they're looking for? Thank you.
Thank you, Affordable Housing Board. Those were like 4 questions in one. So Ken, just summarize as much as you can.
Thank you for that question. I was hoping we will share with the rest of the panelists, but I'll take them. In terms of raising the professional fees, remember we are a SACCO, so it's not like you will start tomorrow morning and by evening we are giving you a mortgage. So we are walking a journey where you've been saving towards home ownership. So they will have raised quite some significant amount there. Sometimes we are forced to assist by giving a different arrangement so that we can be able to sort that out. For the professionals that we use, they understand the market that we are serving, which means they've also really tried to negotiate in terms of how much they are going to, or rather they charge our members. Are we struggling with repayments? Not really. Remember, when you do the selection right, when you do the appraisal correctly, and you are able to give someone a solution that fits. The solution that fits means, if for example, I supply a school with vegetables or whatever it is, we know that the payment will be done 3 times in a year based on how the parents are also paying the school fees. So we structure the repayment based on how the incomes are also flowing. And we also encourage that when there is a challenge, they come up very quickly and say, I am struggling in this area and that area, so that we can be able to see what adjustments we can be able to make. A lot of the times, with that close relationship or that close partnership, remember what I said, they are members at the same time they are shareholders. So we almost every other time we are engaging. That really helps. And being that home ownership is something that sits at the center of the family table, then you will find that they actually prioritize. The NPL is good. We are not struggling on that front. Actually, we find challenges on other products, but with home ownership, we are good. In terms of how do we appraise models, develop models that work for that specific market, we would be happy to share some ideas with you. Also have mechanisms that can actually tell you if there is an overstatement or an understatement, you can be able to tell. Yeah.
Thank you, Kennedy, for that. And thank you for the entire panelists and the moderator. I mean, you have done that conversation in a lot of justice. And what has come out clearly, you need to understand your customer and pick a solution that works for them, not the traditional, conventional solutions we've been having. So thank you very much. I shall call Peter Mugeni. Please help us to award our panelists and moderator gifts, even as they do a group photo. A clap for them for a good job. Well done. Okay, they can be awarded the gifts just to appreciate you. It's just a small token of appreciation for your time and the effort you're making in enabling Kenyans to own homes. We are trying to redeem time. We have one session just before lunch. It will take us about yes, 2 sessions. Yes, 2 sessions. But we are trying to work around the clock. Thank you, our panelists. You did a great job.
All right, next we have one of our speakers from the ZEP-RE. So we would like to welcome Mr. George Odera. Mr. George Odera, please come up front. George Odera comes from the ZEPRI and he's the head of Inclusive Solutions. He will speak to us about enhancing home loan accessibility through insurance. And this really connects to the morning conversation that was about risk. We would like now to understand how finance becomes more accessible when risk is understood, shared, and managed both in the demand and supply side. So give it up for George Odera.
Good afternoon, everyone. So I just stand on existing protocols set in the morning, and just to the host for this year's conference, KMRC, received the highest regards from the senior leadership at ZEPRI. So really, this conference is about one of the fundamental and basic human rights, right? Shelter. You can talk about access to healthcare services, food being a fundamental right, and healthcare in that regard. So really the conversation is around one of the basic fundamental rights, right? Now, housing is simply not about building affordable units, right? It goes beyond that. It's about creating an ecosystem where we can reduce the risks around the cost of construction, financing, and basically home ownership. And basically the idea is that for more people to get access to home ownership. And the framing was done quite well in the morning. PS Hinga gave us a challenge around finding practical solutions, and basically made a rallying call around what we need to do to basically solve the housing unit. Now, that said, if you could just go to the next slide. There are a couple of 4 or 5 slides. I'll try save some time as well, right? Wrap it up in 10 minutes that I want us to basically discuss. Now, when you look at housing in the context of affordability, it starts off from the supply side of things all the way to the demand side of things, right? So for the housing unit to be affordable, we first of all need to look at the input costs that go into the housing unit, right? Because you can't have high costs on the supply side and expect it to be affordable on the offtake side, right? So that's talking about use of low cost, local materials. Increasingly, there is new technology that is coming up for buildings such as compressed blocks. So it's not your traditional brick and mortar, although you'll find for some developers, they are more inclined to use what they have known in the past, right? But if you adopt new technology, then it can be potentially cheaper. Now, that goes to the actual construction of the unit. So how are they actually delivered? Now, there are basic infrastructure and utilities that need to go into the housing ecosystem. And you're talking about the basics, access roads, utilities, making sure that there is adequate supply of water, electricity, sewer, etc. And what that means is for it to be sustainable, if you're looking at the scale of those units, then you need to use green technology. So whether it's borehole water, whether it's solar lighting, and lastly, on the offtake side. Now, PS Hinga made an important point around the dynamics of income, right? And the income distribution then determines or dictates the type of home ownership solution that will be available. Now, the next slide basically speaks about the different income levels, right? And what each income level will, sorry, just the previous slide, no, you've gone too fast, yeah, there. So how the different housing interventions will vary based on the income level. Now, for the very low income, you will expect it to be more of government-led because it's more of a social program, which is similar to what the government is trying to do right now. So right now, if you take an average income, 15,000 for that segment, and assume that one is only willing to commit 30% of their income, whether it's on rent or on a mortgage facility, so you're looking at a monthly payout of only 4,500 shillings. Now, when you go to lower income level, these are guys who are currently renting a unit. But now a critical fundamental question is, as more people transition to the urban centers, as you have more graduates joining the job market, how can you create a transition path from renting a unit to actually owning a unit? Now, for the upper middle income, these are guys who can probably afford a mortgage, but you'll find that there is normally a constraint for this segment when you ask them to have an upfront payment. Now, what most banks do is they'll tell you that for you to be eligible for a unit, you need to have a down payment, 10%, 20% deposit, right? Now, a customer will say, I don't have it. Now, the same bank who is trying to profile the customer will cross-sell an unsecured facility, which is arguably more costly, right, to begin with, than the amount that they're asking them to pay to begin with. And basically, you then have the high income who can comfortably take up a mortgage facility or even self-build, right? So we just need to be wary and cognizant of the fact that the different income levels will determine the type of housing intervention. Now, I've just tried to contextualize this on the next slide through some numbers. P.S. Hinga basically mentioned that, it may not be visible, I'll try to break it down for you, that by the end of this year, there'll be about 52 billion worth of units, 45,000 to be precise. So if you just do the division, it translates to a unit cost of around 1.2 million per unit, right? Now the question is, what does a 1.2 million unit look like, right? So on the extreme left side, you have the different types of units. You can have a studio all the way to a 3-bedroom. And I've basically worked with a standard area for a unit. So a studio will probably, size is around 25 square meter. 3-bedroom is around 90 square meter. And you basically have 3 sets. How much will it cost to build a unit at 50,000 shillings per square meter? So that's basically a basic unit, probably minimal finishing, no expensive tiles, just the basic, right? Then a premium unit will probably cost nearly twice as much at 90,000 square meter. Now, if you map this to the income profile of the country as you know it, and this could partly explain why the mortgages, you're not getting much traction, is even at 50,000 construction cost per square meter, the cost of a 3-bedroom unit, one will need to be earning, if it's 10% interest rate, will need to be earning around 161,000 shillings for them to commit that 30% to own the 3-bedroom unit, right? Now, if the interest rate was to drop to 8%, for instance, the salary band will drop from 161 to 141,000. Now, what this basically shows you is that the housing intervention has to be two-pronged. It needs to look at the cost of financing, right? But it also needs to fundamentally look at the cost of building the unit. And that then means perhaps adopting new technology to potentially lower the cost. Now, when we're doing the simulation, we also looked at what would it mean to give someone, say, a 40, 50-year mortgage, right? Even if it was possible. Now, the benefit derived from extending the tenor of the loan basically reduces as soon as you cross the 30-year threshold mark, right? So it means it will be of no value to the prospective home owner extending the period, because ultimately they'll probably end up buying 6 or 7 times the value of the units, yeah? Extending it compared to what is currently around 3 to 4, depending on the interest rate. Now, we do have a couple of solutions which can be of benefit, looking at both the supply side and demand side. So on the next slide, just to give you some context around what we have, collateral replacement indemnity. And I think the previous session spoke about some form of partial guarantee, right, to the lender. And this is technically what such a solution as this aims to solve. Now, for the mortgage-ready customers, you'll find that they are willing to take up a mortgage facility, but they do not have the upfront deposit. So the upfront deposit becomes a constraint to them. Now, what we do within insurance is we'll basically look at, say, your non-performing loan book, do an analysis, so you find your exposure is perhaps 7 out of every 100 shillings is exposed to the risk of default. That is what we use to price and spread the risk across the entire mortgage base. So just to give you some numbers, so how much will it cost a customer who wants to purchase a unit valued at 10 million, assuming they are getting the full financing up to 105% to take care of legal costs? You'll require this customer ordinarily to pay 1.5 million shillings today. Now, average tenor 15 years, you're looking at 180 months. With this particular cover, depending on the NPL ratio for the bank, if it's modestly low at 1%, it will cost the customer only 32,000 shillings to spread the pool of 1.5 million upfront across the entire base. If you're looking at an sort of moderate 5%, it will cost them 159,000 shillings. Of course, if it's extreme, at 10%, it will be twice as much. So what this shows you is that for a customer, there could be a possibility of actually removing the down payment hurdle by having a small premium that enables them spread the risk across. Now, we've run this program across 11 countries, issued loans, probably covered families, around 2,400 families, and issued given guarantees worth 30 billion USD, which is roughly 4 billion Kenya shillings. Now, the next slide basically just speaks about the pathway, how you can transition from rental to ownership. So with this particular product, you have a period where the customer basically builds equity. Because for the informal segment, you'll find that most lenders are apprehensive of issuing mortgages. Why? Because you don't have an income profile. Now, what the rent-to-own model will enable you to do is to build a profile over time. So you have a phase where you are paying rent, but you're also building equity into the home. Now, once you've demonstrated that you can actually be a consistent payer, then you basically converted at mortgage terms. Now, for this to work, you need an off-take vehicle to basically off-take the developed units from the developers, on them, then basically rent them out to customers and transition them out. Now, the last slide talks about latent defects. Now, this specific solution is targeted at the supply side. Like I mentioned, there is hesitation around the use of new technology. So what the latent defects protection give is it gives an assurance to the developers using new technology, modern materials, that in case of any defects on developed units post-completion, then insurance will take care of the cost of doing any rectification. It also focuses on the use of climate-smart technology. As I mentioned, that is the only sure way of reducing the construction costs. So I think with that, we are happy to have a much more detailed conversation with each one of you. If you feel any of these solutions could apply and is relevant to your business, we are happy to have a conversation on this. Thank you very much.
We would like to call upon Madam Elizabeth Kibaki. We have locked eyes. Yes. Come. Come and present this gift to Mr. George. Thank you very much for those insightful remarks. That one is easier. Okay, so just one more, thank you very much. One more session before we earn our lunch, and this goes to the KCB Bank. KCB are our proud partner and sponsor for this particular event, and we would like to invite George Laboso to come over and just give a short and sweet session before we go for lunch break. So give it up for George once more.
Thank you very much. Good afternoon. I believe the session has been very enriching and we are looking forward to lunch, but just allow me 2 minutes before you break for lunch. The CEO, KMRC, Johnson Oltetia, PS Housing, State Department for Housing and Urban Development, Charles Hinga, partners and distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen. It is a great pleasure to join you during this important conversation on affordable housing. On behalf of KCB, I'm delighted to be part of this important conversation that goes to the heart of our shared ambition of creating inclusive, sustainable, and thriving communities while unlocking new opportunities for home ownership and economic empowerment for more Kenyans. When we talk of affordable housing, many factors come into play concerning the development and the kind of challenges developers face, as well as the end user financing. Housing development, as you know it is quite dynamic and experiences rapid changes that influence the entire sector, value chain of the sector. As such, convening all stakeholders is a welcome move as we collectively review the achievements, emerging challenges, innovative solutions, and policy initiatives related to affordable housing as we speak to scale economic development. The need for housing across Africa is almost morphing into a humanitarian crisis. In virtually every city across the continent, evidence of inadequate housing can be found in the proliferation of informal settlements and overcrowding. With an annual urban growth rate of 3.9%, Kenya faces a significant housing backlog that continues to adversely impact the health and well-being of low-income households. Kenya's Vision 2030 medium-term plan highlights affordable housing as a crucial element in the realization of inclusive growth that is capable of supporting the development of a sustainable future. Specifically, Vision 2030 mandates the government to construct at least 150,000 housing units per annum for the entire duration of the plan. And we are happy from what Pierre Singa was saying in the morning, the ambition is to deliver a much bigger number than the 150,000. However, the realization of this dream has been hindered by a constrained flow of investment finance to the sector, increased cost of construction for developers, as well as diminished affordability levels for customers throughout the housing and demand value chain. In addition, the supply of affordable housing service land is inadequate amid soaring prices in urban areas, leading to increased development costs. While the government has made commendable progress in boosting housing supply, expediting further advancement requires promoting the use of alternative building materials to reduce construction costs and achieve affordability. As financial institutions, we believe that we have a critical role to play in connecting these different parts of the ecosystem. As part of our commitment to this cause, the mortgage business is evolving beyond the traditional concept of supply financing a completed house. We are looking at the entire housing journey while seeking to make these solutions more accessible and responsive to evolving customer needs. At the same time, we see an opportunity to support housing solutions that are not only financially accessible, but also environmentally responsible and socially inclusive. This means embracing energy-efficient buildings, sustainable construction materials, climate-resilient infrastructure, and developments that are connected to transport, water, sanitation, and other essential services. And this is what I was saying earlier about the framework that we launched yesterday for a sustainability-linked bond that KCB has launched. And part of the funds will go towards this initiative. Scaling the base requires us to move from thinking about housing as a product to ensuring that housing as an ecosystem is enhanced through structured partnerships, experimentation, and a willingness to change conventional models. In closing, I wish to reiterate our commitment to being part of that journey. Our ambition is to continue supporting more Kenyans to move from aspiration to ownership, while supporting developers and other players who are expanding the supply of quality and affordable homes. I therefore look forward to the conversations and ideas that will emerge from this conference. Thank you and have a good afternoon.
All right. Thank you very much. This marks the end of the first session of the second session, just before lunch. And we have earned our lunch break, though late, but we have saved some time. So we should be back here by 2:45. We shall proceed to the exit doors and receive our meal vouchers. And during the lunch break, please make sure you meet, if you're in finance, meet a person from construction. If you're in construction, meet someone from policy. And if you can do both, the better. All right, so have a nice lunch. And we shall have the lunch served at the Rose Garden, which is slightly up. We'll take a little walk to the side of the reception, just behind the reception. That is where we shall have our lunch. So engage, network, and have a wonderful lunch. Should we pray for lunch? We should. So let me pray for lunch, and then we can proceed. All right, let us pray. Father, we thank you for the morning session. As we are about to have our lunch, we ask for your blessings, for we pray in Jesus' name. Amen. Thank you. See you in 45 minutes.
And that's why we are pushing that agenda down that way.
No, I love that. So you've raised 4.4 billion against a program ceiling of 10.5 billion. So you still have about 6.1 to go, and for your headroom. So what is the pipeline of future issuances, and how many tranches probably over the horizon?
Yeah. So we have a significant pipeline that is coming up because we moved into lending beyond the shareholders.
Okay.
We opened up our lending framework, I think, in 2024.
Karibu sana TK Ansans Properties.
Natafuta nyumbani.
Umefika nyumbani. Mimi naitwa TK, investor wa properties. Miaka mingi sana. Niko na marafiki kule Lamu, niko na marafiki kule Kilifi, niko na marafiki kule Mombasa. Mimi honeymoon yangu nilifanyia kule Fort Jesus. Mimi ni mtu nimesafiri. Nimekuwa pale Dubai. Niko kule Qatar. Mimi ni mtu nimeishi mpaka pale na
Sikazana niambie na
Swadaka tuko na nyumba za hivi. Tuko na pale niko na kwa moja sana hapa ni kuna maji, kuna stima, yaani kuzungumzia zile social amenities zote zote pale. Na sababu nyingi ndugu zangu nitawapa na milioni 5. Malipo in fact nitawapa facility moja safi sana.
Na mimi ni sharia kwa plan.
Ili kampuni ya kule sheria
Usicompromise bili zako kwa sababu ya ndoto zako. Pata kwako udasharia compliant facilities from KCB Sahel Bank from as low as 8.9% profit rate per annum and payable for up to 25 years. SMS pata kwako to 22522 or visit your nearest branch today. Terms and conditions apply.
Mwalimu Bongo, Eastern Central Africa. Hivi ndo umeamua?
Kwani wameamua?
Niko bakulikani.
Na tena yangu.
Kicheni kuna balcony.
Massive windows. Cabin, Sophia. Guess what? Running water. Na tena yangu. Oh my God.
As like.
Mbona nimekuwa kwa na mkono wangu? Wewe.
Okay, I'll be picking your calls and I'll attend to each and every problem that you raise. Okay, I know you complain about an open kitchen plan. How about the aspect
Usiingie boksi landlord milele. Hata wewe pata kwamba una KCB home loan at a fixed interest rate of 8.9% per annum, payable for up to 25 years. SMS to 22522 or visit your nearest branch today. Terms and conditions apply.
My name is Jensen Mutetia, CEO of the Kenya Mortgage Finance Company. I warmly welcome you to the 5th Kenya Affordable Housing Conference under the theme Scaling the Pace, Unlocking Inclusive and Sustainable Housing Solutions.
We are building on the successes of the 2025 conference, which we held in Kisumu last year, where over 250 delegates attended from within the country and outside the country. This year's conference, we are looking forward to even having a bigger audience of 250 people.
This year's theme challenges us to address the barriers that inhibit affordable housing provision in Kenya and develop solutions that can enable more people to get homes. We must go beyond home and get down to the base of the pyramid where the housing need is greatest.
When you look at a majority of Kenyans, 85% are actually in the informal sector. And this represents the majority of Kenyans whom we target to access housing finance affordably. This year's Kenya Affordable Housing Conference is about driving affordability and inclusivity in home ownership. We have already been doing that through distributing the Kenya Mortgage Finance Company product, which ensures that Kenyans are able to access home ownership at affordable rates. Some of the topics that we'll be tackling at the conference include affordability and inclusivity. Secondly, women have a significant contribution to make to this market. 49.2% of the refinancing that we have done has actually gone towards women-headed households. Because we know when a woman benefits from a home, a whole generation is empowered. Thirdly, sustainability.
Join industry leaders, financial developers, and policymakers, and other practitioners to explore practical solutions and forge meaningful and impactful partnerships. Together, let's turn ambition into action and build a more inclusive housing future for Kenya.
Karibuni nyote Kenya Affordable Housing Conference 2026.
We are looking forward to all participation. This is the place to network, this is the place to build partnerships, this is the place to build businesses. Download our KMRC app, register, and let's meet on 28th and 21st of August.
At Lake Naivasha Resort, Naivasha.
Tujenge kesho leo.
I extend a warm welcome to all of us gathered here this morning. We made this deliberate effort at KMRC to bring all the stakeholders together who are in the housing value chain, to have conversations and discuss key issues, challenges, and opportunities that can be optimized to enhance access to decent and affordable housing in our country. The conversations and connections made during this conference will pave the way for actionable solutions and inspire us to redouble our efforts in tackling this pressing national issue.
It gives me great pleasure to attend the 3rd annual Affordable Housing Conference organized by Kenya Mortgage Refinancing Company. Ladies and gentlemen, as we gather here to discuss the current state and future of affordable housing in our country, I'm reminded of the profound impact our decisions can have on the landscape of our nation. The choices we make today will shape the communities of tomorrow.
So, ladies and gentlemen, the micro, small, and medium enterprises are the backbone of Kenya's social development. This sector is a key driver of employment growth and considerably contributes to the country's GDP. My ministry will therefore continue to work closely with the stakeholders to address challenges that affect the MSME sector, particularly those that make it difficult for them to access decent and affordable housing.
Fiscal policy will drive, say, the interest rates. They will drive the exchange rate of the Kenya shilling against major international currencies.
National Housing Corporation is at the heart of implementing AHP as conception.
And so discussions that are being held to see how TPS and rent to own within the KMRC structure, that how we can incorporate that to push forward the development within the affordable housing.
Investor, you've got this. Karibu sana Teke and Sons Properties.
Asante sana. Natafuta nyumba yangu na mke wangu.
Umefika nyumbani. Mimi naitwa Teke, investor wa properties. Mwenye uzoefu wa miaka mingi sana. Niko na marafiki kule Lamu, niko na marafiki kule Kilifi, niko na marafiki kule Mombasa. Mimi honeymoon yangu nilifanyia kule Fort Jesus. Mimi ni mtu nimesafiri. Nimekuwa pale Dubai. Nimekuwa kule Qatar. Mimi ni mtu nimeishi mpaka pale Lamu.
Sikatai haya yote, niambie mazuri ya hii property.
Swadakta mzee wangu. Tuko na mashamba. Nyumba za jengwa. Tuko na pale beach plots. Sisi ni watu tunajenga mpaka manyumba. Sababu nyinyi ndugu zangu, niko na ofa moja moto sana kwako wewe na mke wako. Hapa ni karibu na beach. Kuna maji, kuna stima. Yaani tunazungumzia zile social amenities zote zipo pale. Na sababu nyinyi ndugu zangu, nitawapa na milioni 5 peke yake.
Malipo?
In fact, nitawapa facility moja safi sana.
Naamini ni sharia compliant.
Sharia nayo tumecomply nayo ndugu yangu. Hii ni kampuni ambayo ipo registered.
Sharia compliant.
Sharia wote.
Usicompromise bili zako kwa sababu ya ndoto zako. Pata kwako with a Sharia compliant home facility from KCB Sahal Banking from as low as 8.9% profit rate per annum and payable for up to 25 years. SMS pata kwako to 22522 or visit your nearest branch today. Terms and conditions apply.
Malik. Hello, boy. Mashiri. Mwalimu Bomba, Eastern Central Africa.
Sema.
No. Mashiri. Hivi ndio umeamua?
Kwani uamini?
Ni kubwa kuliko yangu.
Na tena ni yangu.
Kitchen kuna balcony.
Massive windows, cabinets mpya, and guess what?
What?
Running water. Na tena ni yangu, all mine.
I'll slash your rent by half. Usiambie mtu.
Mbona niendelee kukaa hapa na niko na kwangu? Wewe acha hiyo.
Okay, I'll be picking your calls and I'll attend to each and every problem that you raise. Ulisema unataka gypsum?
Imagine, hata sign am my own landlord.
Okay, I know you complained about an open kitchen plan. How about I ask Diongo kuja kuvunjia hiyo ukuta?
Usiingie box ya landlord milele. Hata wewe pata kwako with a KCB home loan at a fixed interest rate of 8.9% per annum, payable for up to 25 years. SMS pata kwako to 22522 or visit your nearest branch today. Terms and conditions apply.
My name is Johnson Otetia, CEO of the Kenya Mortgage Finance Company. I warmly welcome you to the 5th Kenya Affordable Housing Conference under the theme Scaling the Best, Unlocking Inclusive and Sustainable Housing Solutions.
We are building on the successes of the 2025 conference, which we held in Kisumu last year, where over 250 delegates attended from within the country and outside the country. This year's conference, we are looking forward to even having a bigger audience of 250 people.
This year's theme challenges us to address the barriers that inhibit affordable housing provision in Kenya and develop solutions that can enable more people to get homes. We must go beyond FOMO and get down to the base of the pyramid where the housing need is greatest.
When you look at a majority of Kenyans, 85% are actually in the informal sector. And this represents the majority of Kenyans whom we target to access housing finance affordably. This year's Kenya Affordable Housing Conference is about driving affordability and inclusivity in home ownership. We have already been doing that through distributing the Kenya Mortgage Refinance Company product, which ensures that Kenyans are able to access home ownership at affordable rates. Some of the topics that we'll be tackling at the conference include affordability and inclusivity. Secondly, women have a significant contribution to make to this market. 49.2% of the refinancing that we have done has actually gone towards women-headed households. Because we know when a woman benefits from a home, a whole generation is empowered. Thirdly, sustainability.
Join industry leaders, financial developers, and policymakers, and other practitioners to explore practical solutions and forge meaningful and impactful partnerships. Together, let's turn ambition into action and build a more inclusive housing future for Kenya.
Karibuni nyote Kenya Affordable Housing Conference 2026.
We are looking forward to all participation. This is the place to network, this is the place to build partnerships, this is the place to build businesses. Download our KMRC app, register, and let's meet on 20th and 21st of August.
At Lake Naivasha Resort, Naivasha.
Tujenge kesho leo.
I extend a warm welcome to all of us gathered here this morning. We made this deliberate effort at KMRC to bring all the stakeholders together who are in the housing value chain, to have conversations and discuss key issues, challenges, and opportunities that can be optimized to enhance access to decent and affordable housing in our country. The conversations and connections made during this conference will pave the way for actionable solutions and inspire us to redouble our efforts in tackling this pressing national issue.
It gives me great pleasure to attend the 3rd annual Affordable Housing Conference organized by Kenya Mortgage Refinancing Company. Ladies and gentlemen, as we gather here to discuss the current state and future of affordable housing in our country. I'm reminded of the profound impact our decisions can have on the landscape of our nation. The choices we make today will shape the communities of tomorrow.
So, ladies and gentlemen, the micro, small, and medium enterprises are the backbone of Kenya's socio-economic development. This sector is a key driver of employment growth and considerably contributes to the country's GDP. My ministry will therefore continue to work closely with the stakeholders to address challenges that affect MSME sector, particularly those that make it difficult for them to access decent and affordable housing.
Fiscal policy will drive, say, the interest rates. It will drive the exchange rate of the Kenya shilling against major international currencies.
National Housing Corporation is at the heart of implementing AHP as conceptual.
And so discussions that are being held to see how TPS and rent to own within the KMRC structure, that how we can incorporate that to push forward the development within the affordable housing.
So we are at the Kenya Mortgage Finance Company. Tranche 1 of the medium-term note was very successful, and they just did another tranche 2, which this time round was based around sustainability. What are the plans around it, and even what did they do over that period of time with the first funds that they got? I'm here to have that chat with the CEO. Welcome to the Trading Bank. Welcome to the show.
Thank you. Very nice to see you again.
Same to here. And first of all, let's start with the congratulations.
Thank you.
So your maiden bond in 2022 raised 1.4 billion shillings and was oversubscribed by 480%. Could you walk us through what the proceeds were deployed to and where did the money go?
So the 480% of our subscription was our inaugural bond in 2022. Mm-hmm. We got a very good reception from the market, which was actually amazing. Mm-hmm. It was a little bit of a surprise to us, but it was a pleasant one. Okay. And that's because it was our first time in the market. Mm-hmm. We didn't have a track record. Mm-hmm. We didn't have any form of guarantee or credit enhancement for that matter. Mm-hmm. But look, everyone trusted us that we have a model that works, and indeed it actually does. And we are offering an essential service. Now, we got funds that we utilized, and we actually fully disbursed within 1.5 years. But the way we do it is that we
which is actually a very good thing for people to understand.
Yes.
Let's take up to your office.
Yes. The way we do it is we actually, of course, you know what we do, refinance mortgages.
Absolutely.
We are in the wholesale market as opposed to the retail, which is usually the financial institution. Yeah. But we blend the funds. Mm-hmm. So we raise capital markets funds, which of course are not cheap. Yeah. And we blend with concessional funds. Mm-hmm. So before we issued the bond, we had already mobilized about 35 billion Kenyan shillings ahead of time, which is essentially the resources that we sought to blend with the capital markets funding. Yeah. And usually when you do that, you reduce the weighted average cost of funds, because here we're dealing with affordability, which is actually the biggest concern anyone will have in a market like Kenya.
Wow, that's very good. So maybe someone would ask, how would you rate it in terms of the deployment of the cash from since you did it till now when you felt you needed to come back again? How would you say the success rate was?
The success was excellent. I mean, the fact that we quickly got the kind of funds we needed only about 1.4 billion. We got over 8 billion. We started getting feedback from the market that, you know what, you should have had a green shoe option, and then you take all the money. But we really didn't want to do that because we have an issue that we needed to address, which is affordability. Okay. And so our first bond was actually a market tester. The full deployment of funds is an indication that the market is actually very receptive on the affordable housing part. We build a pipeline of mortgages or home loans that we refinance, and the uptake has been extremely good.
Wow, lovely. It has always been a case where we used to say that mortgages in the country have always been a very low percentage, and we appreciate the effort to bring it at very good cost. I've also seen some of the institutions you partner with giving it at single digits, and that's amazing.
That's right.
Now, let's move on a little bit. There's a word you've used there, blending, commercial blending, commercial bonds proceeds with constitutional funds like DFIs. What does that blending look like in practice, and why is it critical to keep these rates affordable?
Yeah, so we have an issue of affordability, and that is mainly because of the kind of incomes we have in the country, particularly on the lower end of the market, which is essentially where the biggest challenge is. Now, we have concessional funds, but what we're really looking at is sustainability. How sustainable are the funds we have? Now, our sustainability strategy is actually predicated on local currency fundraisers. So that's why we go to the capital markets to raise funds locally, because that's sustainable. Concessional funds are good, but of course it's not sustainable. I mean, you can dry out whenever, any time. So the blending we are talking about here is essentially getting a pot of lower cost funds, and we get a pot of higher cost funds. The lower cost funds is the concessional funds I'm talking about, which is the 35 or so billion that we had raised from the World Bank and the African Development Bank. Then we have the higher cost funds, which are usually capital markets funds, because of course they are higher cost. Now you put the two in a pot and you blend. I mean, that's the simplest way of saying. Now what you get is a lower weighted average cost of funds. So when you look at the higher cost funds, it was 12.5%. The lower cost funds we had was about 4%. Now we blended the two, and we got a weighted average cost of about 5%.
Okay.
And that's how we then lend to the market. But what were we actually trying to solve? The biggest issue that we're actually trying to solve is the asset liability mismatch that we have in our markets. The asset liability mismatch is common with financial institutions which are deposit funded, because deposits are short term. Now, when you put that in long-term assets like housing finance, then you run into a mismatch risk. And that mismatch risk usually prevents financial institutions from lending possibly to housing at scale. They can only apply a certain quantum of funds for longer-term assets. That means in their risk appetite, they can only take so much of risk on the mismatch. So what KMRC has come to do then is to actually remove that mismatch risk. So the blending extends the tenor of funds, right? And then it also reduces the cost, that is the interest rate. And that's why KMRC is lending in single digits. Any KMRC supported funds or home loans or mortgages in the market are actually in single digit, and they are even longer term. The other key thing we addressed was the variability of rates. So we also then started locking rates so that they are fixed rates. And the way we did that is we actually locked the financing, both the concession and the capital markets funds. That's why you see our bond is fixed rate. right, is fixed for the tenor, but because we want to move the market to fixed rate home loans, and that actually addresses the risk of defaults, which happen from time to time when markets change, the rates change.
Okay. So let's talk about the gap between tranche 1 and tranche 2. There was a whole 4 years. I'm sure there are so many lessons in between that you learned, and I'm sure even in tranche 2 you came well equipped with that. So anything that you may want to raise in terms of how you learned managing a capital markets program alongside an affordable housing mandate?
Yeah, thank you. So the difference on the duration between tranche 1 and tranche 2 was mainly just driven by macroeconomic conditions of the market. So and the lesson we learned there is market timing is critical. It's very, very essential to obviously ensure that you time the market. At the time, 2023 to 2025, inflation rates were high. Interest rates obviously tend to go up. The policy rates equally. Well, I mean, the central bank, of course, was trying to manage inflation, and therefore they tended to address the policy rates in that regard. And that just made it difficult for us to get to the market. We are we have sensitivities on costs. So cost of funds to us is some very sensitive issue that we actually had to address. So there was no way we can go to the market and issue a bond of 15%, for example, or 16%, based on the condition of the market at that time, because that significantly affects the cost at which we're going to extend financing to the market, and that creates an affordability issue. So we have to keep timing the market. The right time was actually now when we went to the market.
Okay.
We could have gone to the market. I think we had actually earmarked to go to the market in 2024. We again changed. We said, okay, we will go in 2025. But when we assessed the market, we were not ready to issue at the kind of cost of funds that we were going to attract at that time.
Okay. Let's talk about tranche 2. It's structured around sustainability, which is quite an interesting phenomenon to some people in the country who are getting to learn about this, but also in the corporate field. This has been the trend of looking at how sustainable is what is being offered. And you talked about on a fixed rate note, not just any conventional corporate bonds that we see. Maybe you could shed some light on that. Why sustainability label and what it stands to the market?
We have a sustainability framework, which we actually put together since 2024. Now, our target is actually to shift markets for home ownership, to shift into environmental friendly situations. Now, when we developed a sustainability finance framework, which we did last year, we had to ensure that the sustainable finance framework is aligned with the International Capital Markets Association Green Bond standards or principles, the social bond principles, and even the sustainability bond guidelines. Now, we got a second party who actually did a review. We got an institution in the US called ISS Corporate, which did a review of our sustainability finance framework to make sure that it's actually aligned with the international standards that we are talking about. And they confirmed that it's aligned. Now, so the arrangement here, or the focus that we have, is actually to shift the market to green affordable housing. We want to reduce the carbon, or at least to facilitate the market for people to reduce the carbon footprints, which are, of course, usually comes out of housing. We want the market to start focusing primarily on generating mortgages that meet certain standards, as environmental standards, like, for example, reduction of carbon, energy efficiency, water conservation, so those are the areas that we want the market to address. And that's exactly the strategy we have. We want to shift the market to go green affordable housing, which is essentially what we want to support. And it's a wider perspective of, addressing climate mitigation measures within our country.
Let's get deeper into that. There are some terms we've used there: eligible green home loans and eligible social home loans. Maybe you could help us to distinguish between that and what exactly qualifies a mortgage and each category.
Yeah. So a green home loan is an arrangement or pool of home loans or mortgages that will consider mainly at least a 20% increase or reduction in energy, for example. Potentially have some form of water conservation. It will certainly be meeting certain standards. Like, for example, you can have the IFC EDGE certification as one of the measures that we will be looking at. So when an institution originates a pool of mortgages, we have an eligibility criteria under the Sustainable Finance Framework. And those are the measures that are used to define what a green mortgage will look like. And of course, the application of funds, because that's the primary issue around why we have a sustainability bond, is mainly on the application of funds. 100% of the funds will be applied on those mortgages that meet the green and the social framework.
Okay.
Now the social part is even more interesting. So it's mainly predicated on affordability. So how do we define affordability? We have income thresholds, for example. So we say an income threshold of up to 4 million will be considered lower income socioeconomic empowerment. Right? So we then are saying we are pushing financing down market, and that is achieving a social objective of socioeconomic empowerment. And that's why we put a cap, 4%, 4 million and below.
Okay.
The other consideration we look at is just social diversification. Like, for example, we are saying, how much of the funding we provide go into women-led households? So we are talking about...
Is this a social part of ESG?
That's part of ESG,
okay,
exactly.
Exactly.
That's part of the ESG. So we are meeting ESG standards.
Okay.
And so we are saying, as part of the social part, we'll be evaluating the number of home loans that are originated that actually go to women-led households. And that is part of the application of funds under the social category. So it's social empowerment, it's women-led households, it's lower income, the lower income people who obviously usually have a disadvantage because their incomes are very low, and they're actually even considered high risk. And that's why we are pushing that agenda down that way.
Oh, I love that. So you've raised 4.4 billion against a program ceiling of 10.5 billion. So you still have about 6.1 to go, and for your headroom. So what is the pipeline of future issuances, and how many tranches probably over the horizon?
Yeah. So we have a significant pipeline that is coming up because we moved into lending beyond the shareholders.
Okay.
We opened up our lending framework, I think, in 2024. Initially, we were only lending to the 20 shareholders that we had. Now we diversified a lot and opened it up to the entire market, which anyone who is offering mortgages, both banks and SACCOs, can originate a mortgage and get refinancing from KMRC. So that's leading to a more significant increase on the portfolio of mortgages available for us to refinance. With that kind of arrangement, we are seeing us going back to the market sooner. Next year is an election year. Perhaps it may not be the right time to do that because the market timing is still a good thing to do. But we are likely to go back to the market in 2028. Now, we have an option, but that of course will be dependent or driven by our funding gap at that time. So that's why we'll at least issue one tranche, at least. That means we can do 2.
Okay.
Right? Okay. But that will certainly be the maximum tranches that will be issuing. But we usually assess the pipeline of mortgages that we have, or demand for that matter. We look at the concessional funding we have, and then we equally look at, so how much market funding do we need? And when we identify the gap, that's actually when we come in to seal that gap. Because the issue here is that the concessional funds have to be slightly higher than the market funds, so that when you blend them, the average comes down.
Okay.
And so we have to keep managing that. We have a blending model that we actually use for that purpose.
Okay. Are you happy, first of all, with this fest?
We are very happy.
Okay.
Yeah.
Just check.
An oversubscription of 300 is excellent.
It's very good. Yeah. It's very good. Yeah. And finally, and I love the fact that you've talked about the huge number of SACCOs coming in, even at the banks as well, which probably would broaden the reach in terms of the informal sector.
That's right.
Which are the majority in the country, may not have a pay slip to just show you up. So what are you doing to ensure that as well, those people who as well make their living can also be part and parcel of this?
We are doing something more interesting, which is actually amazing. We have developed what we call Kenya Mortgage Guarantee Fund.
Okay.
An institution that is separate from KMRC, but of course is run by KMRC, which we call a risk-sharing facility. The idea is to de-risk homeowners on the low income, who are actually the majority. 84% plus of income earners in Kenya are actually people who do not have a regular payslip. They don't have a regular income. It could be a taxi driver, a guy who owns a shop, a guy who, running a little business, an MSME. And the greatest challenge is that they're actually considered by financial institutions as very high risk.
Yes.
And therefore, they don't even give them an opportunity to demonstrate their ability to pay a mortgage, because that's the most important thing, your ability to pay a loan that you can be granted. And the reason why they don't get that opportunity is that of informality. They don't have documents that demonstrate their credit worthiness, their credit history, which is so important for a financial institution to do an assessment. Now, so what we're doing is that when we created this Kenya Mortgage Guarantee Trust, which is the RSF or the risk sharing facility, we expect this, and it's already actually ongoing, to de-risk those lower income households. The banks will now start seeing them as an attractive lot because we are guaranteeing their loans 40% on a forced loss basis. So we are saying, if you generate a mortgage of 1,000, if this person defaults, we are going to pay 400 of that 1,000, which is 40%. The rest remains, of course, as a credit risk to the financial institution to enable them to originate a good mortgage. So if you cover 100%, then why will a financial institution sit and start reviewing that person? I'm guaranteed 100%, I can recover all my money whenever. So we wanted them to have a stake, which sometimes is called in jargon skin in the game.
Yes.
So they need to have that for them to help us in that process.
You're right.
So we are going down market. We are going to ensure that these financial institutions go there. And part of the funding we are mobilizing is also intention to go down that route and encourage them to apply to the Kenya Mortgage Guarantee Trust for them to get a cover on the credit risk.
I'm sure most would even be pushing to a higher percentage, like a 50% of like. But before we close, viewers are watching and they see you, they hear this name, they're thinking a home. So can they go to your website? Is there some place they can go and they can know the institutions where they can go to, or probably even check the SACCOs they can go to? Is that something they can do?
Absolutely.
Yes.
So apart from the institutions that work with KMRC, and there's even a loan calculator so that you can know your status immediately before you even go there. Just look at your income, punch in some numbers on your income, and it generates for you how much loan you can qualify for before you go to a financial institution. Apart from that, we actually even have a listing of some properties based on credible information we obtained from people who are building. We cannot attest that they're actually, good for you or anything. We're just putting information out there. So that if you want a home, then that's a reference point you check. And then that takes you now to where the property exactly is, and you go and check. And obviously now start thinking whether that's the kind of property you want to buy or something like that. So our website has a lot more information, and so we ask viewers, please go, and you should be able to get a lot of assistance. We are also even available on phone, on social media, I think, all form of social media. And we can be reached and we can support whenever someone needs help.
So there could be someone who says, I have a plot and I would like to put up something. Does KMRC, through its partners, support this kind of process?
Yes. We call it buy to build. You can actually take a loan, you buy a plot, and then you take a loan and do the construction. Part of that is actually known as incremental home development, because you buy the land, then you start construction, you go up. And KMRC supports that as well. So you can go to a financial institution, get all that, and KMRC will refinance the plot, home, construction that you're doing.
Okay.
Yes.
That's very good news. I have someone who has a plot and wants to do that.
They can be able to get that screen.
Thank you so much for your time. Yeah. There you have it. It's all about owning your own particular home, or probably even helping others do the same thing. And we want to appreciate what the Kenya Mortgage Finance Company is doing. There has been a conversation with the CEO, and he's very optimistic about really even making homes green. Looking at matter sustainability and touching to the fabric of the social and really all matters ESG. Thank you so much for your time. I'll leave you now with the markets.
Investor, you've got this. Karibu sana Teke and Sons Properties.
Asante sana. Natafuta nyumba yangu na mke wangu.
Umefika nyumbani. Mimi naitwa Teke, investor wa properties. Mwenye uzoefu wa miaka mingi sana. Niko na marafiki kule Lamu, niko na marafiki kule Kilifi, niko na marafiki kule Mombasa. Mimi honeymoon yangu nilifanyia kule Fort Jesus. Mimi ni mtu nimesafiri. Nimekuwa pale Dubai. Nimekuwa kule Qatar. Mimi ni mtu nimeishi mpaka pale Lamu.
Sikatai haya yote, niambie mazuri ya hii property.
Swadakta mzee wangu. Tuko na mashamba. Nyumba za jengwa. Tuko na pale beach plots. Sisi ni watu tunajenga mpaka manyumba. Sababu nyinyi ndugu zangu, niko na ofa moja moto sana kwako wewe na mke wako. Hapa ni karibu na beach. Kuna maji, kuna stima. Yaani tunazungumzia zile social amenities zote zipo pale. Na sababu nyinyi ndugu zangu, nitawapa na milioni 5 peke yake.
Malipo?
In fact, nitawapa facility moja safi sana.
Naamini ni sharia compliant.
Sheria nayo tumecomply nayo ndugu yangu. Hii ni kampuni ambayo ipo registered.
Sharia compliant.
Sheria wote.
Usicompromise bili zako kwa sababu ya ndoto zako. Pata kwako with a Sharia compliant home facility from KCB Sahal Banking from as low as 8.9% profit rates per annum and payable for up to 25 years. SMS pata kwako to 22522 or visit your nearest branch today. Terms and conditions apply.
Malik.
Elon Samboi. Mashiri. Mwalimu Bomba, Eastern Central Africa.
Sema.
No. Mashiri. Hivi ndo umeamua?
Kwani uamini?
Ni kubwa kuliko yangu.
Na tena ni yangu.
Kitchen kuna balcony.
Massive windows, cabinets mpya, and guess what?
What?
Running water. Na tena ni yangu, all mine.
I'll slash your rent by half. Usiambie mtu.
Mbona niendelee kukaa hapa na niko na kwangu? Wewe bwata jo.
Okay, I'll be picking your calls and I'll attend to each and every problem that you raise. Ulisema unataka gypsum?
Imagine, hata sign my own landlord.
Okay, I know you complained about an open kitchen plan. How about I ask Dionga kuja kuvunjia tu ukuta?
Usiingie box ya landlord milele. Hata wewe, pata kwako with a KCB home loan at a fixed interest rate of 8.9% per annum, payable for up to 25 years. SMS pata kwako to 22522 or visit your nearest branch today. Terms and conditions apply.
My name is Johnson Otetia, CEO of the Kenya Mortgage Finance Company. I warmly welcome you to the 5th Kenya Affordable Housing Conference under the theme Scaling the Best, Unlocking Inclusive and Sustainable Housing Solutions.
We are building on the successes of the 2025 conference, which we held in Kisumu last year, where over 250 delegates attended from within the country and outside the country. This year's conference, we are looking forward to even having a bigger audience of 250 people.
This year's theme challenges us to address the barriers that inhibit affordable housing provision in Kenya and develop solutions that can enable more people to get homes. We must go beyond FOMO and get down to the base of the pyramid where the housing need is greatest.
When you look at a majority of Kenyans, 85% are actually in the informal sector. And this represents the majority of Kenyans whom we target to access housing finance affordably. This year's Kenya Affordable Housing Conference is about driving affordability and inclusivity in home ownership. We have already been doing that through distributing the Kenya Mortgage Finance Company product, which ensures that Kenyans are able to access home ownership at affordable rates. Some of the topics that we'll be tackling at the conference include affordability and inclusivity. Secondly, women have a significant contribution to make to this market. 49.2% of the refinancing that we have done has actually gone towards women-headed households. Because we know when a woman benefits from a home, a whole generation is empowered. Thirdly, sustainability.
Join industry leaders, financial developers, and policymakers, and other practitioners to explore practical solutions and forge meaningful and impactful partnerships. Together, let's turn ambition into action and build a more inclusive housing future for Kenya.
Karibuni nyote Kenya Affordable Housing Conference 2026.
We are looking forward to all participation. This is the place to network, this is the place to build partnerships, this is the place to build businesses. Download our KMRC app, register, and let's meet on 28th and 21st of August.
At Lake Naivasha Resort, Naivasha.
Tujenge kesho leo.
I extend a warm welcome to all of us gathered here this morning. We made this deliberate effort at KMRC to bring all the stakeholders together who are in the housing value chain to have conversations and discuss key issues, challenges, and opportunities that can be optimized to enhance access to decent and affordable housing in our country. The conversations and connections made during this conference will pave the way for actionable solutions and inspire us to redouble our efforts in tackling this pressing national issue.
It gives me great pleasure to attend the third annual Affordable Housing Conference organized by Kenya Mortgage Refinancing Company. Ladies and gentlemen, as we gather here to discuss the current state and future of affordable housing in our country, I'm reminded of the profound impact our decisions can have on the landscape of our nation. The choices we make today will shape the communities of tomorrow.
So, ladies and gentlemen, the micro, small, and medium enterprises are the backbone of Kenya's social development. This sector is a key driver of employment growth and considerably contributes to the country's GDP. My ministry will therefore continue to work closely with the stakeholders to address challenges that affect the MSME sector, particularly those that make it difficult for them to access decent and affordable housing.
Fiscal policies will drive, say, the interest rates. They will drive the exchange rate of the Kenya shilling against major international currencies.
National Housing Corporation is at the heart of implementing AHP as conceptual.
And so discussions that are being held to see how TPS and rent to own within the KMRC structure, that how we can incorporate that to push forward the development within the affordable housing.
So we are at the Kenya Mortgage and Finance Company. Tranche 1 of the medium-term note was very successful, and they just did another tranche 2, which this time round was based on sustainability. What are the plans around it, and even what did they do over that period of time with the first funds that they got? I'm here to have that chat with the CEO. Welcome to the Trading Day. Joe, welcome to the show.
Thank you. Very nice to see you again.
Same to here. And first of all, let's start with the congratulations.
Thank you.
Sir, your maiden bond in 2022 raised 1.4 billion shillings and was oversubscribed by 480%. Could you walk us through what the proceeds were deployed to and where did the money go?
So the 480% of our subscription was our inaugural bond in 2022. We got a very good reception from the market, which was actually amazing. It was a little bit of a surprise to us, but it was a pleasant one.
Okay.
And that's because it was our first time in the market. We didn't have a track record. We didn't have any form of guarantee or credit enhancement for that matter. But look, everyone trusted us that we have a model that works, and indeed it actually does. And we are offering an essential service. Now, we got funds that we utilized, and we actually fully disbursed within 1.5 years. But the way we do it is that we
which is actually a very good thing for people to understand.
Yes.
Let's take up your office.
Yes. The way we do it is we actually, of course, you know what we do, refinance mortgages.
Absolutely.
We are in the wholesale market as opposed to the retail, which is usually the financial institution. But we blend the funds. So we raise capital market funds, which of course are not cheap.
Yeah.
And we blend with concessional funds. So before we issued the bond, we had already mobilized about 35 billion Kenyan shillings ahead of time, which is essentially the resources that we sought to blend with the capital markets funding. And usually when you do that, you reduce the weighted average cost of funds, because here we're dealing with affordability, which is actually the biggest concern anyone will have in a market like Kenya.
Wow, that's very good. So maybe someone would ask, how would you rate it in terms of the deployment of the cash from since you did it till now when you felt you needed to come back again? How would you say the success rate was?
The success was excellent. I mean, the fact that we quickly got the kind of funds we needed only about 1.4 billion. We got over 8 billion. We started getting feedback from the market that, you should have had a green shoe option and then you take all the money. But we really didn't want to do that because we have an issue that we needed to address, which is affordability. And so our first bond was actually a market tester. The full deployment of funds is an indication that the market is actually very receptive on the affordable housing part. We build a pipeline of mortgages or home loans that we refinanced, and the uptake has been extremely good.
Wow, lovely. It has always been a case where we used to say that mortgages in the country have always been a very low percentage, and we appreciate the effort to bring it at very good costs. I've also seen some of the institutions you partner with giving it at single digits, and that's amazing.
That's right.
Now, let's move on a little bit. There's a word you've used there, blending, commercial blending, commercial bonds proceeds with concessional funds like DFIs. What does that blending look like in practice, and why is it critical to keep these rates affordable?
Yeah, so we have an issue of affordability, and that is mainly because of the kind of incomes we have in the country, particularly on the lower end of the market, which is essentially where the biggest challenge is. Now, we have concessional funds, but what we're really looking at is sustainability. How sustainable are the funds we have? Now, our sustainability strategy is actually predicated on local currency fundraisers. That's why we go to the capital markets to raise funds locally, because that's sustainable. Concessional funds are good, but of course it's not sustainable. I mean, they can dry out whenever, anytime. So the blending we are talking about here is essentially getting a pot of lower cost funds, and we get a pot of higher cost funds. The lower cost funds is the concessional funds I'm talking about, which is the 35 or so billion that we had raised from the World Bank and the African Development Bank. Then we have the higher cost funds, which are usually capital markets funds, because of course they are higher cost. Now you put the two in a pot and you blend. I mean, that's the simplest way of saying it. Now what you get is a lower weighted average cost of funds. So when you look at the higher cost funds, it was 12.5%. The lower cost funds we had was about 4%. Now we blended the two and we got a weighted average cost of about 5%. And that's how we then lend to the market. But what were we actually trying to solve? The biggest issue that we're actually trying to solve is the asset liability mismatch that we have in our markets. The asset liability mismatch is common with financial institutions, which are deposit funded, because deposits are short term. Now, when you put that in long-term assets like housing finance, then you run into a mismatch risk. And that mismatch risk usually prevents financial institutions from lending possibly to housing at scale. They can only apply a certain quantum of funds for longer term assets. That means in their risk appetite, they can only take so much of risk on the mismatch. So what KMRC has come to do then is to actually remove that mismatch risk. So the blending extends the tenor of funds right? And then it also reduces the cost, that is the interest rate. And that's why KMRC is lending in single digits. Any KMRC supported funds or home loans or mortgages in the market are actually in single digits, and they are even longer term. The other key thing we addressed was the variability of rates. So we also then started locking rates so that they are fixed rate. And the way we did that is we actually locked the financing, both the concession and the capital, that's capital markets funds. That's why you see our bond is fixed rate, right? It's fixed for the tenor because we want to move the market to fixed rate home loans, and that actually addresses the risk of defaults, which happen from time to time when markets change, the rates change.
Okay. So let's talk about the gap between tranche 1 and tranche 2. There was a whole 4 years. I'm sure there are so many lessons in between that you learned, and I'm sure even in tranche 2 you came well equipped with that. So anything that you may want to raise in terms of how you learned managing a capital markets program alongside an affordable housing mandate?
Yeah, thank you. So the difference on the duration between tranche 1 and tranche 2 was mainly just driven by macroeconomic conditions of the market. So and the lesson we learned there is market timing is critical. It's very, very essential to obviously ensure that you time the market. At the time, 2023 to 2025, inflation rates were high. Interest rates obviously tend to go up. The policy rates equally. Well, I mean, the central bank, of course, was trying to manage inflation, and therefore they tended to address the policy rates in that regard. And that just made it difficult for us to get to the market. We are we have sensitivities on costs. So cost of funds to us is some very sensitive issue that we actually had to address. So there was no way we can go to the market and issue a bond of 15%, for example, or 16%, based on the condition of the market at that time, because that significantly affects the cost at which we're going to extend financing to the market, and that creates an affordability issue. So we have to keep timing the market. The right time was actually now when we went to the market.
Okay.
We could have gone to the market. I think we had actually earmarked to go to the market in 2024. We again changed. We said, okay, we will go in 2025. But when we assessed the market, we were not ready to issue at the kind of cost of funds that we were going to attract at that time.
Okay. Let's talk about tranche 2. It's structured around sustainability, which is quite an interesting phenomenon to some people in the country who are getting to learn about this, but also in the corporate field, this has been the trend of looking at how sustainable is what is being offered. And you talked about on a fixed rate note, not just any conventional corporate bonds that we see. Maybe you could shed some light on that, why sustainability label and what it stands to the market.
We have a sustainability framework, which we actually put together since 2024. Now, our target is actually to shift markets for home ownership, to shift into environmental friendly situations. Now, when we developed a sustainability finance framework, which we did last year, we had to ensure that the sustainable finance framework is aligned with the International Capital Markets Association Green Bond standards or principles, the social bond principles, and even the sustainability bond guidelines.
Okay.
Now, we got a second party who actually did a review. Got an institution in the US called ISS Corporate, which did a review of our sustainability finance framework to make sure that it's actually aligned with the international standards that we are talking about. And they confirmed that it's aligned. Now, so the arrangement here, or the focus that we have, is actually to shift the market to green affordable housing. We want to reduce the carbon, or at least to facilitate the market for people to reduce the carbon footprints, which are of course usually comes out of housing. We want the market to start focusing primarily on generating mortgages that meet certain standards, as environmental standards, like for example, reduction of carbon, energy efficiency, water conservation, So those are the areas that we want the market to address. And that's exactly the strategy we have. We want to shift the market to go green affordable housing, which is essentially what we want to support. And it's a wider perspective of, addressing climate mitigation measures within our country.
Let's get deeper into that. There are some terms we've used there: eligible green home loans and eligible social home loans. Maybe you could help us to distinguish between that and what exactly qualifies a mortgage and each category.
Yeah. So a green home loan is an arrangement or pool of home loans or mortgages that will consider mainly at least 20%
Good afternoon.
Increase. Or
Good afternoon.
For example.
Kwani najiongelesha?
Some form of water conservation.
We are full. I would like to believe so, right? Tumeshiba? Yeah. So I hope we have some energy for the next sessions, the afternoon. It's a nice afternoon. Very good conversation. We keep saying housing can be a serious conversation, but in Naivasha we make it more relaxed because we are offering real solutions, and we've had that in the previous sessions. So, before we go to the panel discussion for this afternoon, the first one, I'd like you to speak to your neighbor. One word. What one word would you use for the housing solutions we are trying to come up with? In one word. In one word, what does affordable housing mean to you? In one word, what solution are you trying to offer? In one word, what is your understanding of the 5th Affordable Housing Conference? So, I am giving you about 30 seconds to tell your neighbor one word of what affordable housing means to you, what solution you think you can offer, or anything about our discussions here the next 2 days. One word. Let's not do a storybook. Everybody has a neighbor. Okay, there's no neighbor. Let me get a neighbor here. You have no neighbor, so I can be your neighbor. Please speak to your neighbor. I'm giving you 30 seconds. Dash, eh?
What that means is that we often look at it from four ways. We look at it from digitalization, jobs creation, health outcomes. So it's, if you look at it holistically, exactly, you have exactly. Yeah. Thank you. All right. My name is Muhammad Kambo. Shut down. Yeah. Also here. Yeah.
Okay. I have one word from my neighbor. Do you have one word from your neighbor? So let me hear it. You don't have a neighbor? Or did you tell yourself? One word?
She said tailored solutions.
Tailored solutions. Hey, hizo ni 2 words. Lakini ni sawa and very good. Comfort. But I hear the idea behind tailored solutions. Sylvia, naona hauna answer.
Sustainable.
Okay, very good. Sustainable. I like that. Nelson, what did Sylvia tell you?
Administration reforms.
Those are 2 words, but we ni lawyer. Lazima eke more oomph into the answer. Thank you, Sylvia. So administration reforms, that's a lawyer talking about helping people own homes through administration process. I have had sustainable, tailored solutions. Then there is necessity. Then there was value chain. Let me hear from here. 1 word.
Reaching the raw kind of people, yes.
Okay, down market. Thank you very much for that. So reaching the low income, so we are going down market. Now, because of time, at least I have done this side. Okay, Steve, you want to say? It's your neighbor, not you. Your neighbor.
Okay. Affordability.
Oh, very good. Sustainable, affordability, down market, necessity, stability.
Affordability.
Okay, affordability.
I'm also with affordability.
Affordability, yes.
Sorry?
1 word.
Scale.
Scaling. Okay, very good. That's someone, those are the ones who used to lie to people in class, eh? And then akona answer tu inangojea tu hivyo. But yes, scaling. Thank you. 1 word.
Sectional titles.
Sectional titles. Does that one have a hyphen? Oh, it's 2 words.
Olive.
Okay.
We have this area. We've not heard from this
yes, please.
section.
Get me.
Inclusive.
Inclusive. Very good. Inclusive. The last 2?
I had inclusive.
You had inclusive. Okay. Very good. Awareness. I like that. Accessibility. So we have quite a number of 1 words.
Affordable.
Affordable, yes. So thank you very much. At least that was to try to get us all into the room, even as we handle the next session. And thank you for making it. So the next session is on not land administration, the next one. Development finance in action. In the morning, we saw the various value chain actors who are involved in this whole ecosystem of affordable housing. And one of them are the DFIs and just the process of development finance, expanding inclusive housing finance at scale. Okay, people, 1 meeting, please. Yes, thank you. So we will move to the next panel session. And we know that scaling affordable housing requires patient capital, long-term financing, and strong institutional partnerships. So DFIs have played a pivotal role globally in addressing market gaps and mobilizing resources where traditional markets alone may not be sufficient. This session examines how development finance can continue supporting affordable housing growth and sustainability. And to lead us through this session is Abraham Ongenge from Stanbic Bank, Head of Personal and Private Banking. Please welcome him with a clap. Okay, you have fed. Can we give a nice clap? Thank you. Yes. Yeah, these are people who are well fed. Thank you very much. Karibu sana, Abraham.
Good
afternoon. Are we well fed? All right. So hopefully I'll try and keep most of you awake. They ask from me to you, the homework. You know, we were given homework. The homework I'm giving back to you is please stay awake. We shall be doing an exam on who slept and who remained awake. I'm here to almost facilitate a conversation around how do we expand inclusive finance at scale. And I think in the morning we've had very good conversations around the demand side of affordable housing. I think here we want to spend a little bit of time to kind of connect the demand side with the supply side, and almost going deeper into that conversation of scale. Let me give you some context to this. UN Habitat in Kenya estimates that there is about a housing gap of about 2 million houses for Kenya. Now, they estimate that from a supply point of view, 50,000 houses are made available annually. And every year, 200,000 houses come in as demand. PS Hinga did mention 42,000 houses coming before the end of the year. Now the reality is that that is not enough. So this conversation around scale becomes an important conversation for us to commit to. And to help me prosecute this matter, I would want to invite my able panelists. I'll start with Ms. Elizabeth Kibaki, the Senior Private Sector Development Specialist at World Bank. We've had a lot of stories around World Bank taking the belief around solving this important problem for Kenya, expanding it even in East Africa. So some good insights around the journey there and how we take it forward. Welcome, Elizabeth. And I also do have the privilege of inviting Tierno Habib Han to join us also in this conversation. Shelter Afrique, quite deliberate in solving the housing challenge we have across East Africa as well. They are hosted here and quite significant in the conversations we've had, both in partnership with KMRC as well. Tierno, welcome. A hand of applause to Tierno. Now, PS left us with some homework. Hopefully we do some of that this afternoon. So maybe I can start with the ladies first. So Elizabeth, thank you very much for being part of this panel. Maybe just as a reflection, World Bank has actually been in this journey both with KMRC and also assisting governments when thinking about policy with regards to affordable housing. Just a reflection around your journey as World Bank with KMRC and what you think are the next practical steps. Thanks.
Thank you very much. I'll take this opportunity to also echo the congratulations to KMRC and the rest of the stakeholders who've been able to put together this fantastic conference, not only from a networking point of view, but more importantly from the substantive discussions we've had so far. It's really clear when we look at the journey, you've asked about the journey we've traveled, that there's been maturity and they're already thinking about what the next steps are in terms of reforming and unlocking what needs to be done from not only supply side, retail side, but actually connecting across the housing value chain. When I think back at the journey we've had as World Bank Group, so on our end, World Bank, as you know, we do lending to public institutions. Probably will be able to reflect as well on the IFC side, the work that we do with private sector. So coming together as World Bank Group, we've had a very good journey, I would say, not only with KMRC, but with the broader spectrum of the housing stakeholders, where we can see one fundamental thing coming through, which is institution building. When you look at where KMRC is now, from the journey it started, I think that's one tremendous kudos to Kenya as a whole, being able to set the scene and move forward and continue demonstrating innovation, because that actually drives not only housing access, increased mortgage access, but the issue of affordability. And so in terms of a key milestone that I see over the years is that aspect of institution building. Related to that has been the journey that Kenya has traveled around addressing the policy, legal, regulatory reforms. Because in order for the institutions to work, you need an enabling legal environment. And I've seen this coming to maturity in the housing sector and also the supportive ecosystem, the issues that are being tackled on land, the issues that are being tackled on the broader financial sector, enabling environment. And I think all these are slowly but surely coming together to get us to the point where we can get Kenya to the next level when it comes to what it needs to answer. And then I would say finally, I see a growth beyond provision of affordable housing to a focus on mwananchi, so that then you're ensuring that the housing ecosystem is providing more and better jobs, and that you're also being able to drive other businesses to crowd in private sector capital beyond the traditional. So when I reflect on the work that we've done together from the different fronts, I think those are the three things that stand out to me. And those would be the areas that I can speak to a little bit more in terms of next steps.
Thank you very much, Elizabeth. Terno, again, welcome back to stage. I would probably want some insights on something I saw recently, that your board, you just announced a $500 million East Africa bond program just recently. Could you tell us more about this program and how it helps scale financing?
Okay, the mic is working. Thank you for having me again this afternoon. It was an interesting break for us because we're in the middle of a lot of things moving back and forth, but it's important to be here because we're talking about Kenya, we're talking about a host country, we're talking about a major priority for the government of Kenya, housing, right? Housing is the one single pillar of the bottom-up approach in terms of economic development. So, you know, our role is simple, right? We are a multilateral institution, and my good friend and colleague here from the World Bank Group, they played a critical role in that process, similar to ourselves. So the DFIs, you know, our role is to catalyze the market, right? To really enable the market to scale up. So we're not there to stay forever. Back in the days when I used to be at the World Bank Group, I remember a very senior person back in the days used to say, you know, DFIs are in the business of taking themselves out of business, because we shouldn't be in this business forever, right? The private sector, you know, the banks, the developers, and everybody else should be able to carry on. But our role is really catalytic, right? We are supposed to make the market work, right? So creating markets. So this is exactly why we are looking at different alternatives in terms of growing the market. So we have a capital base, which is composed of member countries, so shareholders, the African Development Bank as well, Africa Reinsurance Corporation. We partner with other DFIs, multilaterals, including the World Bank, the FDB, and others. Capital is not sufficient. So what we do is leverage our capital multiple times. And we do that by going to the capital markets, right? So on the strength of our capital, we can raise, 3, 4, 5 times in the different capital markets. Housing is a local currency play. Our balance sheet is in dollars. So historically, we've been lending in dollars. But with the transformation we've just underwent, as you know, now we are a multilateral development bank. The name has changed from Shelter Afrique to Shelter Afrique Development Bank. And this was effective, actually, last July at our 45th year anniversary annual meetings of shareholders in Rabat, Morocco, where we officially became Shelter Afrique Development Bank, SHAFDB. So that allows us to actually scale up, right? So it's not just about financing one project, 2 projects, or 1 or 2 banks here and there, or 1 or 2 governments. It's about addressing the major challenges in the housing sector. And we cannot do that just on the basis of our capital. And the way to also do that at scale is to be able to get access to local currency. So that's why we have restarted going to the market to issue local currency bonds. Because remember, the Wananchis, the Mamabongas, they all earn in shillings, right? In West Africa, they will earn in francs CFA, right? In Cote d'Ivoire, Senegal, local currency. So lending in dollars while the repayment will be in local currency opens up to major currency risk. We all have seen what happened after COVID or during COVID. Most African currencies lost at least 30% and up, right? So we have to mitigate that. We have to make sure that we can get access to local currency. And local currency is available. We, as a member of the African multilateral financial institutions, we have created this alliance of African multilaterals, which is called AMFI, or the Africa Club, which includes all African institutions that finance development, right? Afrexim Bank, TDB, Shelter Afrique, and others. We started with 5 institutions. Now we have 13 institutions that are members of this alliance. And we ran a study, and the study showed clearly that Africa has the capital to finance its development. Bottom line, right? Africa has that capital. We have more than $1 trillion of funding. $1 trillion. So that's 1,000 billion dollars, okay? Just in case the numbers are confusing. So $1 trillion, more than that amount, is available in our pension funds, in our insurance companies, in our long-term institutions on the continent, right here. So what are we doing? Going begging and, the World Bank and others about funding. We just have to find a way to mobilize this funding. So that's exactly why Shelter Afrique is going to the market. We are actually in the middle of a transaction as we speak in West Africa, where we're issuing CFA bond for the 8 West African Economic and Monetary Union countries in CFA, which is a Francophone African currency. We're going to issue for all those countries in local currency to finance projects and banks and governments in local currency. So we don't have to take or have the counterparts take local currency risk. So next, immediately after that, is what you just talked about, the $500 million equivalent, because we're not issuing in dollars, we're issuing in local currency. So we go into 4 different markets, so Kenya, Uganda, Tanzania, and Rwanda to start with, to issue this multi-currency bond in the different currencies. But given the East African community and the regulatory framework, we can do one listing, basically, right? So we can have one regulatory approval to do this multi-currency issuance, right? As a one issuance, but with different currencies. So we'll spread this across the countries, this amount that you just mentioned, but it's going to be in the local currency of the particular countries. So we can finance our projects and our banks, our clients in Kenya, in Rwanda, in Uganda, in Tanzania, and that would allow us to leverage our balance sheet and our capital to do this, right? So it's really one way for us to leverage the markets. But then, you know, we will also be discussing with some of our partners in international markets, issuing in international markets to diversify, right, our source of funding. But that's not to say that money is not here. Funding is here. The pension funds can subscribe to this bond issuance. The insurance companies, they need access to long-term instruments like the bond we're going to issue. And, you know, we also have even the banks, right, that are actually funding, you know, government bonds. A lot of the bank's liquidity is sitting in government bonds. So we can move that money into housing, right, to address the 50 million plus housing deficit, which needs about, again, that trillion number is still there, $1.3 trillion are needed to resolve the 50 million housing deficit, right? So, and that money is here.
Thank you, thank you, thank you. Now, I would want us to start addressing some homework that we were given, and maybe let me start with you, Elizabeth. I think the one thing we do appreciate with the World Bank is that while most people think World Bank is equivalent to money, World Bank also creates environments that allow private sector and governments to operate a little bit more efficiently. And that's part of the additional thing that World Bank focuses on heavily. But if you think about the question that the PS did raise to us, he said, look, go there and find the people who will take these houses. That's the question he was giving us, to say, I have 42,000 houses coming in. Who's gonna take them? Now, and on this other side, you have suppliers who are saying, how can I guarantee off-takers? So, Elizabeth, in your thinking, are there any shifts that are required from a structural policy to kind of facilitate this? What can we do differently so that the suppliers are more confident about offtake of what they have constructed?
I think an excellent question, and indeed picks up on the homework, so tick on that front. I'll start off by picking on an area you've raised. I mean, as World Bank Group, as DFIs, our job is not to do what the market is doing. Our job is to try and encourage the market to go further, to do different things, to innovate. We should not be competing with commercial banks, and neither do we perceive our role as being that. And so our partnership with KMRC, our partnership with different stakeholders, is about moving the needle further in areas that would have otherwise not been explored. The whole discussion around serving the underserved segments, whether you're looking at going, I think you had the presentation from Nyali about addressing the bottom of the pyramid, scaling at the baseline level. You have the discussions on going around the room on going green. You have discussions on addressing from a gender perspective, having more women taking mortgages. And our role, therefore, even as we engage with government, as we share experiences from different jurisdictions, is really about getting not only thought. So we have, as the World Bank, we do various analytics and we're able to share knowledge resources, but also to support, to create an environment where we are de-risking different institutions to step into those new spaces. So if I take the example of the work that we're doing now through KMRC, and we are very happy to have this partnership, is as they look forward to engaging further on the Kenya Mortgage Guarantee Trust Fund and Guarantee Fund, getting further down market, as you look at innovating or supporting PMLs to innovate around additional metrics, whether you have from the presentation, are you going to be looking at alternative ways of assessing risk? Can you bring in different innovative models that have worked out in other jurisdictions? Those are the sorts of things that we see from a private sector enabling point of view. We can get government to come in, share some ideas, ourselves to come in and share some ideas, just creating that platform where private sector actually takes up its role and runs with it. The other element is that I think necessarily so, and that is what private sector is about, you're able to remain sustainable because you're profit making and your focus is profit. And that's why you're able to keep going out there and doing what you're doing. But as development institutions, we have an added hat, the double bottom line that I'm sure we all talk about in the development space, where we are wearing the additional lens of encouraging governments, of encouraging private sector, and making it make sense for you to look downstream, to engage in wananchi, so serving the underserved, and to go green. So I'll give the example of green. And we were having a chat, observing how the lake is moving up, and you have thoughts around, was there resilience thinking, was there... Going green makes business sense. And the moment that we can help private sector think about that, we can help the citizenry see that I'll have lower costs when it comes to my utilities, I'll have more disposable income. That's a practical but small example of what at a development finance institution level we can do, that we are doing, that we are supporting the Kenyan market to do, and that we've been able to bring on board from other jurisdictions. I think finally to say that in as much as we have solutions out there that have worked and that we are bringing on board, I think the other aspect of our engagement is also creating a platform for stakeholders to come in, because it is not that there are innovations out there that will pick and copy paste as is here. We have a lot of innovation coming from Kenya itself in terms of what you're already doing. When you look at the models that KMRC has come on board, bringing on board the shareholders as circles, working with shareholders and refinancing. We have interesting things that we are doing, and I was really glad to hear from TMRC, your partners doing with KMRC, you're keen to learn. We have models that are homegrown solutions here that for ourselves as bank we can support, de-risk, crowd in, allow for those to be tapped into and taken to scale. I'll stop there.
Thank you. And let me pick up on going green, and definitely a business case for us to kind of think about. But Terno, just the elephant in the room, and I don't know if that elephant is here, but the elephant in the room around the premium of going green. So you have standards. These standards create a cost to the developers. And sometimes the challenge of, do I actually get a lower cost of financing by going green? How do we think about how we compensate that compliance piece and the cost? Because the developer would need to pass that to the end user. How do we think about making green make money?
Actually, you answered the question. Green does make money. It's true, and my colleague at the World Bank Group can also talk about some of the studies, right, that IFC has done with EDGE, IFC certification program, green climate certification. You cannot just look at your cash outlay, right, on the day of investment. You have to look at the return over the period, right? Because the household, right, is saving on energy cost, right, on water cost, water usage and all that over the medium to long term, right? So the immediate cost increase can actually be justified by the cost savings that you'll be doing over the years you'll be having, right? Now, we all understand this, right, as DFIs, as multilaterals, that at the beginning, yes, it might not be so obvious that this is an investment that makes sense for some players out there. So this is exactly why you have massive amount of funding available in the space, okay? You have GCF, the Green Climate Fund in Korea, South Korea, which is sitting on billions to be disbursed. The issue is pipeline, creating the pipeline to justify the funding to go to those projects, right? So the issue for me is not really funding, source of funding for green climate resilience project. The issue is structuring, right? And project preparing, right? So project preparation is key. And this is exactly why we have set up a facility within the Alliance of African Multilateral Financial Institutions, AMFI, with our other sister institutions, you know, with, you know, institutions like AUDA NEPAD, or also Shelter Afrique and Afrexim Bank have set up this program to generate about $2 billion of projects based on project preparation, right? So we are going to facilitate to make projects bankable, right? And a lot of it has to be green climate resilience, because we know we can mobilize funding for projects that qualify, right, as green and resilient. So I think, you know, the costs aspect, you know, can be covered. There's no issue there. But even beyond that, you know, we're all living in a world where we need to leave legacy, right, to our kids, grandkids, etc. So what are we going to leave them tomorrow? Isn't it okay? Isn't it a small price to pay today, right, to save future generations?
Well said. Just one more question to you, Elizabeth, and it's the question that was almost alluded to by our colleague from Unite Us around the land and the infrastructure trap. That a lot of the cost of construction is seated in land, and land is probably something that's facilitated by governments. So from a World Bank standpoint, what innovative public-private partnership frameworks do you think can be put in place to start reducing the cost to provide that house by thinking about land and also attendant infrastructure? What could we do differently?
Thank you. So on that issue, first to take a step back before we do the PPP and address the first P, the public part of things. And I'm really glad we have our State Department of Lands here, and you're, you know, prominently featured. You will have your panel later, Sarah. Land reform really is central to the question of affordable housing and housing in general. Anybody who's a Kenyan, you know, I was giving the example when I visited State Department of Lands recently, because I had not been there for very many years, and I was sharing with them when I went many years ago, you know, almost 20 or so, you used to have a collection of people outside your offices at the house, and you literally had to fight through to try and get in, and those were the brokers, to get to the point where now you're more and more strengthening the aspects of digitization, where when we came for the meetings and we were discussing this, you walk in and you're sort of like, oh, is this Arthi House? Because there's nobody there outside clamoring. It may seem simple, but from the point of view of accessibility, I have my small piece of land, I want to develop it, do incremental housing. I'm able to go and get my title and ensure that that title actually will be able to withstand security perfection and get to the point where I can utilize the different financial services available to finance what I want to put up as my mjengo and work with my fundi. So the issue of land reform is central at that micro level, all the way up to these bigger programs that we want to engage and leverage private sector, crowd in private sector. Because obviously as a PML, you will not touch a development where you cannot see here is the mother title and we are working towards sectional titles. And so it really is, I think, a fantastic partnership between the State Department of Housing, KMRC, and the State Department of Lands to just make sure that these two cogs are moving at the same pace, because you cannot have housing without land. There's a joke, I think a few years ago, someone was being told, take your house and leave me with my land, you know. So you have that issue. But beyond the land infrastructure, the other ones that we have found quite connected, and they came up in the morning, is the issue of actual soft infrastructure and bulk infrastructure, as well as the last mile connectivity. There was made reference to you need to have water and sewerage facilities, you need to have electricity connections, you need to have the roads. And this really calls for a partnership between the national and county government, because there are those things that are necessarily under Schedule 4 provided by the county, and those that are national government needs to provide. And again, those two cogs need to move at the same level, because it wouldn't make sense if you're able to provision, you're building a highway, you need to make sure you have an exit that allows you to access a particular housing setup, but then county then takes over to ensure that the feeder roads are actually able to get you to that particular area. So between the CIDP, between what KENHA is doing, you need to have coherence. And I think at a policy level, this is one of the areas that from the World Bank Group side, we have been quite keen. We have different parts of our institution. I work for the financial competitiveness and investment part. I have colleagues in urban, I have colleagues in water. We are all trying to make sure that these pieces, to the extent that we can support government, move as one. So that when you have a unit, that unit is able to cut across and ensure that I can move in, I have the infrastructure required, including the soft, including I'm moving in, I have my 5-year-old, 4-year-old, they need to go to school closest, what's happening with that, where are we on hospital facilities? So those different elements, I think at a policy and planning level, we have been speaking to and are supporting, working together with different sectors, so within the different state departments, but also through the Affordable Housing Board, trying to say, as they run with the Affordable Housing Program, that can be a model to show all these different institutions coming together at the national and county level. I think if we address infrastructure that holistically, land as enabling finance, land as enabling ownership, and then tackling these different facets, we'll get to a point where the policy is actually allowing for home ownership at the very basic level, even if I'm trying to increase or to build back home in my small shamba. Thank you.
So, Terno, maybe I can invite you for your closing comments. And in your closing comments, just think about what are the things that being a Pan-African institutions, what are the things that people can learn from Kenya, but also what are the unique challenges that you think Kenya needs to address?
Thank you. That's an excellent question. You know, yeah, the way we sit, our role is more of being a broker of knowledge. I don't want to use a knowledge bank. The World Bank now is becoming a knowledge bank. That's the new name of the World Bank Group. Look, we are DFIs, or multilaterals. We have access to so many markets, right? I mean, Shelter Afrique is present in 44 markets in Africa, 44 countries, our shareholders, members, and they're all looking for impact, right? And to address the housing challenges and urban infrastructure in their countries. So we see the similarities, we see differences, we see best practices, malpractices, you know, across the continent. And now with our international partners, like Japan is in the room, at our AGM as well, they were there, India and other Malaysia and other countries, you know, we can really facilitate, you know, the knowledge sharing process to understand what can we borrow from here and take over there, right? So that's why I like your question. So, you know, when I came in Kenya in 2016, as I said at the opening, there were discussions about how to address the Big Four, right? The Big Four agenda. And one of them was housing. And it turns out to be the biggest one of the four, right? 2016. I remember the hard negotiations we had to do as a World Bank Group. you mentioned this, IFC and World Bank, try and convince the government on how to go about, prioritizing housing. So we brought guys from Colombia, from Brazil, from different markets, India, to share how they've developed the housing market, how they're able to achieve the results they had, right? So that exposure was very, very critical, and it was very helpful to the central bank governor then, to the CS of finance then, and that's how actually I met, my good brother Joe and Pierre Singer back then was just on a consulting visit here. So we were able to bring all these brains together and share those experiences and say, look, if you go this way, we can achieve something big. So then the first budget, I think it was the 2016, that came out, had housing portrayed as one of the biggest, areas of spending for government. So it was prioritized. So what I would say is that prioritizing the sector is the first most important thing. The initiative needs to be embraced and taken up by the highest level of government, right? And that's the case in Kenya. From the president, the minister of finance, the CS, treasury, and all the way down. So that's what we also try to portray when we supported the government to host the African Urban Forum here in Nairobi at KICC. I think it was in May, right, or April, right? We had all the African governments represented, and basically they saw that actually housing was not a joke in this country. And some of the ministers came to me and said, after the speech from the president, some ministers came and asked me and said, you should have gotten our presidents in this room so they can hear basically what has been going on here. So I think that's important. Political commitment, right? And then the institutions that are here, that have been put in place to address both supply. You have the AHP, right? And then, or the AHB, Affordable Housing Board, and you have on the demand side, KMRC, right? And the banks are all on board, and now you have the SACCOs. By the way, KMRC was the first most innovative mortgage refinance company, I would say, globally. Because what we fought for KMRC here, we were not able to achieve as World Bank Group back then anywhere else, because nowhere else you would have savings and credit cooperatives, become shareholders of a refinancing company. Because why? The mortgage refinance company is supposed to be very strong from a capital and rating and all that, and the shareholders matter for the investors. So historically, it's been only banks. Only banks can become shareholders. I remember the fight, to get the SACCOs to become shareholders, to be accepted at HQ, at the World Bank in Washington. I remember the fight we had to go through. Because they're like, these guys are not even regulated, they're self-regulated, SASRA and all that stuff, And then we said, look, if you don't want to work with the SACCOs, then you don't want to do affordable housing in Kenya. Because those are the guys that are financing today. So we need to have them on board so they can push the needle more, and the banks can also follow further. Affordable housing. I'm not talking about any type of housing. Affordable low-income housing. So that's how we would manage to get the SACCOs to be accepted as shareholders of KMRC and to benefit from KMRC funding. Many of these SACCOs had come to us back in the days to get funding, and it was hard to finance them because of the governance structure and all of that. But getting them on KMRC was a way to go around that, so that KMRC can finance them. So that's, I would say that's a model. So the way we are actually looking to share that experience with our other member countries is through what we have put in place called VIRAL. So the VIRAL diagnostic toolkit that Shelter Africa has developed is basically a diagnostic toolkit that would allow us to look at, different areas within the ecosystem. And viral is an acronym, right? So it's how we make housing viral. Viral means vision, institutions, regulations, actors, and local initiatives for the L. And that basically being inspired from the way India has done it, and now the way Kenya is doing it, and we've been supporting this. And the idea is we apply this to other countries, right? Through the vision, institution, regulation, all of that, right? So to strengthen the ecosystem and make sure that we have an integrated approach, supply, demand, and enabling environment, regulatory framework, right? And finally, I would say what Kenya can learn from other countries as well, right? You know, the Nigeria Mortgage Bankers Association was here a month ago. They came to learn from the Kenyan environment, but actually they shared also experience from the Nigerian market. And one of the experiences, and actually my colleague is sitting in the room, she used to work for Family Homes Funds in Nigeria, okay? And one thing they've done there is they found a way to finance the different states within Nigeria. So the states in Nigeria, you know, it's a big country, it's like counties here. So you look at Kenya and you have the counties. And now Kenya has devolution. Devolution meaning you have sort of, how you call it, delegated, right, to the counties, they budget, their financing and all that. So the same kind of structure, you know, as the states in Nigeria. And this institution that she used to work for, Monsurat, who's in the room, she's our new head of project finance group. You know, basically that institution was able to finance the states within Nigeria, you know, and getting guarantees from the states and financing the developers, the project. And they've been able to scale up housing across the whole country. And you can imagine 190 million people in the country, right? So that's the kind of model we can also replicate here. And we've been having a discussion with actually Nakuru's representatives here, the government, and we're discussing with other counties. The idea is to see how we can structure financing for the counties, right, to make the housing development a local issue. It is a local issue. Land is owned by the counties, you know, and they can work with us to develop PPPs, etc. And that's where we'll bring in other partners like the World Bank, FDB, and others, and the banks would be in the play. And finally, the last thing I want to say, as I see that we're being rushed by time, but the last thing I want to say is that, you know, the challenge that my good brother P.S. Hinga has put to all of us in this room, you know, the banks, the DFIs, and everybody. I mean, I don't look at it as a challenge. It's actually something that makes sense. It's the natural evolution of what we have started, okay? We started by setting up KMRC, which is the institution that would help the banks get access to affordable long-term funding to finance mortgages. So the demand side is being addressed. Now, KMRC is not going to be able to do volume if there's no supply. If you don't have those affordable homes that will qualify to KMRC funding for mortgages, then, you know, there's nothing to fund, right? Because KMRC is taking collateral, right, which is coming from the supply. So you need to have that supply to drive KMRC business. And that supply now, he's telling you, he's giving you that supply, okay? It's 280,000 units coming. The first batch that will be finalized in December. By December, it's 42,000 units. 42,000 units. How much money is talked about? 52 billion, right? So I think the banks in the room really have something to play with. I mean, you have funding on the KMRC side to refinance, right? And now you have the supply to be financed. What are you missing, guys? What are you missing? Right? You have the customers. You have the customers. I'm sorry? No, but the house is built. They will have title. Leave that to Lands, right? Lands is in the room. Leave that to they're in the room. So nothing is missing. They're here, yeah, right? And by the way, this is coming from the PS. The PS is telling you that This thing is available. So yeah, I mean, tell them. Say, look, where are the titles? Pull out, but I'm sure they can get that to you for those units at least. They can fast track it, right? So what I'm saying is, this is the perfect place to be. It's the perfect environment for housing, right? And this, any other country would love to have this sort of environment. And the last stage in that process is the securitization process that he spoke about, right? That he called it warehousing, okay? The warehousing, you know, the things like, I used to structure those things. That's why I was very excited when he mentioned this in the US, the Fannie Mae's. I used to work a lot with Fannie Mae's. You know, we structured mortgage-backed securities through the Fannie Mae's, but you go through warehousing and all of that. So that's what he was trying to talk about. And that's an area where we will also support with the banks in the room, with our colleagues at the World Bank, FDB and others, to scale, right? Because the 280,000 units we're talking about is the tip of the iceberg. You need way more funding to address. So that's where we will come in and help structure that kind of product.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Thanks very much, Tierno. I think you've passed the homework to someone else called Lance. So they are probably going to take that homework. We've done our homework. I would like to conclude at that. Just really some takeaways from me. First, acknowledging the progress that we have made. I think the reality around the journey we've made so far, acknowledging that. Appreciating the opportunity, especially the availability of funding that's available, and the development partners' resolve to support in that process. Understanding the challenges that we need to deal with, whether it's land, whether it's infrastructure, but also taking on the challenge that this can be done. So thank you very much, my panelists. Thank you for the engagement. Did you see anyone sleep? No. So you've passed your homework.
Yes.
Thank you very much.
Yes, thank you very much. Wasn't that an amazing panel discussion? I think we were all awake, like literally. Thank you so much, Elizabeth, Habib, Abraham, for taking us through this conversation. Now, I was going to allow just one question from the audience, so that you feel that we are including you. Inclusion. There was one word on affordable housing, inclusion. So is there just one question, burning question, just one? Okay, Eva?
Thank you very much, panelists. I just have a question to World Bank, tying into what Ellie said about what TMRC are doing, or rather intend to do in terms of financing developers so that they bring down the cost of construction, which then will definitely influence the cost of property and then influence affordability to customers. So is that something or a plan that you foresee for Kenya in the very near future? Because it's something that developers have for a long time talked about and requested a consideration for.
So I think the short answer is yes, we are looking at working across the value chain. We recognize that we cannot stop where we are at. The PS talked about affordability, access, and unavailable. A part of that equation is dealing with the developer, and we cannot run away from that. So whereas at the moment we have a lot of focus on unlocking some of the issues, I think this table was bold enough to say to us, yes, you have the 45,000 units, where is the land? So we are unlocking some of those issues. Yes, we have the units, where is the mortgages? So we are unlocking that issues. But the other part of the conversation is what you've raised. And to make it even bigger than developer financing. Because when we speak to developers, there are those of you who have gone into spaces boldly, borrowed, been able to do amazing work or are thinking about amazing work. But when it comes to offtake, because of the infrastructure, because of the considerations around, and infrastructure here is not just, as I was saying, road network, electricity, water, the surrounding ecosystem. And so as we tackle that part of the value chain, we are cognizant that it's not just about throwing money at the problem or replacing what institutions can do, existing financial institutions, but also looking at it at that broader level, because as developers, this will just be one cog in the wheel if we don't unlock fully that particular part. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Elizabeth, and thank you, Eva, for that question. Loud of applause for the panelists and the moderator. Thank you. I will allow them to take a group photo together as I welcome Eli Bariki. Please help us gift our speakers this afternoon, our panelists.
Coffee. Okay, so now it's time for us to stand up a little bit. Let us stand up, stretch a little bit. We want to make sure that we are alert until when we are done for the day. So DJ, I want you to give us some music so that we can stretch a little bit, jiggle a little bit. Okay, let's go. Yeah. Oh man. Hey, please. Let's keep on. Let's go on, please. We were having some fun here. Yeah. All right, let's go. Wow, clap for yourselves. That was beautiful. All right, I know now the sleep has gone to the lake. Now we are present and we want to welcome the land team, the lands reforms team that will be moderated by Sharon Buyanzi. Sharon is a partner for banking, finance and real estate at the Mohammed Muigai LLP. Sharon, are you present? All right, there she comes. So let us give a round of applause for Sharon. All right, Sharon and team will be tackling the land and administration reforms to support housing delivery. This comes in handy from the previous panel. We've heard that the question is the title deeds. You know, do we have units that actually have title deeds? So you will answer that question together, yeah, panel. Welcome.
Thank you so much, Deborah and Olive, for taking us, bringing us this far. It's been very interesting. Now, I'm so glad that we did that little exercise. Otherwise, I'd carried a bell to just keep us awake. Now, I'll tell you what we'll use it to do as we continue with the discussion. Now, receive greetings from the law firm I work at, Mohammed Muigai Advocates. Do you receive their greetings? Yeah, where I come from, lazima tutume salamu. All right, so I'll ride on the protocols earlier observed, and I'd like to say that I feel at home today as I'm surrounded by people who are passionate about affordable housing, just like I am. I've been following act to act, policy to policy, and I'm very excited to be here today. So we have people ranging from landowners, developers, financiers like Unitas Sacco. I've seen people from Stanbic Bank. I've seen people from KCB, I've seen people from Stanchart, I've seen various policy makers and policy implementers. We have World Bank, we have the Ministry of Lands, and finally, I've had conversations. I've just had advocates speaking. You know, advocates do not keep quiet. So my brothers and sisters, my learned brothers and sisters. And on that note, I'd like to bring to the podium my learned sisters. So we will have one of our speakers is Chelimo Saramaina. Yes, please clap for her. Sarah has a Master of Laws degree and a Bachelor of Laws from the University of Nairobi. They like to call it the university. She has been an advocate for over 20 years. So she has 20 years experience in land administration, having worked as a land registrar, coordinator of the digitization program, and she's currently the Secretary, Lands, in charge of the technical departments at the State Department of Lands and Physical Planning. She's accompanied by Byron Marcel, who works at the Land Information Management System Department within the same ministry. Byron, please also join us. Please clap for him as he comes. I'd also like to welcome another learned sister of mine. She goes by the name Sylvia Kang'ethe. Sylvia is an advocate of the High Court for over 14 years. She's currently a partner at Mboya, Wangongu, and Wayaki Advocates, where she leads complex transactions and advisory mandates across the real estate and financial services sectors. She has been ranked as a notable practitioner in real estate, banking, and finance by the International Financial Law Review, IFLR 1000, in recognition of her expertise and contribution to the legal profession. In addition, she is a member of the Public Policy and Research Committees of the Kenya Property Developers Association and a member of the Law Society of Kenya Conveyancing Committee. Please clap for her. Okay. Now, our topic of discussion is land administration reforms that support housing delivery. We will start with a presentation from Byron. It will be short. We intend to keep this short and sweet. Abraham made sure that we do not sleep, so we don't intend to take you down. We can only go higher. All right, thank you so much, Byron.
Good afternoon. Thank you very much, Sharon, for the introduction. Mine will be very brief, as she has mentioned, and I will be setting stage for the discussion that will be handled by this panel. So, as you've heard, my name is Marcel Byron, and the matter I'm about to present on follows very closely on what the previous panel had a debacle about. Where are the titles? And that is where the State Department for Lands and Physical Planning comes in. Before a housing project really becomes a project, it is very prudent, and many speakers have talked about it, that you make sure that the base, which is actually even in the title of our discussion today, is secure. Okay. So let's move to the next slide. So, what does affordable housing expect from the State Department of Lands? Number one is land that can be identified, can be registered, and can be planned. And the previous speaker told us that the infrastructure is not just about the last mile. It goes deeper than that. The next one is a record of every institution can actually act on. Okay? So all our financiers, even the purchasers themselves, must have confidence in the title or the document, the record document, that their property is going to be based on. Number three is services that can complete in days. And I think this is something which we have had a lot of struggle on, to make sure that these transactions do not take so long, they don't stretch for such a long time. And as Elizabeth has mentioned, it used to be chaotic. Getting into the offices would be so difficult because the transactions would drag for so long and people would get desperate. They would come in person. In many cases, they would have their agents or their advocates do transactions for them. But it reaches a point where even the clients themselves now come to the office themselves to follow up on these transactions. So we also need titles that can be issued at project scale. And as the PS said, we are expecting 42,000 properties to be ready, affordable houses. All these houses need to be titled, and this titling process need to be really at this project scale and not piecemeal. The fourth one is security. Security a lender can price and that a household can actually use. Most of our lenders are in the business of, they're in the private sector, so they're in the business of making profit. And if they are not able to actually price some of these securities which are provided to them, then it means that this affordable housing dream will not be realized. And the last one is actually public confidence. Do we command enough confidence from the users of our system? Do they trust the title we issue to them? So these are some of the issues which affordable housing expect the State Department for Lands to deliver. Let's move to the next slide, please. So these are some of the constraints, and I believe most of the speakers have alluded to most of them, so I'll be very brief on them. The constraints which we had, and actually this is based on a report which was funded by World Bank just last financial year, and these are the issues which are raised to be the biggest constraints to delivery of affordable housing. Number one is the records were held on paper, so manual transactions. Number two is statutes written for paper. So you'll realize that most of our statutes are actually intended to be consumed by a manual process. The next one is incomplete spatial framework. And I believe we'll have a more in-depth conversation on this tomorrow when the AI team will come on stage to actually discuss that. The other one is long transaction cycle, and that really feeds on the previous slide. Then values that cannot be evidenced. We have had speakers, especially the gentleman from KCB, mentioning specifically about the valuation data and how that valuation data is very important in making decisions on when to advance and not when to advance the loan on it. So the last one is approvals in many hands. And this stems from the fact that most of our departments which deal in land had never been integrated before. So someone had to move from one department to another with a bunch of papers big folios just to get a service. And then you would move with these folios again to another office to get services from those other organizations. Next slide. So, the State Department for Lands and Physical Planning introduced digitization of all our services as that silver bullet which would help us surmount all those challenges which I've mentioned. And just to be brief about it, I have had a lot of questions about why the digitization process is taking so long, and it's just a matter of scanning a few documents here and there, and then voila, transactions can now proceed. But this is actually the process, and this is still even summarized, the process which it takes. And this is partially based on the laws which exist today. Because the system, the SASA system, actually follows the provisions of the various legislations that we have. And as I mentioned, these legislations are actually engineered for a manual process. So where our engineering process would make a process very short and direct and very simple, the legislations force us to actually follow the long haul. We have to follow the manual process on a digital platform, which is quite a pity. So the first process is establishment of the working station, which basically is doing needs assessment, doing procurement of goods and services, office setup, and that goes all the way to preparation, scanning of the documents, which is just one part of the digitization process, until we get to the ingestion part, which is at the end there, where now we are able to get the spatial and the non-spatial components of the parcel, which now is what is transactable. So the whole of this process is quite time-consuming. It is quite laborious, and it is really expensive to do. And we are really grateful for World Bank and other organizations which have been able to partner with to help us to actually do some of these processes. Next slide. So this is, in a gist, this is the progress of our digitization process. You'll realize that at the tail end, we have only been able to fully digitize almost just shy of 1.8 million titles. And this is distributed in Nairobi, which is fully live, at around 350,000 parcels. Isiolo is 70% transactable and is fully live. Mombasa, we have 15 live blocks. In Muranga, we have 50%, which equates to around 50,000 parcels, which have already been fully digitized. In Marsabit is actually, the cadastre has been finalized and all the records have been captured into the live system. So the last column is on, the last row is on property, on active conversion. These are stations which are currently undergoing active digitization. So in the next project which I'm going to introduce, we are handling around 8 priority stations, which include Machakos, Ruiru, Thika, Kiambu, Kajiado, Ngong, Kisamis, and Kajiado South, plus Kajiado Central. So you'll realize that this is actually the most active corridor in terms of delivery of affordable houses. And that's the reason why we decided to choose those stations. Next slide. So, currently this financial year, we were able to partner with the World Bank under the Housing Finance, Lands and Sustainable Investments project. And this project has 4 components. Number 1 is refinancing for the mortgage market, which is being handled by KMRC. The land administration reform, which is being handled by the Ministry of Lands. And I'll take time to actually explain that component too. But the third one is sustainability linked financing, and the 4th is technical assistance. So let's move. So I know it's quite, it's not very visible, but I will explain. So we have 3 sub-components under this project. And number 1 is under land and regulatory reform. So, as we have already lamented enough today, that these laws need to be reviewed. These laws need to be reviewed so that we are able to streamline them to digital transactions. So a couple of laws are going to be amended. Many of them are going to be really amended, and we're going to have subsidiary legislations on them to allow for digital transactions. Number 2 is on digitization of the record, and this is the actual digitization of documents. And number 3 is enhancement of Ardhi-Sasa. So you'll realize that as it stands right now, the Ardhi-Sasa system, which is our land information management system, is not fully developed. We still have modules which are still not finalized. So we'll take advantage of this fund to actually enhance the functionalities of Ardhi-Sasa, and we will see which kind of functionalities we're talking about. Next slide. So, this slide just gives us a gist of the opportunities for housing delivery. Number 1, and I'll not dwell so much on it because, as I said, we'll have a full conversation on it tomorrow, is on the national reference frame, which needs to be expanded. This is the infrastructure, one of the soft infrastructures we are talking about, which really needs to be implemented in this country so that we are able to geo-reference the sectional properties which are being produced by the Affordable Housing Project. So without these continuously operating reference stations, cause in short, we have not been able to survey our pieces of land at scale. And once this is done, it will actually even enable us to create a 3-dimensional cadastre. A 3-dimensional cadastre is a cadastre that also looks at the sectional properties. Where we have flats, you can actually have a fully, a cadastre which illustrates how high your property is above the ground or above the specific datum. We will also have registry index maps amended within the system. So these are some of the missing links in Ardhi-Sasa system. So the importance of that is that we will be able to actually reduce the cost and time of doing amendment of registry index maps. Then we can also think about, and this is for us to decide, what about if we had electronic titles? What are the benefits of an electronic title? And I can tell you for sure right now, where we already have the full-fledged Ardhi-Sasa system, it is already with us. We already have electronic titles. Only that our legislations force us to also print a physical title on the side. But really, the title actually draws its strength from the register, which again, without even the paper document, you are able to lay claim on your piece of land based on the register. The 3-dimensional cadastre I've already talked about, and also a distributed ledger technology, also known as what is it called? The common term for distributed ledger? Blockchain. Thank you. So next slide. Well, these are some of the safeguards we'll have in the system, because we are actually planning to put in a lot of technology in this system. One of the technologies we are going to use is production scanning. We are going to get very high volume scanners, which again will use intelligent character recognition, and we'll also use computer vision in assisting vectorization of registry index maps. We'll use automated validation and anomaly detection. I know this may sound a bit complex, but it is not. This is just the basic work a surveyor does when we are digitizing our systems for ingestion onto Ardhi-Sasa. Then we are also going to use artificial intelligence in building the system itself. because the development process itself has always taken a lot of time. It has taken a lot of resources. But with the advent of AI, and I can tell you it's a very good time to be working in a tech firm. I can call ourselves a tech firm right now, in as much as we are the State Department for Lands and Physical Planning. The two cannot be in the same sentence. So we'll also do a digitization manual, because these are one of the glaring and missing pieces of this system. Next slide. So I'll take a very short time on this. These are the new modules, and I know what will interest most of us here is the search module. The search module is actually very long overdue, because, for instance, if you wanted to do a search for a property in a station like Kilgoris, how many of us know where Kilgoris is here? Kilgoris, okay, you can check on your map. So you don't have to travel all the way to Kilgoris as it is right now. If you travel, if somebody is in the US or from South Africa, you don't have to go all the way to Kilgoris to do a search. You just do it online. The other ones are the title management module and the land control board modules. So this is the modular approach to development of this system. Next slide. So this is where, this is what I will leave you with. That land becomes projects. Houses become assets. Assets become collateral. And collateral become an affordable finance. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much, Byron, for condensing that elaborate discussion into 10 minutes. So far we have spoken about housing delivery from the perspective of construction, financing, and supply. But before a house can be built or financed, there has to be land that is identifiable, properly planned, securely registered, and capable of supporting investment. And that's where our topic for today comes in. So today we want to explore whether the reform that Kenya has undertaken, whether it's legal, institutional, and technological, are translating into a land administration system that actually makes housing delivery easier, faster, and more predictable. So as I had introduced our panel for today, Sarah is the Land Secretary, State Department of Lands, and she'll bring in the system and policy perspective. Sylvia is an advocate who brings in the perspective of a practitioner and a user of the system. So before we proceed, I just want to check with you how many, by a show of hands, have experienced a delay in their land transactions because of a land administration issue. It looks like it's the entire room. So how many of you believe that improving land administration could materially improve housing delivery in Kenya? Yeah, I can see some are even raising 2 hands. And today we are in the right place. We have Sarah here. Even I have some transactions where clients are looking at me from the audience, and we are going to follow them and they will resolve. Yes. So, we can, from the show of hands, we can already see that we have lived experiences of the problem. So let's hear from our panelists about where the problem really lies. And to keep you awake, it's good to know when we will end, right? I'm sure even for some of you when you're in high school, the first thing you do is to print the calendar of the term and you cross out every week, yeah? So just to give you a synopsis of the discussion, we are going to have 3 rounds of questions. So round 1 will be about where we are currently. It will basically just recap shortly what Byron has mentioned. And then we'll move to the second round, which is about digitization and ADISASA. And then we might have a small audience check. And then we finalize with housing delivery, affordability, and finance. So I'll go straight to the first round, which is about where we are. So this question goes to Sarah. If we are to recap, we'll start from the beginning in simple terms. So my challenge to you, panelists, is to answer all the questions in under 1 minute and 30 seconds. you'll do your best, right? But where you need to explain, please feel free. Let's not leave out information at the, because we are rushing. So in simple terms, what is land administration and how has the system evolved through the major legal, institutional and technological reforms we have seen?
Thank you for the question. And I think you should tell people that lawyers are storytellers. And for every answer, we must have a story behind it. And the question she just asked me, post-Berlin conference, because for us to understand land administration, we must understand where we've come from. Because the legal systems that we have in Kenya arose from the scramble for Africa, somewhere in Berlin. Kenya becomes a British colony, and then English laws are introduced into Kenya, 1902. Forest Jurisdiction Act is introduced into Kenya, so that now the British monarch, I think it was Queen Victoria then, was able to allocate land to settlers. But before that, we lived as communities. And whenever this question is asked, I normally reference to a story, Alwanda Magere's story, just to explain how we lived as communities in the African setup. Because the Forest Jurisdiction Act says that the land did not belong to anyone. That's why they used that law to appropriate land in Kenya. And that's where we introduced the laws that we just amended the other day in 2010. So post-2010, we had various laws that were being applied in land. We had first the land that was recognized that belonged to someone before the British took over. That is the 10-mile coastal strip. We've heard of that one. And a particular law was introduced to manage that land, Land Titles Act. And then we had the Crown's Lands Ordinance, which later became Government Lands Act, which we still have titles under Government Lands Act to date. And she will tell you sometimes she submits them to us. And then thereafter, as we moved up from the coastal region, we kept introducing new laws. And what happened is that by 2010, the land registration laws alone were like 7 laws. Just registration laws and many other laws. And as we were clamoring for our constitution, there was the land policy of 2009, where Kenyans now sat down and decided what is the problem in the land sector. And one of them was the duplication of laws, the multiplicity of laws. And what happened then was that you could find duplication of titles, that in Nairobi alone, we had 3 systems managing land, and you'll find three people appearing in court with 3 titles issued at lands over the same land. And what was very interesting, because I was a registrar then, we would be in court to support the title you issued, and you issued as such. And that was a problem on its own. And that's when we decided, the Constitution of Kenya 2010 said, we must relook at our laws, we must consolidate them to come with one registration regime. And that's when we have the current law, the Land Registration Act. And then also we have the Land Act, which is basically the one that provides for the process of allocation, the process of planning, the process of government leasing land before it's titled. So to get there, you can see where we came. We had many problems. Other problems were brought by how we kept our records. You will go to a registry, and as Kibaki was saying, you're applying for a search and it will take 20 days for the file to be traced because no one filed. If you think Nairobi is a problem, we have 89 stations. And in some of those stations, they have a very small room and many transactions happening every day. So for every transactions for the week, they just tie them together and put them on top of the previous week. If there is a dispute, the registrar will have to go down and tie all the records to look for one piece of paper. So I can say our challenges were many. But right now, we were able to look at the laws, post-2010 Constitution, and in 2012, we were able to look at our whole ecosystem. And that's when we introduced, we changed how we own land in Kenya. From the Commissioner of Lands, giving land, because basically the monarch, the governor used to give land on behalf of the Queen or the King. The Commissioner of Land took over those powers. So we moved and we said, no, we have to look at the center of power. So we have now the public land under the county governments. And then we came up with National Land Commission, so that they are also allocating land on behalf of the county governments. And then the national government is titling. We were able to separate the land systems. So when we talk of land administration, we are basically talking of that process right from allocation all the way to the title, the processes that happen in between, the planning, the survey, the allocation, the lease, the change of use, the subdivision, the georeferencing, the issue of the sectional unit, all that process is land administration. And I can say as a country, something we've gotten right is first to make sure that we have one registration regime, although the process of conversion now, because you know what happened after independence, all the titles that were issued by the colonial government, we recognize them. Because when they went to Lancaster, what our politicians agreed is that we are recognizing all the titles that were issued by the colonial government. And what happened was that government gave loans for people to buy the people who decided to leave back to Britain. But those who decided to stay were still with us. They're still with us to date. And now we are in the process of converting all those titles from 1902 into the Land Registration Act. And it's a very painful process, the lawyers will tell you. As we digitize, we must digitize that record from the time it was issued in 1902. So many transactions thereafter. And what our system has done is that we are linking the various departments, and each record from when the title was issued to date, make sure each box is checking, then we say this parcel is okay. So you can imagine you have a conveyance which was given to Macmillan in 1902, subdivided it, sold to various people. The records were never kept properly. To make it worse in Mombasa, because of the environment, the wear and tear, sometimes you just pick that register under Land Titles Act and it just disintegrates in your hands. So you have to first hold it nicely, and I tell Byron and his team, I don't care what you do, I want to see that paper scanned, showing the entry from 1902 to date. So it's a challenge, yes. That's the history. And just to appreciate what we are doing on digitization, I will invite you, we have a booth there. Just come and have a look. From that manual paper to now having that register in the digital platform. So the story for where we've come from to where we are is really long. I wish we had more time so that we can discuss it. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Sarah. Now, Sylvia, from the perspective of someone who works with the system, what are the biggest land administration challenges currently facing housing delivery in Kenya?
Thanks, Sharon, and I'm glad to be part of this conversation and to support KMRC, and as we partner together in realizing the affordable housing dream. So you ask, what are the common challenges? The biggest implementation challenge facing housing in Kenya, I would say it's not purely a law issue, because as Sarah has said, we have now sort of a unified system, unlike what we had before. So not purely say that the question or the challenge is a law problem. I think the bigger gap that we experience is an implementation issue. Moving from the law to the implementation of the various reforms that have been introduced, in my view, has been one of the biggest challenges. The other challenge, I would say, it's lack of coordination between the various institutions. In the housing life cycle, there are very many processes that go into play. There are approvals, there's survey, there's registration, there's financing. So there are many activities that would happen and would occur within the life cycle of a housing transaction. So if these institutions are not working together in a harmonious way, or if you have duplication of processes happening between different institutions, there is likely to be gaps. And I think for me, there needs to be that harmonization of the different activities that come into play within the life cycle of a problem. So the problem is not entirely the legal provisions, it's the implementation and the coordination between the various institutions that a user would interact with. Because when a user is, let me say, for example, a financier or even a purchaser, they don't look at a process in a fragmented way. For them, it's one transaction. It's I'm starting development all the way to, selling them off or getting financing. So that fragmentation of processes I think is what needs to be addressed as a gap, so that now those bottlenecks that are there are eliminated.
Thank you, Sylvia. We'll move to round 2, which is about digitization and Ardhisasa. This question is to you, Sarah. Ardhisasa has been a major step in digitizing land services. From the system custody perspective, what has that transformation involved, and what should users expect the system to achieve?
Okay, thank you very much for the question. So as from the presentation that Byron was able to give us, he was able to show us the process from the paper records to the digital platform. And what that is helping us with is that you are able now to transact without actually visiting a registry. For Nairobi, for example, if your parcel has been cleaned, and clean here means that it has ticked all the boxes, we are able to check from survey N, the spatial data has been scanned. Now you are available in the digital cadastre. We've been able to feed in the records from the land administration, the allocation records, how this parcel was allocated. And then we go to the registry, the transactions over time over the same parcel. And then the owner is able to register in the system, and they are tied. Basically, you are saying this is my land, and then we check in the records and we confirm that indeed it's yours. And what this system does is that first, it's able to remove fraud. For example, one of the biggest problems we used to have is impersonation in the manual environment, where someone is able to come with Elizabeth Kibaki's title and her name and ID and transact on the parcel. But in the system now, we are able to link with the other government system. For example, the registration of persons. So that when Elizabeth is applying to be registered on the Ardhisasa platform, we are able to pull the data from the registration of persons system and actually confirm we are dealing with Elizabeth. So that now as a bank or as an individual dealing with Elizabeth, you are actually dealing with the real Elizabeth, and we are able to reduce fraud. Same to companies. We would have people registering a similar company come and transact in the property of the genuine company. So what the digitization has done is that first has removed fraud. Then in terms of the parcels, we've had questions of where people are transacting on land which is government land, where allocation was done without following the due process. And the courts have been very firm on this. So what has happened in digitization is that we are able to map out government land, and we are able to block them from transactions. Like if we have an opportunity to look at our, for example, the digitization cadastre for Nairobi, the spatial end, you can see actually titles which were issued in the airport, which were issued in the forest, that you overlay with Google Maps, you can see them, they are inside the forest. They are inside the runway of the airport. Once we digitize now, in the digital platform, even if you apply for a charge or a transfer on that parcel, you are not able to transact because the system automatically auto-rejects. So you can see now we are safeguarding public land through that system because we are able to pin the property to where it is currently. And it has also helped with our valuation. We've seen our revenue go up. And I think the lawyers must be very happy because what used to happen, you would send your clerk to come and pay for a transaction at lands. The clerk will look for the clerk on the other side. I will not want to defend people from the land side. And that money somehow will not be paid to government. And then your transaction is done outside the government system. Many years later, you come, you want to charge your property, you are told the transfer never went through. But currently, when we've digitized, you are able to pay for the transaction yourself. And what we've done, even in the areas that we've not digitized, all payments are being done through the system. What he was talking about, we are doing, introducing modules slowly by slowly. It is really difficult to scan records across our 89 stations, but we are able to introduce our modules that we can, for example, for valuation, you have to apply through the system, property is valued, and the owner gets a notification and makes payment themselves. So that increases revenue for government and also safeguard the interests of the proprietors. And in terms of time, I know it takes long if the parcel is not available in the system. And what we do with our clients is that every time the property moves, as the owner, you get a notification, and the advocate also acting for you will get a notification. And when there is delay, the advocate can actually complain by sending, like when I was sitting here, one of the advocates was just sending me a reference that I submitted a charge on 12th of August, and up to date it's been pending with the registrar. And I'm able actually to log in and see which registrar is this staying with an advocate, charge for that law. And we're able to follow up and find out what's the issue. So that's something that the system has been able to do for us. Like from the head office, we can see what's happening in the registry without actually visiting that registry, because now we have the credentials to log in and see. So for the property sector, I want to believe that if we enhance this system, it's going to improve the timelines, it's going to offer security for landowners, it's going to protect government land, and also protect our citizens and also the banks from charging forest land, and then later when they want to go and recover, they realize they're in the middle of Karura forest. So it's going to do a lot for us. But as my learned friend here said, we must all work together for this system to work. Because land is a process that starts right from the county government all the way to the registry where you get a title. And without that connectivity, we cannot connect what the county government is doing, what the National Commission is doing, and what the national government is doing. We still have those fragmented systems that introduces ways for other people to get in and delay the process. Thank you.
Thank you, Sarah. Sylvia, I have a question for you, just picking up from where Sarah has left in terms of digitization. As a user, is digitization actually making transactions faster, cheaper, and more predictable, or are we digitizing existing inefficiencies?
Interesting question, and I think both, but to a large extent, yes. Because digitization is not purely just moving the manual information that you have online. Sarah has mentioned some of the dangers that she has encountered in her practice, whereby you're having land with multiple owners or having land that is public, being stolen. So the issue is not just about migrating the manual information that we have. It's ensuring that the data that you're putting up and the information that you're putting up is actually clean data. Because digitizing, bad data does not clean it up. So it has the digitization process has the potential to make transactions faster, easier, more seamless, more predictable. But the underlying documentation has to be clean, has to be accurate. So for me, it's not just moving the forms online, but it's making sure that, unnecessary steps are gotten rid of. You can be able to verify information. You can be able to get your transactions done within a very short turnaround time. That means, you're reducing the costs, you're reducing the gaps that exist. So digitizing the land transactions has to be done within a much larger scope. It's not just migrating data, and I think that's what Sarah has said. It's about verifying first before you upload and making sure that whoever comes across that information that you have digitized is coming across information that is accurate, information that is accessible and reliable. Because for financials, for example, you want to have a bankable title. You do not want to lend to your clients when the underlying asset has issues. So it's a much larger discussion than purely uploading documents that are manual online.
Thank you, Sylvia. From the people in the house today, from KMRC, for KMRC, I know they'd like us to finish transactions within 1 week, even 1 day, if it's possible. And for the banks, after they've gotten the KMRC facility, they're also on our necks, chasing the transaction. Where are we on this? And sometimes you do not have answers. For the developer, maybe the financier is not giving you finance because you've not gotten the approvals required to move to the next step, or from the end user who's getting this KMRC mortgage, until you get that certificate of practical completion, your financier is not giving you that facility. So now, Sarah, considering housing transactions cut across registration, survey, valuation, planning, development control, and county approvals, how do we move from digitizing individual institutions to creating one seamless experience for the person trying to deliver or finance housing?
Thank you for the question. Actually, that question is really timely Because currently I'm working with the Affordable Housing Board, trying to title the units that we are seeing across the country. And that's one of the biggest challenges we are having. We know most of the affordable housing is done on public land. And for us, and this public land is not titled. And if we look at Article 62, that public land then mostly belongs to the county government. And our law says that a land cannot be titled unless it cannot be allocated actually, unless it is planned and surveyed. And for the counties to plan that land, they must go to the county assembly for public participation, which is a process. And then they prepare the part development plans, and then inform the National Land Commission for the National Land Commission to allocate. After the National Land Commission has allocated, they then forward to the Ministry for titling. After we have titled in the name of the board, then the surveyors again have to go to the ground and do georeferencing of the sectional unit. It is a very long, laborious process. I want you to add the 47 governments with the politics around it to it. So it is really a challenge. It is not even something to do with the system. Because for every step, there are notices that have to be done, provided for in law, and you must wait for them. And then after you've given the notice period, the county government say, we need the board to come and talk to us. This is our land. So the county is saying it's our land, and already we have houses on the ground that we need the sectional titles. Then the board now will have to organize for a meeting with that particular county government, and then they can write to the National Land Commission, and then the process goes on. So be that as it may, because that's more political than the procedural, I believe that we need a system that speaks to each other. Because at the county level, they have their system. So imagine this. A developer has bought land somewhere in Kileleshwa. It was one single dwelling unit. So they need to do a change of use for them to be able to do multi-dwelling units. So the moment we talk of change of use, we send them to the county government of Nairobi. When they go to Nairobi, they have to go through their system until they get that change of use approval. I think it's called Plupa CD8. I had seen the county CC for here, I think is left. So they go through a particular system. At the end of it, they print the approval. After they print that approval, they go to the National Land Commission. They go through the system of NLC. At the end of it again, they print a letter of allotment, for example. And then they come to land again, and then we have to scan it and enter in our system and start the process. We should actually sit together, probably locked in a room, our developers, their developers, and the county's developers, and say, we are dealing with the same piece of land. It is in Kileleshwa, it is in Nairobi, it is in the cadastre. Why are we doing different processes? Why can't we have systems that are speaking to one another? I think that's the biggest challenge we have. Politics may delay, but what is delaying is actually the professionals. Because the same surveyor that is in the city county of Nairobi and the planner went to school with the surveyor and the planner in the National Land Commission and went to school with the planner at the ministry. They actually practice together. Probably they intend when they retire, they'll run the same business. The same way you can see here. She went to the same law school I did. We are dealing with the same title. We are dealing with the same client. Her as a paying client, me as a Kenyan, I'm serving because I'm paid to serve the Kenyans. Why can't we have one system so that we speak on the same language because we are dealing with one parcel? I think that's the challenge, system that speaks to one another. Yeah.
Thank you so much, Sarah. That sounds promising, and we hope that in future that will be embraced so that we can deliver for the people of Kenya. I'm moving to round 3, which is the last round as regards the questions. It's on housing delivery, affordability, and finance. So Sylvia, if land administration becomes faster and more predictable, how does that actually translate into more affordable housing and better access to housing, to house finance?
The connection for me is through certainty, the costs, and risk. Because there are many factors that come into play when you're thinking about development. For example, financing, the interest rates, the infrastructure, for example, the approvals that you need. But when you have certainty and predictability of the processes, then it makes the transaction more seamless, it makes the costs manageable, and it facilitates. I wouldn't say that it's a sole a factor, but it would facilitate these other factors that all come into play towards making sure that housing is realized. Yeah.
Thank you, Sylvia. To Sarah, this is the last question, and around 3. If you were to meet again 3 years from now, what practical measures would tell you that land administration reforms have genuinely improved housing delivery? What practical measures would tell you that land administration reforms have genuinely improved housing delivery?
That's an interesting question. For me, I want to see faster timelines for our clients so that the banks are assured that when you submit, for example, a charge, our service charter says in 5 days to be registered. So I want to be able to see when we meet that that's seamless, that my friend here will submit the charge, the bank will get the notification the charge has been submitted in the ministry, and then in 5 days you get a notice that the charge is completed. So I want to see timelines reduced. I want to see us move digitization out from Nairobi to the other areas. And I think as you heard, we're already working towards that. We have a project we are working with KMRC being funded by the World Bank so that we can extend the digitization question across the country. And even for the areas that we have not reached in digitization, we are working on a formula on how we can reorganize our records so that when you are even working in a manual environment, it is faster and the records are trustworthy. So I want to see an improved land administration from our end as the State Department for Lands to make the experience better for our clients and to make us not shy to say we are from the State Department for Lands. It takes a lot of confidence to sit in front of a big room like this and say I'm from the State Department for Lands. But when you have a vision and you are working towards realizing those goals, we come here and share with us our vision so that you can help us do better. And we take those, we take recommendations from a panel like this, and that's why we even came with our officers from the RDSASA team. Please talk to us. Where you experience challenges, talk to us. Where you experience frustrations in our offices out there. Seems the mic doesn't want me to say that. Where you experience challenges in our field stations, please don't feel shy to share with us those challenges, because it takes courage to deal with one client at a go, satisfy one client, and then satisfies all Kenyans. So we accept, yes, there are challenges in the sector, but we are facing them head on. And that's why with my team here, Byron and the team seated there, we were actually able to come up with a concept note and a proposal that please come help us. We have a challenge here as State Department. We want to improve, and we are committed to that improvement. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Please clap for the panel. At this point, I'd like to just take, so I'm going to take one question from the plenary, and then we'll do a quick fire for them, just a fun session. So is there anyone who can ask a question? And the question should not be about your transaction that is stuck. Please. Yes, Sarah has graciously agreed to, as volunteer, that you can ask her on the side.
Is it good afternoon or good evening now? My name is Ashitiva Mandale. I practice law with Nyachaya and Ashitiva Advocates. First, I'm happy to be here, and we've learned quite a lot from the panelists. Mine is more of a recommendation than it is a question. So as to inspire confidence in the players and even the consumers, my suggestion would be we consider the registering of even the development projects. That model, if I'm not wrong, works in the UAE, Dubai, so that every project that is being undertaken in that region is actually registered with the government for monitoring purposes. And for me, if that was to happen, it will inspire confidence in the financiers, the developers themselves, the government, and the ultimate consumer. That might actually help in bringing the costs down, because there's confidence, there's monitoring every stage, and so the government is actually involved. They have done it in Dubai. I think we can do it here. Thank you.
All right. Thank you so much for that. Now, for the other questions, we can ask them at the booth. For now, I'd just like us to know these advocates. We'd like to know them, and Byron. No, these ones have to be answered by you. So now, I have my bell here. So when I press it, you quickly answer. No speech, just one answer. Okay. So, beach or the wild? Beach or wild?
Wild.
Beach.
Beach. So, one person per question. Right. So, this is for you, Sylvia. Window or aisle?
Aisle.
Okay. Now, Byron, let me inclusion.
Gender.
Music while you work or complete silence?
Complete silence.
Okay. Sarah, book or podcast?
Book any day.
All right. Sylvia, early bird or night owl?
Night owl.
All right. Byron, one app you can't live without?
WhatsApp.
WhatsApp. Okay. Sarah, if you went back to school today, what course would you take?
Accounts.
Accounts. All right. Sylvia, if you weren't doing what you do now, what would you be doing?
A kindergarten teacher.
Wow. Thank you so much. So, as we wrap up, I just want you to finish this sentence for me, Sylvia and Sarah. So, finish the sentence for me. Housing delivery in Kenya will be significantly easier when?
It will be significantly easier when all the institutions and the stakeholders involved can work together to ensure a seamless process that is reliable, that is accurate, and that is efficient.
Thank you. Sarah, housing, yes, let's clap for her. Sarah, housing delivery in Kenya will be significantly easier when?
I would want to agree first with the response by Sylvia and say when our records are reliable and transparent and available on time.
Thank you so much. Please give them a round of applause. Yes, I welcome back the KBC team.
Wow, give Sharon a round of applause. She has just done a good job emceeing this panel. Wow, we have seen the fun part of the legal minds as well. We've seen some like the wild, some like the beach, the aisle seats, WhatsApp. Wow, wonderful. A round of applause for them. Stand up and take a photo. And then we'll have Josea Cheriot from KMRC. Please come and gift the panelists the gift. All right. Thank you very much, Sharon and team, for that insightful session on lands. We can comfortably say, guys, we are moving somewhere, right? There's a vision, and it's actually being executed and implemented. Thank you so much, Sarah Maina from Lands, for providing that kind of reassurance. So the next segment is Stanbic Bank, and as they come, I want us to stand a little bit again and, stretch. I don't want us to get bored. So I want us to do left. Yes, stretch it until you can feel, the muscle stretch. Then right. Then your left leg with your left hand like this. Right and left. Okay. Right and right leg. All right, then jiggle a little bit. Oh, wonderful. Please have your seats. Stanbic Bank, you have exactly 2 minutes to deliver your speech. Thank you.
So I think let me start by saying what a wonderful conference, good knowledge that we have learned, we've learned today, and specific commitments that we are making. We are dealing the homework. So thank you very much, KMRC and team, for being allowing us to kind of congregate together. Now I've been given 2 minutes, so allow me to just share some facts. One is why Stanbic in Kenya in the first place. So we do believe that we have a purpose in Kenya to drive the growth of Kenya, and housing is the context in which we then address how we drive growth in Kenya. Where do we get this validation from? Now, we are part of a much larger organization called Standard Bank Group. And here is some facts about Standard Bank Group. In South Africa, 1 in every 3 mortgages is probably financed by Standard Bank Group. So we get validation from the knowledge around how we deal mortgages, both in Africa and more specifically into Kenya. Second fact, we actually believed in the journey of KMRC. And we were part of the founder primary mortgage lenders participating in KMRC. I am actually pleased to say, when I looked at the accounts of 2025 of KMRC, not ours, their own accounts, we are the leading provider of affordable housing as Stanbic. So we don't only come here to kind of have the talk. We actually walk the talk. I think I don't want to say kusema and then that other thing. And then lastly, I think part of how we think about housing is to say that we recognize that housing is a critical journey for our clients, and therefore the journey is just as important as the financing and the technical pieces to it. And to that extent, I do have my team around. If they can just raise their hands, these are the experts to walk the journey with you when you're thinking about affordable housing. We are in it for the long haul. We are willing to kind of partner with KMRC and with also other financiers to make this affordable housing challenge for Kenya get conquered. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Abraham. You follow instructions very well. We are now in the last session of the day. You guys have been patient. You have been interactive. Some people have taken over the stage and have belonged, which is good. It is good. It means that you're enthusiastic about the conversation that we are having. And so we need now to go and listen to the customer themselves. How has that journey been for them? Because now all these things now have to culminate to the person we are trying to provide a solution for, right? So after all the policy, financing models, legal reforms, we've talked about lands administration, institutional frameworks. This is where we remember the most important person of the conversation, the homeowner themselves. By listening to their lived experiences, we gain valuable insights. How can we do it better? Is it working? What do we need to do more? Which improvements do we need to make? And today, I have two great homeowners who have graciously offered themselves to speak to us about their home ownership journey. And I'd like us to really, really appreciate them because we know Kenyans. Hawapendi kuonyeshana ati wako na kalon mahali. They want you to know that they have because they had cash. But most of us, I am a homeowner. As a first-time homeowner, it was definitely a facility that I got. And it is important to share our experiences to encourage someone else because referrals and experiences build credibility, as it were. So join me in welcoming Millicent Waweru, who will join us for this panel conversation. Please give her a very good clap as she comes up. Thank you, Millicent. And Joram Gakui. Thank you, Joram. Karibu sana. Yes, keep clapping until he gets here. It is a step of courage to actually speak about your journey and more so even to share about your home ownership journey. And I will start with the first question. I'll join you here just to sit with you. When you first imagined owning a home, what did that dream look like? I can start with Millicent.
Good evening, everyone, and thank you for that. So when I came to Naivasha about 2.5 years ago, I had gotten a job transfer from Meru, and when I was driving here, I was breastfeeding my son, who by then was still breastfeeding, and having come from Meru, it was a very cold place where I used to live. And when I came to Naivasha and I realized that it's a warm place, I saw the lake the following morning. I saw the beautiful schools that we have around, which I was looking for my older son. I loved the place. And so for me, I thought, this is a town where I want to settle, and I would want to own a home here. So that is how it looked for me.
How many of us struggle when you're given a transfer and you are starting to think, now, am I being punished? Why do I need to move from where I am to where I'm going? Thank you. That is, you've painted a very good picture. Joram?
Okay. Good evening, everyone. I'm Jambo. As you've heard, I'm Joram. I come from Nyahururu. I'm not from within. It's good to say that. To ascertain, in each family, there must be that uncle who would always speak the truth. So this evening, I will be that uncle. To speak the truth, I'm not that old in age. As you can see, I'm a Gen Z. And I'm proud to have a home. To start with what you're asking, to answer the question, it is so difficult for a young person to think that they will own a home. With the challenges that we have, We are growing in every area. You are looked upon. You have family. You have siblings. You have relatives. You have your life. So to own a home, it's a fresh and go. But it was a desire because from where I come from, I will speak this to be frank, to encourage somebody. From where I come from, our family, we never owned a home. So I'm the first person kukuwa na kwitu. It was a desire. It was a desire to have my own home. So I just wrote my dream in big letters. And God helped me to, through my work, to have a financial institution that I usually transacted with. All my businesses I did with them. And most of the young people work on a pesa. They have money. And they get that money within one time like that. Then they spend the money and leave. They wanna back sasa tena kwa uwaja. So those people from our bank, I will say it, from the KCB Group Bank, one friend of mine from that place, akaniambia, you have potential to own a home. Nikamuuliza aje? Akaniambia, it is possible through loan. Tukiangalia statement zangu, that was back in the year 2023. Tukiangalia statement zangu, they were not that good. And I looked for a home. I looked for a home that was amounting to around 6 million. But when I went there, the process failed terribly. Ilianguka tukaangalia juu. Because my accounts and what I want haziperekani. So those guys are so good. Hawa watu wa bank si wabaya. I speak this because I know it will be aired na itafikia hawa watu wengine. Hawa watu wa bank si wabaya. What they told me, hawakuniambia ati tumeanguka kabisa, but from my view I knew tumeanguka. So what they told me, look for something, na CEO, something affordable. Affordable. No. Wacha kuangalia something that you can't afford. No. So I went back to the field. My dream was still there. After 1 year, I got another affordable home that was completed with everything, that was going for around 3.5 million, which was affordable for a business person like me. Mi sikuwa na biashara ati. I own a business, but I'm not employed by, I'm not a civil servant or those guys who people out there think they are the ones who qualify for those loans. So that's how it came to be.
Thank you, Joram, for that. And reiterating that you are a Gen Z who only live once. So long-term commitments to them is a challenge. And maybe that is something you can help us just break it down even as you answer the next question. Millicent, what was the most difficult part of the journey?
For me, the most difficult part of the journey was finding a beautiful home. And I was torn in between getting a piece of land where I could build or getting a home. And being a lady, for me, it was easier to look for something that is already done, but to my liking. So that was the most difficult part. And as soon as I got that and approached my bank, then we started off the process. Yes.
Same question for you, Joram. And while you're at it, what advice can you give the young Gen Zs who are struggling to have what you call long-term commitment towards owning a home?
Okay, thank you so much. My main challenge was, it was somehow smooth because of the relationship that I had with my financiers. Those guys really worked. Really worked on my behalf. But tulisema anko lazima ongee ukweli, si ndio? So I speak the truth. But it's not bad, but I will encourage somebody. They never told me some of the things that will come along the way. Because I myself, I said, the process charges, I will cater for it. Thank you. I said the charges, I will cater for them. I will cater. I have an income and savings that I have. I will cater for it. But kidogo, I never knew there are some other things that will come there between. So, in the process, in the process,
I'm telling him, as he said, me too.
Yeah. So, the main challenge was hapo kwa rad. And I will see wakili anieleze vizuri, because even to today, sijaielewa vizuri venye hapo palienda. I don't really know what happened there, because I had a valuer who I was given by my friends, the bank, and my financiers. We did the valuation. I had a certain amount, and I know it will go to the, after the charge, there is this stamp duty. No. So after valuing, after the process is through, I thought now we are good. Now we went to the legal to the RADS registry office. The guy that we met there said, this premise actually is not that amount that you are saying 3.4. We have to go to the ground. And I had paid a valuer who already had done it. So we said, it's okay, let's go. When we went there, my friends, the value that was given, it was double what I had. So the stamp duty fee went up. And the process, I've already used my money. So no cash is remaining. We negotiated through the bank. I told them, now it's upon you to do what you want, because me, I don't have that money that you are requesting, because it was going up with around 100,000 already. I have done more than what I could afford. So this one, according to me, we can keep it for another time. Me, I don't want it, and it is in the final stage. So the guy, I think, became soft, and it went through.
Thank you, Joram. And I think maybe that is something Sarah will address, because I think it means your property was revalued by Lands Ministry, and then so that's how the stamp duty went up. Maybe there needs to be better handling of that process on behalf of the customer. So the other question, what surprised you most? Maybe for you that may, but you may have something else. What surprised you most through the process of ownership? Millicent?
The surprise that I got, as I told you, when I came to Naivasha, I had the main bank that I was banking with. Since I'm employed, that's where my salary comes through. And when I approached them, they never mentioned to me about KMRC. So I didn't know about the rates and everything. So, but in talking with one of my colleagues, they mentioned to me about the KMRC, and they told me what bank they were working with. So I went to Bank X, I will not mention it. I gave them all the documents that they needed, and yes, it took forever. The process took so long. In about 2 months, I was still just being told, wait, the papers are in head office for approvals. They have gone, I don't know, to our main branch, which is not probably around and all. It took so long. I moved from there. I went to another bank again. Again, I will not mention it. Again, it also took quite a lengthy process. So finally, I decided to talk to my HR. I work for AP Insurance, just for the record. we ensure happiness. So I spoke to my HR, and that's when she told me that KCB has an agreement with AP Insurance. And when I went to now KCB, the branch in Naivasha, that is when I was now able to get the process fast-tracked, and we moved on now. And probably I think within about a month and a half, everything was done. And I thank God for the seller of the house, who was also a lady, was patient to wait, because we had really wasted a lot of time with the other two banks. Yes.
Thank you. Wow. Okay, and I think it's a good thing that you've actually stated that process for you, so that the financial institutions who are here can listen, because you got your dream the third time round. So you can imagine the journey a customer is going through from one financial institution to another, getting disappointed, probably processes taking longer, and as financial institutions is to think, how can we make the processes better? And if there is a hurdle, communicate with your customer. Don't leave them wondering what is going on. Joram, for you, what was the surprise?
Okay, my surprise, I understand surprise can be positive or negative.
Yes, yes.
My surprise was how, coming from the first downfall, after trying with the same bank, KCB, it failed. So being a Gen Z, the second one was just trial and error. But how it went through, it was so fast, even, that process took, due to my delays, not the bank's delay, because me, it issued some cash which I didn't have, I had to source out for it. But it went not exceeding a time of 2 months. So it was a dream that came, pap. Now, watu wameanza kuniita kwa kijiji mwenye nyumba. Now the new Radona. That thing was a surprise to caught me off guard in that short time.
Very good. A big clap for the financial institutions that facilitated that process. Thank you. And I know there are others who are doing the same. To our second last question. You've talked about your journey, your dream, your process. Now, through that process, you interacted with various institutions, from the lender to the lands registry, probably to the valuer, whatever institution you interacted with. What improvements would you recommend to make the process better for another homeowner who would like to enjoy the benefit you're enjoying? Millicent.
All right, thank you. So number one, as you've correctly mentioned, communication. Because for the first two banks that I had approached, if the communication had been done on time, I'm sure I would have probably have had a more smoother ride, and the journey would have been easier for me, and I would not have spent as much. Because of course, when you go to Bank X and they ask for these kind of documents, you have to take them to your HR for approval, you have to get valuations. There's a lot of things that you have to do. So communication is important. Number two, I think KMRC should probably try and shout out more, because I think most of the people out there really don't know as yet what it is that we are getting here. So I think we need to be really out there, more visible, so that more people get to know what is going on. And then, if possible, if the interest rates were a bit more comfortable than they are, why not? Yes, that's it.
Thank you so much, Millicent, for that. And I believe KMRC has had. Josiah, your job is cut out for you. Joram, for you?
Okay, thank you. I will just echo and emphasize on what she has said, because most of us, the young people here outside, they don't know about KRMC. They don't know. If were it not for that institution that told me, I could be there. So create more awareness, advertise more. Clients are there. They are there. So try to reach out to as many as you can. And also, if you are a beneficiary, try to bring more people on board and tell them the importance of this. Many youths, many people outside there, they are working. They have money, but they don't have these institutions. Most of the youths, they are coming to me right now to ask me, how did you get a home? They are coming to ask me, how did you get a home? But when you ask him, do you have a bank where you keep your money or where you make your transactions through? They don't have. So how will they be helped? So it is a shout out to the youths there out. Vijana mnapojituma. Make sure you have an institution that will help you. Or maybe hautajua, but you might need that facility, upate statement yako ndio imekusimamia. Through the work yenye umekuwa ukifanya. Sasa, yes.
Thank you, Joram. I mean, he said it so well. What we've been talking about, collaboration. You know, the way he has said it, and he has advised the young people that you can't do it alone. You need a whole ecosystem around you that can support you to own that home. Thank you, Joram, for that. Very well articulated. A clap for Joram for the process. And I think he's definitely doing a good job with, he's saying vijana, They are asking him, homeowner hapa kwetu, how did you actually get yourself to that point? And I think it is a very good thing. And congratulations, Joram, for getting yourself to that, to be a homeowner, and Millicent as well. So as we wind up, you are now a homeowner. How has that changed your life? Or how has it made your life better? Or what would you say about where you are at, having taken that step? Millicent.
1 year later, in my house, I'm happy. My kids are happy. They have the space to ride their bikes. I do some bit of farming. I have rabbits in my house for the kids to play with. I have dogs. It's just a beautiful place. So I'm a happy mother, and I enjoy security in my house. I can accommodate people because the space is big enough. So I'm happy. And thank you to KCB.
Thank you. Very good feedback. I mean, that is clearly changing lives. There's a one word we were looking for. What does affordable housing mean to you in one word? What she has said, what would you say? Dignity, transformation, possibilities, yes. Exactly, comfort. She's actually articulated that very well in what she has said. And well done, Millicent. Joram, for you?
Again, maybe I ask Millicent whether we live in the same house, because the same things now I'm enjoying is what she's saying. I have a big compound where my toddler can learn. You know, even she started walking when we went there because she has space. I have done farming. I've done farming in small scale. Sasa ukitaka mahidi wewe nione nitakutumanishia. My maize ziko sawa. I have a small kitchen garden. And when going out, I'm confident. You know, there's nothing good as nobody who knows what goes in your premises, in your life. You see? There is nobody to knock your door to ask for rent. It's her or their premise. It's yours. You can do with it what you want, and nobody who will ask you. No? We have experiences of renting. And I want to encourage these young people. Usiogope loan. You know why? Even tomorrow is a loan. You don't know whether you will live. You will still spend. You see, like what I usually spend, though hapo mimi said when you pema hawa watu, they should punguza the interest. Kidogo. What I'm paying is relatively nearer to what I was paying rent for. You see? And now I'm different from that person who is renting, because he's renting and it is not his. Even if it might take time, even them renting, even if it's for 10 years, they will rent and it is not theirs. So usiogope loan, usiogope mortgage, take it, na inakusaidia sana by the way. To me, When I became the homeowner, there are doors that have opened. Because there is no pressure. There is no pressure. I have room. So now I do large format printing. There is this screen printing where you have to brand like 1,000 t-shirts, and you need space to put them so that they can dry up. Kwa shop huwezi pata. In the shop you can't get that space. At home, I've put lines. I do it, nobody would. Safety is guaranteed. So even in business-wise, I'm settled. Again, my family, now it's not only that I have a home, it's not that I have a house, as the CEO said. It's not only an empty house, it have become a home. Because even my wife, the kid, they know they have somewhere. So there is peace. Hakuna kitu baya kama familia kukuwa ina peace. If the family have no peace, you are going nowhere. So when you take a mortgage, you get such a chance or an opportunity to because it's an opportunity which comes once. It might go. This is what we were saying with my wife. This is an opportunity for life and death. So we had to do everything to make it go through. Okay? So it has become a home. A home where I can feel home. That is nashanga tutamaliza saa gapi? I go home. Because there is peace. Okay? So it is affordable, and it is not just an affordable house, it is an affordable home. Oh God, asante.
Thank you. Oh my goodness. I don't think any of us would have said it any better, right? Yes, none of us would have said it any better. Joram has spoken his mind, his heart. Millicent has done the same, and it's just to appreciate them. So you can just say one parting shot as we conclude. Anything you want to say, about your process, the journey, and encouragement to someone else who would like to be a homeowner. 1 minute.
Mine is just brief. For anyone that is willing to own a home, it's just a matter of taking a risk. Just take the risk, walk into your bank, have a discussion with the loan handlers and the staff there, and I'm sure KMRC and your bank will ensure that you get a home. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Millicent. Joram, I know umeambia vijana. Waambie tena.
Okay, to my fellow youths, na pia kwa watu wengine wenye watataka kusikia. As what has been said, take the risk. Usiogope, take the risk, and be bold enough. Sawa. And as that one uncle, I will say that what these guys are saying, watu wenye wamekuwa hapa, all the people who have been here, what they are saying, it's true. Sikudanganya, it is sio vizungu mingi, because as for me, mimi through my bank, sikupitia vizungu mingi. I told you I'm from Nyahururu. My bank was here in Naivasha. There was not even one time I commuted to come here. My lawyer was in Nakuru. There is no one time hata hatujai meet. You see? So what they are telling you, and to the land office, they are trying, because isipokuwa huko nilienda physically. The rest I did, but hapo kwa kulipa I paid myself through. So it's ukweli. Hapo it's true. So as a truthful uncle, I say it's true. So msiogope. If you want to live well, just take the dream, and it's not only a dream, it's a reality. Mungu abariki.
Wow, amazing. I mean, it's not a dream anymore, it's a reality. Well, very good parting shot. Take the risk and be bold enough to tell yourself that I too can be a homeowner. Thank you very much for honoring us. And for your partner institution that worked with you, KCB, we appreciate you, and we know the others are also doing their fair share of support to their customers as well. I will now invite, I don't know if there are any questions. I don't know if we want to ask. They have spoken their truth and it has come out very well. Any question? Or any encouragement? Or any comments? Okay, I think we have heard them very well. So I will ask Geoffrey to come and gift them as we take a photo, a group photo.
It's the financial KCB. If you are the financier of these two lovely home beneficiaries, please take the stage. We want to have a nice photo with, with these beautiful homeowners. I had KCB. Oh, you are the sole. Oh, wow. So come, just come and take. And GM actually, Geoffrey, is in charge of refinancing, Kenya Mortgage Refinance Company. So he can also join this photo op because he's the man behind the refinancing for this home ownership. Good.
As I take the photo, what has come out very clearly is that our ecosystems need to support one another. He has spoken, Joram has spoken, he's from Nyahururu, but he got assistance all the way from where he was. So it means at the head office, we relay all the information to our branches, and we have our staff supporting the customers from wherever they are. Then that's what we need to do. So thank you very much. Over to you.
Wow, we have just finalized one beautiful session. A round of applause to our homeowners and the sponsors, and KMRC as well for refinancing those customers. Now we are closing the session for today. And before we close, we would like to award a few people. So as the MC, we have a budget. And you know, we can come up with the words randomly. So we have that privilege, and today we had early birds, those ones who were able to come here on time, and they were the first ones to come into this particular room, Kiboko. So these awards will be given by my co-MC, and we would like to call upon Winfred Amisi from Unitas. Are you in the room? You are the first person to arrive today. Mpe makofi tafadhali akikuja. DJ mweke ka music kidogo. Akuje akidance. Ngojea music. We'll wait for the music. So this is a special one called MC Awards. Winfred, thank you very much for coming early today. Acha DJ ndio haya. So come dancing.
Who's
can clap for her as she comes. Keep clapping, guys. Kesho mkuje mapema. Wonderful. The second person who came to this room, Anthony Kiarie, Unity Homes. Are you in the building? Anthony Kiarie? Aya. Huyu sasa gift yake imeenda hivyo. Okay. Peter Nyaga, this was the third person. I am Weke Music, ndio anakuja. Come dancing, please. Third person to come to this room. We are encouraged to come early tomorrow. Wow. Thank you so much. So you can see the awards if you come early tomorrow. So please keep time tomorrow. So this is the last award. And we promised in the morning that if you take a selfie, post it on our social media, put the hashtag KAHC 2026 and tag KMRC. We will spot you and we will name you and we will award you. So this award goes to Kipkirui Eric. Are you in the house? Oh wow, he actually took a selfie, posted it and tagged KMRC. Come dancing, please. Kids chasing shadows, sidewalk is bulletproof. Smoke from the bright stand. Wow. Wonderful. So this one is random. We asked you guys to find someone. If you're a financier, find a builder. If you're a builder or someone from construction. If you're from construction, find a policy maker or find both. So how many of you have networked today? Can you mention about 10 people? Okay. 8? Anyone? Ah! Oh my. Okay. 5. 5?
This is self-evaluation.
Yes.
So you are evaluating yourself.
Yes. If you have networked with 5 different people, not from your institution, we should do better tomorrow, right? Okay, let me reduce to 4. All right, come. There's one volunteer.
And you will name them.
So you'll have to name them and their institutions. Give him some music.
Tell us how you did it.
Yes, good evening.
Good evening.
Yes, my name is CP Stephen. And for sure, I have interacted with most of you. And in fact, I've shaken hands to our 2 MCs today. And we have discussed something. So I know CPA Orive, and I know our great MC here. You will remind me the name? Deborah, good. And then I have 2 others where I've been sitting. We have Patrick from IADEM. Sijui kama ametoka. Patrick IADEM ni kama ametoka. Just in the table behind us there. Then I have Dr. Ibrahim. At least we've interacted as well. Those are 4. Do I add another one? Yes. I add myself, CPA Stephen. So thank you so much.
Hii inaitwa kujiamini. Hii ni kujiamini. And because it was self-evaluation, We shall award him for his confidence and for lifting his hand and for being bold enough. Well done, Steve.
Well done, wonderful. So that we come to the end of day one. I hope we've had insightful discussions. We have had some takeaways for today. And we still have tea at the tent next to the at the exhibition center. Please take time to move around and look at their booths so that we can have more questions asked there and answers answered. So tomorrow we have awards dinner and a gala dinner, and we would like to host all of you. So please do not leave in a hurry after we are done with the conference session at 4. We are hosting the awards and gala dinner at 7 p.m. from 6:30 p.m. So please plan to attend, and it will be a pleasure to have you join us. So happy networking, happy tea break. We resume tomorrow 9 a.m. There will be awards for the first person who comes.
Yes.
Nice evening. Thank you.
Good evening.
Just won't go. Ubuntu, my dear. Why do you tease with your open source heart and your closed source, please? I tried to install a program, a simple little thing, ended up in the terminal where the wild commands all sing. A sudo here, a chmod there, a cryptic little line. My patience, like my bandwidth, begins to decline. Oh, the Linux blues got me feeling low when my packages just won't go. Ubuntu, my dear. Why do you tease with your open source heart and your closed source, please? They say it's all so free, honey, a digital paradise. But sometimes freedom costs a dime or twice. I just want my music playing, my browser to behave before I